Every day and I look and I can see what's in your eyes. What's going on, everybody? It's Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe. Even if you download, I don't give a shit. Just get some engagement going on. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. I'm artisanmc, and I will be your guide on this leg of the journey. Let's see what we got in here. The early birds. Shout out to the Malika B. Bane. He said, "What's good, Malika?" He said, "Salutations to the Geek Elite." Salutations to you, sir. Shout out to Trush. She said, "Well wishes to Artisan MC, Malika, and the Geek Elite." Appreciate you, Trush. She says she loves it here. Oh, we love having you here. I say we like I'm 4 people, but it is what it is. You know what it is. Trush got fireworks. What's up, Rosie? Dr. Rosie in the building. I'm sure your thesis is going to go through good. So congratulations in advance. And if you don't get it, just do it again. It's okay. It's okay. Stop and shit. Shout out to Studio. Was good, Studio. I've come back from your coast. A little jet lagged. I've had a lot of late days, but the last couple of days I got to sleep in to try to get my body recalibrated to the time. So it was good. Unfortunately, I did not get to see Malika while I was in Philadelphia because I spent 2 days in a hotel doing a conference. And we were way out in Malvern. So it was not much to see except Oracle and Microsoft buildings. We were in a business park. So we needed to drive everywhere. So, excuse me. It was messed up. I did have a Philly cheesesteak, though. First night I got there, when I went to the restaurant, I had a Philly cheese steak, which was all right. A little bit too much white spooge in it for me, which makes me think of Fight Club, but it was good. It was good, and I was hungry. And yes, that was the Comstat Angels Real Genius song, I'm Falling. Unfortunately, I was playing it and then sharing the screen for the wrong video, so you didn't hear it till later. So this is live, not Memorex. I don't have an engineer. I have me. So sometimes I mess up. We're all flawed. So take that to the bank. Toya finally saw Sinners. Awesome. What did you think? Are you on that wave of people that now that the hype has kind of gone down, get to try to be the outlier? Oh, I really didn't like it. It wasn't really that good. Them motherfuckers? Or are you some of the people that I find interesting are not reporting that? I think the movie has gone past $300 million. So it has more than made its money back. And nobody's talking about that shit. I find that very interesting. Oh, that is very interesting. That means it's all in the money right now, since it only cost $90 million to make. Past $200 million like 2 weeks ago. I mean, it made its money back already. And if it's past 300 million, they well into the money, man. They in the black. Their movie ain't nothing but profitable. That's a very interesting story that nobody is covering. Just like they didn't want to cover the movie. I find that very interesting. Shout out to the number 1 Reg Aquateke. Salute the Artisan and the Geek Elite. It's good, Techie. I think that's it, right? Everybody else in here just conversating amongst themselves. 2 Triv, what's up, 2 Triv? I'm going down this list. Malika said he's going to see Mission Impossible on Thursday. Yeah, you might enjoy Malika. Just strap in because it's about 3 hours. It is about 3 hours. I went to see it yesterday. I took my mother to go see the movies because she doesn't move too well. She got a cane now. She, a little overweight. Black mama. So we went to the movies. Had a movie date with my mama. Took my mama to the movies, and we watched Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. She did fall asleep at one part. It's not because of the movie. It's just because she falls asleep in movies sometimes. So I had to nudge her a couple of times because she was snoring. But I sat awake through the whole thing. I'm going to do my little bit of a review reaction to it in this section. I hadn't decided if I was going to devote a whole video to reviewing it or would I only review it within this stream. And channel wise, it'd probably be better if I just reviewed it within this stream. Just saying. There are some things I saw, but I don't want to spoil it for Malika. So I'll just give you my reaction to it. And she said, "Thank you, sir. I've changed my profile name." You changed it to Dr. Rosie? Might as well. Look, I'm only disappointed that most people don't put their undergraduate degrees on their name, right? I never signed anything, artisanmc BS. Right. I never do because it's stupid. But if you got the PhD, you put the work in for that shit. You paid the money for that, man. Throw that shit everywhere. Throw it everywhere. If I can watch an Olympian walking around with their gold medals, showing them in everybody's face all the time, damn sure put your PhDs on there. Damn sure. Change all that shit. I told somebody before, me having a doctorate would be fun just for the fact that every time I piss somebody off, they have to ask themselves the question, who does that motherfucker think he is? I said, no, that's Dr. Motherfucker. Who does that Dr. Motherfucker think he is? That'd just be fun for me. It would be. And you can get doctorates and all kind of shit. Possibly can get a doctorate in basket weaving if you really wanted it. But it'd just be fun for me. It would just be fun for me. All those naysayers growing up, oh, they motherfucking, he's gonna be lame. Yeah, I'm a doctor though. Got that PhD, and not the pretty hard one. Just saying, the academically inclined one. So use that shit. You earned it. You earned it. Don't feel no shame in that shit. Artisan, I'm definitely going to need to watch it again, but I'm expecting more spiritual references. I love the dialogue surrounding it. Yeah, Malika sent me a video of some brothers reviewing Sinners, and I think it was from a more spiritual side of it. I know BGS just reviewed it too on the esoteric side of it. And I haven't seen BGS's video because I was on the plane and it wouldn't download quick enough before my plane took off. And then the one Malika sent me, it was like 2 hours. And I didn't know what parts were relevant. And I didn't have 2 hours to watch the rest of that shit yet. So both of those are in the hopper for me to check out. But now I got some time. Okay, past 300 million. Wow, some powerful box office mojo. Yeah, that's some powerful mojo, boy. Past 300 million. You heard it from the YouTube space talking about it? I saw one person talk about that, and it was a brother on a small channel. That was his thumbnail about Sinners passing 300 million. None of them big people who was talking about the movie wasn't that good said anything about that, did they? No, they didn't. Don't you find that interesting? I find that very interesting. Yeah, Aquatechy. She snored. She snored a little bit. I mean, she's not snoring like me. Like she, a chainsaw on a thick log. She ain't doing that one. Bear summoning. No, she got the little, grandmommy snore. She was all right. I just budged her a little bit, like, mama, look, I'm trying to watch this shit. Ain't part of the dialogue. She's like, oh. God damn. But it was late. Look. By the time I got there to the movies, he had been up for a while. I had been up for a while. By the time we got there to the movies, it was like 3, and we were in IMAX, so we had to climb them stairs and shit. She was tired. It was already an early morning and kind of a long day at that point. Then we sat in there for 3 hours. And I didn't think about that shit till we were on the way to the theater. It's like, is Tom really going to squeeze me for 3 hours out of it? I think he's going to try to squeeze me for 3 hours out of this. Damn, Tom, I like you, bro. But you're asking a lot today. I just barely made it through traffic getting to my mother's house. Because everybody trying to run out of town at the last minute. Like, it was a 4-day weekend. You know about this for 2 weeks. You should have left Thursday, not Saturday morning, you morons. Oh my God, California, man, California. When I got on the freeway to go to my mother's house, I could have threw a rock and skipped it on the top of car roofs. That many people on the freeway. I was like, this ain't a regular work day. Where's y'all going? Go back home. You're too late to get to the campground. Campground is full. Turn around. Holy shit. But so by the time I made it there, I was tired as shit. I was already tired. It was like it was an hour or something to get there. Then we had to wait for another hour or two before we went to the theater. Time I sat in the theater, I said, I'm about to fall asleep. We need to get some coffee or something, Mama, because I think I'm going to fall asleep in this damn movie. I didn't fall asleep. She did, though, so I'm not mad at her. Not mad at her at all. It happens. She woke up. She saw the best parts. Saw a film with my dad last Friday. By the way, what's up, MC? What's good, Blood Boiling? B-Dubs in here. What up, Beast? What's good with you? You know what's going on with me, Beast? I logged on to Rivals again, finally, yesterday. Yesterday morning. I woke up and think of like 4:30 in the morning. Then woke up again at like 6, and I just got up. And I got on Rivals just to see what was new on there. And then I just played it, and I figured out how I can play Rivals now. I'll play it till I get irritated, and then I'll shut it off. Because by the time it got past like 8, 9 o'clock, the dumbasses showed up. Oh my God. It was like a wave. You could see it coming in from a distance. Like, it's getting closer to time. People wake up. Here they go. They showed up, and I was irritated. You know, the people with their mics on and drama going on in the background, baby mama, kid. Goddamn, turn your fucking mic off. Turn your mic off. It's like being on YouTube. If you're going to come on a panel, shut the background off. Tell the people in the background to shut the hell up or get in the closet or something. But nobody wants to hear all of that shit. As soon as it passed 8 o'clock, I could tell. I could tell the difference in the play style and everything else. 6 a.m., dude, I had some people who actually understood team tactics. No mics on. Everybody doing what needs to be done on the field. I'm like, okay, these are some regular players. Okay, this is my group. I can play with this group. We ain't got to talk. We just read the room and understand what's happening. Okay, we was getting some matches in. Past 8 o'clock, that got tiring. That got really tiring. So I stuck it out until about 10 o'clock to finally get Punisher to Lord level. So I have a Lord Punisher, which I like that. I need to get me a woman so I can have her call me that in the bedroom. Lord Punisher, yes, my subject. But I finally got Punisher to Lord. Fine, I got one character at Lord. Now I can move on to something else and start working on that. But I was getting it in. I was getting it in with the Punisher. That's the only character I played that day. That was it. Getting it in, getting my accomplishments done. So I was happy. I was happy for a little while, and then I left. So maybe I'll come back to it today. Maybe I'll come back to it tomorrow since I'm off tomorrow. I got a Monday off day. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, I was thinking about you. I have a few bachelor's and master's degrees at welding. You got more degrees than a thermometer, girl. Goddamn, that's good. I like accomplishment. It must make you a pain in the ass to date. You might be way too smart for some niggas. If you one of them people lording that shit around, like walking in there like you got medals on your chest like an army general. I'm teasing. I don't know. I'm just curious. You know, really educated women always talk about men are intimidated by their degrees and shit like that. And I've never felt any intimidation by any woman with a degree. Only made her attractive or more attractive to me. Only thing I get intimidated by is chicks with a hell of a lot of tattoos. I was like, this bitch is a man. Ugh. I don't know if I want to be messing with her. She might have something between her leggies. I might have to do the Crocodile Dundee to make sure. That's just it. That's it. Otherwise, the degrees, no, that just makes for a more interesting conversation. Oh, she might have something on the fucking ball. Let's see what the degrees are actually in. Is it something that's relevant? Useful? Could be fun. Because as far as I know, a smart woman can give you smart children. Your kids will be okay if you had children by her and she wanted to have kids. She wasn't so smart that she decided that overpopulation was a real thing and she don't want to throw another child into the screwed up world. Then you could probably get some really smart children. Probably could. Because mama and daddy is already educated. They can pour that into the child. There was some top 1%ers right there, as far as I'm concerned. It was BGS. Say it. PhD, motherfucker. Yep. PhD, motherfucker. And you can value it or not value it. You can value classical schooling and stuff like that or not. It's your choice. I say have both. Have your street smarts and your book smarts because it just opens more doors for you. You got your street smarts. There's not too many doors on the streets that ain't open to you. If you got your book smarts, there's not too many doors that are closed to you in achieving stuff in the world. Yes, a lot of people, or a good percentage of people in the world, become really successful without having all that. That's all well and good. But if you recognize you're a minority in this world, you might need to have a little bit more. Look, if everybody's out here using rocks and sticks and I find a gun, I'm not going to pass it up. I'm going to pack that bitch too. And the rocks and sticks. I'm just saying. A little bit more on my side to keep the scales even the way I like them in my favor. Just saying. That's all it is. Could you give us the link of Malika and BGS review of Sinners? It's not Malika's review. It's somebody else's review that Malika sent to me. And Malika, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you're at work or not. If you could put that link in the chat that you sent to me, it'd be good for the folks so they can watch it and get on the same page. I always like when everybody's on the same page. It makes talking about stuff so much easier. It's funny, black excellence exceeds people's expectations. The haters get quiet. Oh yeah. Oh, look, if that movie was bad, just as a comparison, mind you, just as a comparison, if that movie was bad as everybody was hoping it would have been running just as long as, Brave New World Captain America was running. Because they was talking about that shit for a long time. Before the movie ever came out, they was talking about it. And their opinion on it is that it was bad. Before you ever saw the movie. After they saw the movie, they flamed that shit for a good 3 weeks straight. The only thing that stopped them from flaming it was Sinners coming out. They didn't really want to talk about Sinners. They jumped right over that and then got to trying to flame Ironheart. Notice a pattern? Ironheart ain't even out. All it was a trailer. They devoted damn near a week's worth of responses, week and a half worth of responses to flaming Ironheart. And it's produced by the same guy who did Sinners. Recognize the pattern? I see a pattern. So, very telling. So that by comparison, Sinners must be awesome because that's the only one they didn't want to report on at all. Gave you some Millie Mouth milk toast. Maybe you can find it in one of their 4-hour or 2-hour live streams, but they didn't devote one video talking about it specifically. Until Malika and JT, he knows this. To some little small YouTuber, some black dude, I don't know, I think by his name is Artisan, actually was questioning their ass and asking their fan base to question them about why they didn't do a review on that shit. Then they dropped the review and was pissy in the review. It was pissy because they had to do it. Why? You want to review good shit, right? Seems like you shouldn't be pissy at all about it. I didn't hear the in-depth conversation and comparisons to, I don't know, Nosferatu. I heard people complaining that it wasn't a horror movie. No, it wasn't really a horror movie. So you can try to stick it in this strictly horror category, but it wasn't. That's what it was. So, yeah. Yeah. And I think I heard someone say, I'm not sure if it was BGS, that it had too much stuff in it. It had too many stories going on together. And my response to that would be that you've never lived in the Bay Area. Because the Bay Area has a lot of cultural influences and ethnicities mixed up together with each other that they all overlap. It's not as segregated as it would seem in the South or in SoCal. They all overlap. You can have black folks from the South going to somebody's quinceañera and then leaving to go to their buddy's house to eat lumpia. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. Going to a Chinese festival, going down to the Irish pub. It doesn't matter. It's all part of being in the Bay. And you get into all of that shit. So seeing all of this stuff converge in one movie, it's not surprising because everybody can just be cool and exist together. Told y'all about I think I told you about one of the stories that put me out the game of drinking was hanging out, working in San Francisco, doing construction, going out with my coworkers after work to an Irish pub and being in there with an Irish dude drinking in the Irish pub, playing pool and stuff all fucking night from like 3:30 until 9 o'clock at night. And that motherfucker put me out the game for like a year or two. I didn't drink. And I was the one who was like, no, let's go down there. We're going to have these flaming Dr. Peppers and shit. Okay. We did the flaming Dr. Peppers. But after that, Mr. Sean had me fucked up. I was 3 sheets to the wind. I couldn't find my car. Sean had me trashed, man. I was done after that. And I knew I was done before he started offering me the next couple of drinks. Like, Sean, I got to go. I'm out of here. No, I'm out of order 2 more. Sean, I'm fucked up. No, 2 more. Sean. I drank those 2 drinks. Went down to Market Street. Got some Wendy's. Mistake. Got on BART. Got through the tunnel. Got over to the East Bay. And was turning myself inside out all over the BART platform. Going the wrong direction. Then got back on that bitch, tried to stay awake, and got to the right direction so I can get my ass back to the rich. I was done drinking for a couple years after that. And I was supposed to work the next day. That was Saturday. That was a Friday. I was supposed to work Saturday. I had to call in on Friday to call my Portuguese boss. Like, Ed, I can't make it today. I'm sick. He said, yeah, we didn't think you was going to make it. Because Ed left earlier. Like, nah, we didn't think he was going to make it. It was okay. We'll see you Monday. Like, thank you, Ed. Everybody do. Shit. But that's the culture in the Bay Area. You can meet, run into, hang out with all kinds of people, and it never matters. It never matters. Not like that. Well, season 2.5 will be starting in a few days, and Punisher gets buffed and a new with Black Widow. Yeah, I'm waiting for a new costume with Punisher, truthfully. I'm sick of seeing these same characters have multiple damn costumes. I know that's what the Asians like, and it's mostly their game because a lot of the costumes are inspired by Asian culture, which is fine. Some of it looks cool, but spread that shit around, dude. That'll if you don't spread it around, it gets to look like Future Fight. Well, only certain characters, maybe 4 of them, have more than one costume. you're gonna keep doing new costumes, do them for everybody. That makes the whole game more playable. Oh, that's a good roast, double toasted. Double toasted is gonna roast gods of Egypt. I will watch that shit. I will watch that. I know Corey and them gonna go in on that that damn movie. That's too easy for a roast. Oh my goodness. So anyway, yeah, they just need to spread the upgrades around. They just need to spread the upgrades around. If you're gonna have that many characters, then you need to be upgrading costumes for all of them, not just fixated on the female characters and giving them 15 different costumes. For some characters like Adam Warlock, I still don't use Adam Warlock. Why do I need 5 different costumes for him? I'm not worried about the white savior character. Doesn't do that much for me. But I do play the hell out the Punisher. I would like multiple costumes for Wolverine. I would like to see Blade today. Whatever. What up, Rainfire? Rainfire in here. What's up, Elongo? Elongo's in here. Still going through these chats. What's up, Darkness? The Faulkner is in here. Sunshine bright as milk. You ain't shit, dude. You keep trying. I won't have a complex about that shit, but whatever. Knock yourself out. God made us free. Cult made us equal. Exactly. Free to be equal. A smart and sexy woman plus a smart and sexy man and a great, intelligent, and prosperous couple. You can do a lot more. And just like with dudes, intelligence comes in a lot of ways. Intelligence comes in a lot of ways in females too. It might just be good to have a female who's just spiritually positive for you without all the mental, emotional chaos going on in her. That might just be a respite for you. Or likewise, you might just be a respite for her in some ways. It's how you balance each other out. It's that yin and yang of it all. It's how you work together. If you can't work together, you can't do shit together other than have sex. That's the easiest part. That's why I knocked that one off the list first. Sex is not the requirement because sex will happen. The requirement is the mental and the spiritual part. Can you work together like that? If I say I want to jump up and go to Vegas in the next 6 hours, are you going to be, oh, that's too far. That can't get done. Then we ain't working together. But if you say, are you serious? Absolutely. If she started looking up reservations, like, well, you know, the car needs a tune up or whatever, but see if we can get this rental car or something like that. We can get down there. You want to fly? You want to drive? If she started helping make plans and not pumping fear, damn, girl, I think I can love you. That's what's up. That's working together. That's not working opposite of each other. That's working together. That shit, I'm sorry, as a man, me as a man, that make my Johnson hard. Like, damn, she down as fuck. Nah, I was just playing. I just wanted to see if he was up for it. It was one of the videos I was listening to about the right woman for you and how you can tell if a woman really likes you. If you say something about doing something, she's always down. If it's going to be with you, she's always down. It don't matter. She ain't throwing stumbling blocks up there not to do it. She always down. And that's likewise for dudes, because I've told women that before. If that motherfucker actually likes you, he'll do anything you need him to do. If he loves you, motherfucker, he'll lay somebody out for you. Plain and simple. It's just if you are that type of woman to him, he will totally what some would call simp out for you. He will. It's just how it's designed. It's just how it's designed. But you need to be the type of person that do the same for him. If you're not, you're not worth it. You're not worthy worth that level of dedication that a man can pour into shit like that. Mm-mm. Charles reminds me of Hidalgo again. What up, Mr. Matt? Morning to you. Morning to you. We used to get people messed up with those flaming Dr. Peppers. Exactly. And that's what I was trying to do that night, that afternoon when we went out after work, because I had been talking about it at work. So we all went out. They wanted to see. Now here am I, the 20-something-year-old black dude out there with some of these white boys in their 20s and 30s and stuff like that. We get out to the Irish pub, and I'm going to show them something because they had never had it. I got showed something. I showed them the flaming Dr. Pepper, but then I got showed something. Fucking Heinekens and whatnot. Thank you, Malika. There's the link for anybody who wants to see that review of Sinners that Malika had sent me. I think it's a more spiritual take on it. So that might be interesting for you to watch. Because you understand, like I do, different people bring different perspectives to viewing media. And it's important to understand that perspective when you go to them. Right? So why I like a Dr. Chia-san, a BGS, or Angry Man review of something that I've watched is AM is a geek, but he is very critical, and not in a bad way. He's a purist in a lot of ways. So he will look at it very skeptically, rationally, but very skeptically. Right? Fine. I'm a geek too. I give some leeway when it jumps medium. I just do. I give some leeway. So I like to see what the changes are, how it's developed, how it changed from what it was, all that part. Fine. Dr. Tia-san is a geek too. But Dr. Tia-san looks at it in a black masculinist way, which I enjoy because he's looking at it how it relates to black people, if there's black folks involved, or how black folks are depicted in it, which I look at too, but not as seriously as Dr. Tia-san does. Because Dr. T, if you out there, when you see Mission Impossible Final Reckoning, talk to me about the brother. Talk to me about the brother in that, because I have some concerns. And even me and my mother was sitting there, like, yeah, I don't know about that, mama. You either? Yeah, I don't know about that shit. I'll get to it. BGS, esoteric as fuck. He has more esoteric knowledge than I do on damn near everything. So when he's looking at it, he's seeing part of it, but he's also seeing that whole esoteric side of what all of this means in a historical context and everything else. Right? So he gets the the high frequency understanding of this material and stuff like that. I love hearing all of that. No, it's not solely my perspective. It's not an echo box. No, it's not. But that's why I enjoy it a lot more. Because different perspectives gives you a more full picture. It does. It's like radar. Yeah, if you just sending out your one signal, you might see, there's a barricade up here. There's a wall up here. But from those other four perspectives, doing a radar, you get more of a fuller picture of what you're looking at. It's not a barricade. It's actually a rock. And you could go around it this way or this way. It just helps you. It helps inform your understanding and your opinion on it. And that's why I love it. That's what people are saying. Okay, that's about everybody else having more comments. I agree. What up, Herb? Happy Sunday to Joe Herb. What's good with you? A movie about gods of Egypt with only one black character. Yeah, and he kind of moist. Yeah, easy roast. Boy, that's a layup roast. The whole team. But it should be funny. It should be funny. Flaming Dr. Pepper sound like a challenge, maybe. Yeah, they are. They're good. You say the conversations are better. Yeah, if you're not writing anything down so they can correct it. I'm messing with you, Trust. Yeah, the conversations are better. But even then, you can have somebody super intelligent that can't have a conversation at all because they won't want to follow you through imaginative or creative thinking in some ways. Me, I work better with people whose mind can be open, or you can propose ideas without them thinking that is actually the idea that's going forward. No, you can take different positions in the conversation to game it out in a way to see where that thought process goes. It doesn't have to be your actual position. It's like debating. A really challenging debater is not debating on their points, they're debating on the opposite point and finding reasons why the shit that they disagree with could actually be true. That's the nature of debate. Debate is not always from arguing just from your position. It's being able to argue from the opposite position of yours and proving why that's valid. So when I sit down and watch a movie and I'm pointing out, yep, this is where the white geek's gonna have a problem with this shit. It's not that I have a problem with it. It's just that I understand the argument coming the other way and how to actually not argue, but counter that argument coming back the other way if it needs to be countered or respond to it. How about putting Luke Cage, Blue Marvel, Blade, and Monica Rambeau in Rivals? Luke Cage, yes, should be in there. Blue Marvel would ruin it because Rivals, as much as it's using Marvel characters, it is really Asian inspired. And I think that's the Asian team that's making it. So that wouldn't happen. I can't think of, aside from Black Panther and Storm, I don't think there's another black character in that shit. Those two out of how many they have right now? Beast 30 something? It's only two. And Blade is one of the ones that's supposed to be in the game already because you already did missions about trying to get Blade and free Blade. But he's going to be the cornrow version of Blade. You know, what they like to see. So Monica Rambeau, no. No. They gave you Captain Marvel before they gave you Monica Rambeau. Luke Cage would be nice, but probably not. You probably get Colossus before you get a Luke Cage. Just how it is. And I'm not overly upset about that shit nowadays because I understand where it's coming from. Black folks have to stop looking to white folks and other people to give us our representation. We need to give it ourselves. Plain and simple. You don't like that there's no stores in your neighborhood that's owned by black folks, then you need to be the one buying a store in your neighborhood and opening it and dealing with your people the same way the rest of them, those folks in there do. Day in, day out, year after year, generation after generation, while you mad at them and cussing them out and everything else and acting funky, but they still holding court and holding a store and a foothold in your neighborhood, selling you, your mama, and everybody else goods and services, no matter what the hell you say about them. We need to hold court like that. But black folks get pissed off with dealing with black folks and then they'll shut shit down. Fuck them niggas. That was too much effort. Oh, hell no. Think it was easy for them Asian folks to be there with all them people that don't look like them and don't want them there, but still grudgingly bringing them their money and cussing them out and talking shit to them every other day? It ain't easy for their asses either. But that's the cost of doing business in black neighborhoods sometimes. They pay it. And they get the rewards for it. So we need to start being the ones to give our representation. Or be enough of a block where we can demand shit like that. Johnson Power. She said happily. I don't know what that was about, but I do like hearing happily from a woman's mouth. Trust if there are both intelligent conversation will always be key. Yeah. Well, conversation gets you in the door anyway. Attraction will open the door for you. We'll see if you actually want to look at each other. The conversation with each other past the superficial level will decide if you actually attracted and want to keep dealing with them, or you just want to have sex with them. But I throw the sex part out because the attraction already determines if you want to have sex with them or not. After you understand that you can make some eye contact and attracted enough to come over and talk to each other, sex is already on the table at that point. It's just what comes out of your mouth that either pulls that from the table or makes it unappetizing, offering. Because a female could say something to me that would turn me off completely from let's just say being fully intimate with me. Good. You start getting categorized like maybe on a non-busy night, maybe just oral. How uncomplicated the interaction will be, or it could just be flat out like I wouldn't stick you nowhere near her, man. That is trouble. You calm it down. That's trouble right there. We don't do that no more. Remember, we don't do crazy no more. That's a 4-alarm fire with crazy, bro. Calm down. That's what it would be. And it could be the same thing for the woman on the other side. Like, this nigga don't look like he got no money. He got no drive, no ambition. He ain't really trying to do nothing. I don't know. I don't want to give him some of this. He'd be trying to stalk me. Coming by my house, looking through the windows. Nah, I want him to see Rodney. So it goes both ways. I understand that. What is a flaming Dr. Pepper? Flaming Dr. Pepper, if I remember correctly, Herb, because it's been a lot of years since I had one since that time. I think it's amaretto and a shot of amaretto and something else with a floater on top that burns. I forget what it is that burns. But then you take it like a Boilermaker and you drop it in draft beer and you drink them both at the same time. The amaretto gives it that brown color and that Dr. Pepper taste. The floater that you put on top of the amaretto is what burns, which it can be almost any clear alcohol. And then it's just the beer, whatever beer you want to drink, draft beer, whatever the hell is. I don't suggest you doing it in a Guinness. You're not going to pound a Guinness. You'll choke to death before you pound a Guinness and all of that shit. No. Because Guinness is like drinking bread. No, nigga. You're not dropping nothing else in that. You won't see it again. But a draft beer or something like that, you knock them bitches back at the same time in one shot, it tastes like Dr. Pepper. And it was on fire before you dropped it in the beer, and that's why it's the flaming Dr. Pepper. Got you? Glad I could help. Miles Morales should join Rivals. Yes and no. They already got Spider-Man. If they want to put another Spider character on there, throw Spider-Gwen in there. Or Spider-Woman. Straight up. I would take it, since it's all Asian inspired. Give me Silk. Cindy Moon. Give me Silk. Doesn't have to be right under. They already got a second Spider character with Penny, but she got the mech suit. She's not really doing like regular Spider-Man. But Silk would be cool. You can't show Irish people nothing. Just watch the video of them trying shots of American moonshine, 151 rum, never clear. You're supposed to mix it with stuff. Laughing out loud. That inside is different. They can take it. Trust me. Don't be slouching on my Irish brethren. They can take it. If they agree to take it, give them that shit. They all right. They'll be fine. Joe Herb. It's a Boilermaker drink. So the amaretto top with 151 set on fire, dropping mug beer. Then chug, tastes like a Dr. Pepper, freaking delicious. Okay, yeah. Same thing. All right, so now that we got through all of those comments, as you can see, there is an update to StreamYard where I can see, or you can see, your chats on the screen. So that might be interesting when I go to, put this video up on YouTube and cut the two ends off the fish. You'll be able to see your comments. So actually have decent comments. If you don't want everybody that can on the replay game to think you're fucking stupid. Couldn't do that before, but I just said that last week, and this week there's an update for it. It's like, oh. That's why I'm really careful about what I say out loud. It may not seem like it to you guys, but I am, because I know God is listening. God be listening. So I had to be very specific. I just want a woman. No, don't say that. You better be specific. Because some shit will show up. You're like, why you send me that? I asked for it. You're right. I did. I wasn't specific, was I? I got you. I get you, man. Just give me a warning next time. Got to be specific. I said something about it. It popped up. Not because they listen to me, just because it happens. I can't prove it, but here it is. One second. Oh, and just because it's like a 3-day weekend, don't mean y'all don't have to donate to the channel. Please support the stream. I would like at least 5 contributors. I mean, it'd be nice. So anyway, moving on with the show. After we got through all of that for an hour. So we got that Last of Us. We got the Mission Impossible. We got the fallout of the Star Wars that I think is kind of funny after Andor. The after Andor mix. And the stuff that's happening in Marvels. The rumored events and whatnot. I think I'm gonna need an Advil right now. Now, Marvel news for me. It'll be an easy mark, like an hour in. We're talking about some Marvel stuff. Looks kind of like Instagram Live with the chat showing. It's fine. I mean, you used to have that all the time on YouTube, where you'd always see the chat scrolling up there. So when you went and watched replay videos, you could see who was in the chat because it's streaming on there. That's just a benefit. It should be there if you have a chat box function anyway. So I don't have a problem with that necessarily. Because otherwise, what you just heard me going through all those comments and reading them, if I didn't click them and put them on the screen, if you watched the replay, it just sounded like me talking to myself, talking to people that you can't actually see, to see what it is they said. It'd be weird. Appreciate you, Rosie. Look, Dr. Rosie, jumping in there, sponsoring the stream. Appreciate you. I will give you. I thought of something really dirty to say. I'll do it after this. Appreciate you, Rosie. I give you that red man.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hit a click. Oh, yo.
So, it might be a little personal, but understand you amongst friends. Okay, if you want to say that. But after that whole doctorate thing goes through, Rosie, will you make the man that you with call you doctor privately? You ain't never had an educated little piece like that. Will you make him say that shit? You should. Yes. Exactly it. Like, no, call me doctor. Call me doctor. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Ain't never had it this good. This is a PhD professional. Exactly. Akoteki. What's my name? Right? What's my name? Yep. It ain't baby no more. It's doctor. It can be Dr. Baby, but you got to put the doctor in front of it. I need that DR in front. No baby no more. Dr. Baby. What kind of ice cream you want? Good job. Yeah, you earned it. You earned it. Not a problem with that. You say doctor can be the safe word. I knew Rainflower was gonna go there. Yeah, doctor is my safe word. House calls. I use that joke now. Every time somebody want to meet with you, it's like, hey, these are office hours. Office hours. You're meeting with the doctor. It was a random thought. I would use that shit. It'd be fun. I know I probably wouldn't get a woman to be calling me doctor the whole time, but it'd have to be in some kind of context. Definitely, like Rainflower said, that'd have to be the safe word. Raise your hand if on your pain level. They fucking hate me anyway, but it'd be worse. Yeah, I'm proud of you though. That's good. That is good work. Good work. All right, so into the shit that you don't need necessarily a PhD for. If they figure out how to do that, I'll get that one. Geek shit. This Marvel stuff that I've seen this week, I found a little bit interesting because it's mostly just rumors and crap, right? And the main one that keeps popping up, especially with a certain portion of geekdom, is the Cynthia Erivo is rumored to be being looked at to be cast as Storm in the MCU. Hell no. And I will tell you why. It is not because I do not believe Cynthia Erivo is a good actor. It is not because I believe that Cynthia Erivo does not have star quality. It's not because I believe she can't sing. Or it's not dark enough or right complexion and none of that shit. I don't like Cynthia Erivo as his character because Cynthia Erivo is not fucking cute to me. And she looks really weird outside of being in a movie. The most normal look I've seen her have is painted green and Wicked. Or playing Lucian in, damn it, I don't forget the name of the show. The one on Netflix, Gotta Sleep. Forgetting the name of the show. It's not Sleepwalker. But you guys know what the hell I'm talking about, right? No. Sandman, thank you, Beast, for my brain fart. Lord, age is catching me. I'm gonna need a doctor. Oh God, please, no, not that ball. Yeah. Look, man, she does not look right just in regular life. It's her choice. She can look however the fuck she wants to. She can. That's not Storm to me. That is not Storm to me whatsoever. Now, I just watched Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning, and Angela Bassett was in that. And there's a scene in there where Angela Bassett steps out of Air Force One because she's the president. Steps out of Air Force One, walks down onto the red carpet, and she's sitting there all dignified with the short haircut and shit like that. So she could still be my Storm. Still. Them lips, them nice eyes and shit. It's like, I still take Angela as Storm. Give her another white wig. That's not Ramonda, man. Ramonda is dead. That's Aurora. Monroe. Still take her. Cynthia Erivo? Are you tripping? Look, if you have been reading comics, you've seen how Storm has taken on the appearance at different times of different black women in media through different times, right? Storm is African. She's always been dark skinned. But there was a time when Storm had the short bob cut white hair and the long little braids and shit. She looked like T-Boz from TLC. And it was cute. But Storm has always been attractive. As much as you might think that white folks don't like black women, they always draw Storm cool. Always. It's very few times that you've seen Storm actually look unattractive. Very few. It's usually because of a shitty artist. She is one of those pinnacle ex-females that look very attractive. Cynthia Erivo is not that to me. It is nothing against the sister. She is just not attractive to me. She does too much in her regular life to present herself that is unattractive. Them long ass witch nails and all that. That's beyond me, okay? I was talking about this with my mother yesterday, driving back from the movies. There's certain shit I just don't like. There's certain stuff that just does not work for me. I don't get it at all. We up in Sacramento at Handles getting some ice cream. And there is a 5'4" nothing round chick, bright blue meanie hair with these circular tattoos on her thighs, the front part of her thighs, and some other ugly shit on the back of her calf and shit. And just frumpy all over the place with overly pulled up clothes. And I'm looking at my mama like, yeah, that doesn't work for me. But she there with a man and babies. This doesn't work for me. I think it looks ridiculous. But somebody will hump it. Somebody will. It ain't my standard, it's somebody else's. But if they were trying to say this is going to be your Storm, I'd be like, you out of your goddamn mind. Cynthia Erivo is not it for me. Now, to be honest, I would rather take who was the one out there at the Super Bowl dancing with Kendrick Lamar? Venus, Serena. I'd rather take one of them with a white wig on playing Storm than Cynthia Erivo. I would much rather take the actress who played it last in the Fox universe. I'd rather take her. Give her another shot to keep playing Storm because she looked nice to me. She looked like a Storm, like she could have some dignity about her ass. Cynthia Erivo? No. This to me, this is more going back to that wrong thinking that Hollywood always does, is that you're putting the actor and the name and the celebrity of the actor ahead of the character they're supposed to be playing. No. It's supposed to be the character. You're casting for the character, not the actor. That seems dumb to me. All right? It seems dumb. No. I know, you all in Hollywood want to be exalting the black woman in your view. That ain't it. That is not every black woman. And that is not what needs to be put forth as the standard of what black women look like. No. I would think, to me personally, I think more black women look like Angela Bassett than look like Cynthia Erivo. To me. And I would think that would need to be put forward a little bit more. Especially if you're trying to go for a younger audience with the X-Men. So the characters should be a little bit younger so you can get some more life out of them to get more movies out of it. Why were you picking her old ass? She's going to be busy with the Wicked movies and whatever goofy shit she do after this. No. Mm-mm. Alexandra Ship and Dewana Wise. Of course, now my fucking tooth pain is going to come back right as I'm talking. I think it's because of the coffee. Sugar in the coffee. Yeah, Alexandra Ship. She light skinned it. That was the one who played Storm the last time, right? So let's give you visuals because this is television, not radio. Right? Alexandra Ship. This is a pretty woman right here. This is a pretty ass woman right here. Now you would take that role from her, right? Yeah, she light skinned. Oh, she ain't dark enough. Okay, whatever. Fuck. I would take her. They can get rid of this mohawk thing because white folks always love seeing her with a mohawk. I don't always care about Storm having a mohawk. She does need to have that long flowing hair, right? It needs to look like a cloud coming off of her. So if you don't want her, which I didn't think she did bad, she just didn't get a chance to play it out completely. What did Trust say? DeWanda Wise. Oh my God. Yeah, that could be her today. That could be her today. She got the right eyes. Now she was the one in that last Jurassic World movie, wasn't she? That was playing that butch lesbian chick. I don't know what her own personal politics outside of this shit is, but she looked like Storm. Right there. Right there, that's Storm. If you colored that hair white, that's Storm. That's like perfect casting. She ain't even overly light skinned. She kind of dark. No, she got that fucking nose ring. I hate them septum rings. But she got a nice shaped head and stuff like that. Oh my goodness. Yeah. She got the lips. What's the problem? But no, they want to go. They want to go. That. They want to go Harriet. Nigga, no. I mean, for real. I mean, for real. None of that is attractive to me. None of it. Yeah, she got a nice round head. That's all well and good. But you already know I don't even like the septum ring shit. I already don't. You already know I don't like these long witch ass nails and shit. And this is just her in her personal life. That's just her representing herself. All well and good. Hell no. And claws, oh no, dude. This looks like a man to me. This looks like a dude to me. And that's what you want to be Storm. You out of your fucking mind. Just say you hate black women. Just because she looked like she could be a Dora Milaje don't mean that she's the hottest thing in the world. No. Come on, bro. This goofy shit. Look at that bag of jump rope stuck on the top of her head. Oh yeah, that's femme fatale right there. No. Yeah, Rainfire, I said the same shit when I looked at that picture. There's ladies in here. I'm not hating on her. Somebody like it. Regardless of what I think about it, somebody bending her over or spreading them wide and looking down low. Somebody doing it. It's just not me. And for her money, I'm probably not it for her either. Cool. We on the same page. But this does not in any way look like what I would see in comic books like this. Or this. Hell no. If they started drawing Storm in the comics to look like Cynthia Erivo, I'd be pissed off. You fucking kidding me? There you go. There's the baby face. No. Not to me, Rosie. She's not attracted to me. She is a woman, and a black woman all the same. Yes, she is. She's getting her celebrity and everything else out of it. Right on to you, sister. Good work. But you are not Storm to me. Absolutely not. Now look at this picture right here, and I think this is fan art. That looked like the DeWanda Sims. What was her name? I'm gonna have to get up on remembering that chick name. DeWanda Wise. That looks like the same picture I just showed you of DeWanda Wise. Hold on, man. I'm gonna prove this shit. I wish we could do camera 1, camera 2 on this BS. Let me go back to that. Oh, they got a picture of DeWanda Wise as Storm? Oh, they do. Good job. Internet on it. Internet is on it. Those aren't the pictures I was looking for. But they do got some fan mock-ups of DeWanda Wise as Storm. And there it is. That's the picture. That's the picture right there. The same image I was trying to bring up for y'all. Hold on. There you go. Like I said, that's a lock. Who ain't talking to her? Who cannot get a hold of her agent? Who can't get a hold of her agent? That's her natural hair. Them ain't extensions. It's just white. Look like Storm to me. If you're not talking to her, you fucking up. Kevin probably wants Cynthia. But look, Kevin wanted Brie Larson too. We know why. He was trying to get some. Trying to do her a solid so she can get a solid from him. Does that not look like DeWanda right there? And I'm not overly worried about any actress being as busty as Storm is in the comic books, because you know they like downplaying women nowadays. Women ain't supposed to look like, full-figured adult women anymore. No, they're supposed to look like little boys with girl faces. They can't be developed. They got to look, prepubescent and shit like that. No. So I'm not even worried about that. Breast is for suckling babies, so it's not that big of a deal. But no, she looked straight up like Storm without the costume. Halloween is coming up. If you got a picture of her on Instagram dressed up like Storm on Halloween, fan base would be behind you, bruh. Fan base would be behind you. I don't know who is not in the rooms having these conversations, but I can't show that. That's Entertainment Weekly. Entertainment Weekly will get pissy. Here we go. We'll do that one. There you go. Her last movie, Jurassic World. That's fucking Storm, dude. That's her. She got the flowing curly hair already. If that was white, that's Storm. You would buy it right off the bat. I'm sure you're not telling me she can't fucking act. She ain't dark enough. She even got the light eyes. Good pick, Trust. Good pick. Yeah, that's it for my money. Yeah, but like Lion is saying, what's up, Lion? Agenda over accuracy. So yeah, we'll probably lose out. We'll probably lose out because of that shit. So for me, Cynthia Erivo is not it. If it's a rumor, that rumor needs to die. It needs to die today. At least with black folks. And if the rumor is not, the fan base wants DeWanda Wise to be Storm, then y'all fucking up. You ain't listening to the fan base at all. And if you want to keep losing money, go right ahead. Because I can tell you, proof positive for me, for this geek, I am not interested in seeing Cynthia Erivo as Storm. I'll be interested in watching her as Elphaba in Wicked 2, but I am not interested in seeing her as Storm in my X-Men. And I don't give a fuck what you think about that shit. It's not hatred of black women at all. She is not it for me. As the character or being attractive as a female to me. No. Can she act? Yes, she can. She don't need to act as Storm. She can do something else. Is she from Maryland too? I got to hang out on the East Coast more. Y'all got more of what I like over there. And apparently it's too many people away from me. Yeah, I agree. She's perfect. Yes, and I agree she's gorgeous. She is gorgeous as shit. I didn't like her in that last movie. I didn't even watch that last movie. But if you're not picking her for Storm, you fucking up, dude. For real. What did Lion say? Getting really tired of them trying to cast not so attractive women to roles of women who are known to be significantly attractive. And that's the beauty of Storm. The whole idea about Storm being beautiful, given her power set, is that nature is beautiful and powerful and gorgeous. And to revel in that the design of Storm goes into looking like the elements themselves. Because take this dark-skinned woman from Africa with this flowing hair that looks like clouds, with lightning bolts in her ears, like the lightning bolts coming from the storm clouds, to showing this body and having these nice clothes and stuff like that on, calling down thunder and lightning and all the rest of this shit. It needs to be an attractive woman because nature is beautiful. I don't need it to look like a he-hank. Something you're not sure of its own, proclivities. That'd be a waste of time to me. No, bro. Shout out to Rain 5. Appreciate you, Rain 5, for supporting the stream. He said they have a fan pick of Cinquella Martin Green as Storm. Very believable. I don't think I need to look further than DeWanda Wise, because that's it for me. She too on the money, and the Storm character been drawn longer than I think she has been alive. And she looked damn spot on looking like her. Sequella Martin Green, she hella light skinned. This is what Charles would call brightness. Oh, is this the chick that's on Star Trek? This must have been the one my mother was watching on Family Feud. She didn't have nothing but money comments. It didn't make any goddamn sense. No. Nope. Hard in the face ass. You say, yes, that's her beast? Yeah, no, fuck her. I just saw this chick. We came from the movies yesterday. My mother was watching, before we went to the movies, she was watching Family Feud with Steve Harvey, Big Mouth Ass. And it was The Deadliest Catch versus Star Trek. And everybody that was up there from Star Trek was 3 black women and 2 white, or 1 white and 1 Latino squishy guy, moist towelettes. And she was the captain. And she had some of the dumbest answers for the question that was up there. And all her answers revolved around money. I'm like, this is dumb bitch. I said, Mama, you know nobody's liking this show. Not Family Feud, but the show that they're on. Most people hate it. I didn't know which one it was. No, but it got black women. Hey, yeah, it got black women on there. Don't mean the show is good. Could have had black men on the show. It don't mean it's good. If the show is no good, the show is no good. Well, she busty enough, but no. Nah. No. I'm good with the last pick. She can do something else. She was Riri Williams. I might be more interested to watching that show. But yeah, that's not sealing the deal for me. See, she always got her braids on. Fitting that stereotype for them. Really pale. Yeah. Nope. 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 No. 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 Nah. Nah. I'm firmly in the Dewana Wise camp. Sorry, Rainfire. Sorry. I'm firmly in Dewana Wise's camp. I want her to be Storm. Because trust me, if Dewana Wise or this chick, some Quia, was dressed up like Storm, and you had to have an 8x10 picture of them, which one would you want? Just saying. I would take the one with DeWanda Wise. That could be a poster in somebody's bedroom today as Storm. You know how comics are. They can do it really easy. They make an alternate cover of a Storm comic, and one is DeWanda Wise, and one is Sanquella Guerin. Which one you think is going to sell more copies? So, no. Yeah, I don't want her. Believe it or not, it's actually very relevant because it proves my point that black women took care of their bodies and shape. They're pretty much immortality beautiful. Oh, yes. Immortally beautiful. Yes, they are. That's why I say that Angela Bassett is more, in my view, in my understanding, Angela Bassett is more of what the average black woman looks like than the opposite. Than what's her name? That's trying to get small now too. Yeah. She was in Walking Dead. So what? Okay, I might have to go grab some Advil because it's tooth shit starting to hurt, or I need to go get some water. Yara Shahidi, a younger storm. Okay, that's the last one I looked because I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of just looking at fucking pictures right now. I was trying to make a point that Cynthia Erivo is not the pick for Storm. And if it's a rumor, they need to get rid of it because that needs to be a hard no. Y'all just picking on bust size now. Light skinned and bust size. This woman looks like she has fake lips. And she got this weirdly cut mouth that looks like she had fucking surgery. She's attractive, but no for me. Yeah, an attractive no. That picture looks good when she got her fucking mouth closed. Yeah, if you want to do a flashback of Storm in Egypt messing with the Shadow King, maybe. That her mom and her dad? Yep. How did I know? Mama got more of the Storm look than her. No. Nope. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, exactly. Too Triv. It's something that doesn't look natural to me. It's just something about her face that doesn't look natural. Not natural. Around the mouth and that shit right there, it doesn't look natural. It's This is just another example of being held to a higher burden of performance than women even in Hollywood. Not really, because women in Hollywood can run the gambit. I just seen a bunch of unfortunate looking women in this Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movie, and one of them looks like she looked like the Joker without makeup. But they put her ass in a prominent role, to where she was the head, she was the captain of an aircraft carrier. And she looked unfortunate as fuck. She got a mouth that looks like it's a clamshell slapping down with these cuts in her mouth, like she looked like the Joker from the Gotham show. With the British teeth. And I'm like, ugh. Is that the captain? Oh well. All kind of them get work. But they keep trying to give us the hood standard. What they believe black women look like. Based on, I guess, their years of experience. Angela was so fit as was super believable. Being able to get her groove back in Stella. Angela was fit in Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. Angela was fit. Angela has been my one for a while, and I have never seen Angela Bassett not looking good, nigga. And Angela Bassett has at least 10, 15 years on me, probably. She has never not looked good. She looked good in this movie. And the white woman that's in the movie that's probably half her age didn't look as good. And Angela has been fit. She in Blackish and Grownish, yeah, because she is Blackish. Iman and Angela Bassett classic choices. Well, I got three. Angela Bassett has always been my one for me. Halle Berry was all right as Storm. All right. I like that she actually got some knowledge of the character after she started playing it, which bodes well because Hugh Jackman did the same thing. He got more knowledge of the character after he played it. Cool. Awesome. Them not wanting to pay Halle the money she was asking for is just Hollywood shit. But for a remake, I like the Alexandra chick that played Storm last, but I would take Dawana Wise right now. No questions asked. Right now, pay her money. Yeah, that's just what it is. Just, look, beauty in some avenues is just luck, genetic lottery, right? So if you have not hit that genetic lottery, what are you? You're just unfortunate. It's just what it is. Not all of us, most of us on any bell curve are average. Most of us are just average. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a big crowd in the average group. Okay. There's not a lot of people that rise above that except to that exceptional or really just tragic. There's not a lot, thankfully. Most of us are in that middle. So there's nothing wrong with me saying that she's just unfortunate looking. She probably got a husband or a wife. So for somebody, she'd a cup of tea. She's just not mine. That's just all it means. It's just not mine. So putting that rumor to bed, I don't want Cynthia Erivo anywhere near my X-Men. I don't. Unless you want to regender the Shadow King and make her that person. That might be fun. Lady Deathstrike. Then she don't have to clip her nails. But Storm, no. That iconic of a character, no. Absolutely not. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's the wrong thinking. Whatever black chick in the writing room or the creative studio at Marvel is telling you that shit, need to shut the hell up. And that's coming from a black male fan. No. I got a name in the list, and Cynthia ain't on it. Not for Storm. Nah. Yeah, Angela Bassett is sexy. Look, dude, she's sitting up there in Mission Impossible as the president, just sitting there giving these motherfuckers smoke, and I'm sitting there just watching her lips, Rosie. I'm just like, damn. Tell him that I will make that decision. Yes, you will, Angela. Yes, you will. She stepped out on that red carpet and she still had that ass sticking out there. I'm like, oh my God. Look, if that had to be my president, that'd be the one time you had pictures of the president on the wall looking sexy. Like, I don't know. President gonna make it to my spank bank. Can a room temperature beer and an I1 drink. Yeah, Revo do live action. Yeah, she could do a size Ventress all day. They can paint her ass white and throw her in Star Wars. I'm sure Dave Filoni would love to work with her. Because I don't give a shit about a size Ventress, and I'm not really giving a shit about Star Wars right now. And you know how I feel about Dave Filoni. So yeah, send her ass over there. I'm not just going to overly disparage the woman. I just don't think she's Storm. I just don't think she's Storm at all. In no way, shape, or form. No, not Lady Deathstrike. Yes, Lady Deathstrike. And then she don't have to change her nails. I'm sure the Japanese people would be pissed, but gives a shit about that. Now, the other rumor news on this shit, and I haven't seen who has reported this more, is for Marvel, is that I believe it's Keanu Reeves is supposed to be rumored to be playing Ghost Rider. Now, this I am fine with the exception, I don't want another Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider. I don't. And I'm not sure how long Keanu would hang with that shit. So, which means they would make him the Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider. Now, here's my reasoning on this. The original Ghost Rider, being a Ghost Rider fan, the original Ghost Rider was a man on a horse in a costume. Okay? Second version was Johnny Blaze, riding Easy Rider times, 60s or whatever it was, riding motorcycles, deal with the devil, got his soul, all the rest of that shit. Not the Nicolas Cage version where he's a bounty hunter for hell. That's not what Ghost Rider was initially, outside of that fucking movie. That's just something Hollywood puts in there to always give you some deal with the devil kind of situation. Okay? For me, the only version of Ghost Rider that hasn't been played up to its fullest, which makes more modern day people really know and appreciate Ghost Rider, is the Dan Ketch version of Ghost Rider from the 90s. Riding the sport bike and all the rest of that shit. It was cool having Johnny Blaze with him at a time, but my inception into Ghost Rider was from the 90s. And I want to see the Dan Ketch Ghost Rider represented. Because his Ghost Rider, his spirit of vengeance that's in him, is more tied into religion and stuff like that than it is Johnny Blaze is tied into Mephisto and Zarathos and shit like that. That's the version of Ghost Rider I want to see that I have not seen depicted live action yet. Now, they keep taking parts and pieces off of it to put it onto a Johnny Blaze version of the Ghost Rider, but I still have not gotten a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider yet, which I want. Because for me, the story is more interesting. Because that's the one I grew up with. Him and his sister is running through the cemetery trying to escape these people that's hitting them. His sister gets hit. They come across this old bike. The blood of his sister is on his hands when he touches this medallion, the Midnight Sun medallion. It wakes up the spirit of vengeance. The spirit of vengeance consumes him. And when innocent blood is spilled, Dan Ketch turns into the Ghost Rider and metes out some justice. It makes them pay for what they have done to innocents. Hence the whole point with the pitted stare and everything else. You feel the pain that you've inflicted on all these victims. One of his most powerful moves, right? That's the version of the Ghost Rider I want. If I had Keanu Reeves playing a Dan Ketch character, which he looks like, yes, I'm all for that. But if it's just Keanu Reeves playing Johnny Blaze, I can still deal with Nicolas Cage. I'm good. I don't need another Johnny Blaze. Stop going backwards all the time. I've already seen a Johnny Blaze in films as Nicolas Cage, which I'm fine with. I've seen an Old West Ghost Rider already with Sam Elliott as Noble Kale. I'm fine with that. That all tracks. I've even seen, what's his name? Not Diego Luna, but the other, Gabriel Luna as Robbie Ray's Ghost Rider with the Hell Charger and stuff. I've even seen that version. The only version I have not seen is that one right in the middle that made Ghost Rider popular today, which is the Dan Ketch version. Give me that. Don't go reinventing the wheel. Give me that version, because that version is more interesting and it ties to the other two versions. in that version, you can even do his own show and have more spin-off villains. Because little be known. The 90s Ghost Rider, Dan Ketch Ghost Rider, has his own Venom level villain. He does. He does have his own arch villain. And a couple of them that you can do multiple movies on. Now, in that Ghost Rider movie with Nicolas Cage, you saw one of them. Wasn't correct, but you saw one of them. You saw Blackheart, Mephisto's son. You saw one of them. That's not a Johnny Storm villain necessarily. The Dan Ketch version has Blackheart. Yeah, Mephisto's son. But you also have Lilith, mother of demons. You also have Michael Baldino, which is a cop that went bad and made a deal with Mephisto and turned into Vengeance, who actually rides his motorcycle, his hell cycle, on the blood of innocents. You have Scalp Hunter. You have all these other characters there that are into some gruesome shit that are supernatural in nature, and it's a bunch of them. If you use the Dan Ketch version, you can get the Midnight Suns easier because the Dan Ketch version is the one who brought all the Midnight Suns together. Not Johnny Storm. Johnny Storm came to the Dan Ketch version. And later on, you find out that they have brothers. They're related. It made Johnny Blaze able to be Johnny Blaze without turning into the Ghost Rider and still having flame abilities and stuff like that. You had Dan Ketch turning into the Ghost Rider. You had Blade there. You had the rest of the Night Stalkers there. You got Morbius there. You got Strange there. All these characters that you can bring in from using the Dan Ketch version in his own movies. But if you're just going back to formula and doing Johnny Blaze again, I don't need a Johnny Blaze when you're bringing in Johnny Storm. It's confusing. You heard me just make the same mix up already. I don't need that version again. He's had his time. He has had his time. He's had 2 movies, one of which was all right. The other one just sucked ass. He's had his time. I don't need Robbie Reyes, which is Ghost Rider ripping off the Fast and the Furious because you're trying to get that street racing crowd. Don't necessarily need that. It's cool, but he is more into how he gets his powers, is more into a first power, some dude making a deal with a damn demon, not Mephisto shit, than being tied to the actual spirit of vengeance or Zeratos or any of that shit. I don't need all of that. What I do need is this Dan Ketch version, this 90s middle version. If you're going to give me that with Keanu Reeves, awesome. But like we were just talking about with the Cynthia Erivo rumor casting as Storm, Kevin be fucking up. He don't be thinking straight. He is not thinking straight. Which, if you take that into account, means they're going to give me Johnny Blaze as Keanu Reeves so they can get him in for a movie or 2 and then get him out. They're not thinking about the longevity of this character and giving me an actor playing a character that will want to play it for multiple years, maybe 10 years on end. They're thinking of actor over character and not character over the actor. We can get Keanu for a couple of movies, so let's do it. Who he wants to play. He might be interested in Johnny Blaze. Okay, well, let's give him Johnny Blaze. What are you going to do with the character after that? It's the same reason I don't like this casting of Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. What are you going to do after that? Okay, you got him for 2 movies. You're breaking the budget and bending over, holding your cheeks to get him in 2 movies as Dr. Doom. Then what? You gonna be back to the same shit you was with Iron Man? I don't know if we can find anybody else to recast as him. You're not thinking far enough down the line. Which is the same thing with thinking that Cynthia Erivo could ever play Storm. You're not thinking far enough down the line. What you're going to build this on. You're not building it on these big name actors who are going to be in for 2 and out. They're going to grab their check and go about their damn business. Or in some ways, aging out of this action CGI bullshit that y'all doing anyway. You're not thinking ahead. You're not thinking far enough ahead. You thinking to the next 5 years where you should be taking an Asian mindset and thinking 10 years in advance, 15 years in advance. Where do you want this character? Where do you see this character positioned? And who can play this character that long out? For me, and it's just a wild pick to throw out there. Because like Charles is saying in here, I'm still on that Henry Cavill should have been Dr. Doom. He should have been. He would have been intimidating and nerdy all at the same time. I would have bought him as Dr. Doom. I don't need Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. But my other pick for a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider, if you wanted to go forward, give me Austin Butler as Dan Ketch. Give me Austin Butler. You know, Fade Ralpha, Elvis. Give me him. He's a young actor who can act extremely well, and he plays different characters. I think he could kill it as Dan Ketch. Because as Dan Ketch, it ain't really much to it. Not really. After his sister gets killed. But you can get a longer lifespan out of that character than you can with Keanu Reeves. And he can ride motorcycles and do all the same shit. Because trust, one of the reasons they want Keanu Reeves is Keanu Reeves brings a lot of people to the theaters, and Keanu Reeves already knows how to ride motorcycles. He has a vested interest in motorcycles. Oh, well, you know, Keanu rides motorcycles and Ghost Rider rides motorcycles, so that should work, right? If that's your picking, look at building a fan base instead of just trying to pacify them for one moment. How about that? Give me somebody of his age range. If you could afford him, if he would want to do it, he's way too good of an actor to be playing that role. What's wrong with it? Timothy Chalamet. It's Dan Ketch. You obviously know you can get him from multiple movies. He might be a bit tied up doing the Doom stuff, but he's doing other movies all in there. But he's a younger actor that you can get 10 years out of. If you do a movie every 2 years or so, 2 or 3 years, you can get 3 movies out of him in 10 years. You know he could act next to Florence Pugh. It fit the character. Instead of trying to get that big bag one time, this short-sighted hood female sense, and get the bag multiple times. Because trust me, Mission Impossible gonna make a shitload of money this weekend with a 60-something-year-old lead actor who has not, which me and my mother were talking about, you cannot continue that franchise because they haven't brought anybody else along younger to take over it. It's all been based on the same character for 35 fucking years. The same actor. You don't make Hollywood stars like that no more. You don't. I don't know of one who has that kind of dedication outside of maybe a Hayden Christensen. because I don't see any agent wanting to be able to put their own star in a movie that's going to go to that level of dedication for a role. Because Tom Cruise watching this movie, he should have died like 8 times. And you know it's him doing it because he's willing to put himself out there like that. You don't have actors like that anymore. These motherfuckers barely want to do fight training. So knowing that MCU movies are less physical heavy outside of being in a harness or standing in front of a green screen or acting to a fucking tennis ball or some shit, it's considered easy work for a big payday. That's what you're looked at as. So these motherfuckers don't care overall about what's going on with the story, where this universe is going. They want that big Marvel check. As a construction worker, I understand the difference between doing a regular job or doing a fed job. Fed job mean more money. Don't matter how shitty you do it. So all the bottom feeders come out of the woodwork because they want that good fat paycheck. Don't mean they delivering fat paycheck work. Doesn't mean that at all. So, no, I didn't think Julian McMahon did bad as Doctor Doom either. I liked his Doctor Doom. And I wasn't even watching Nip Tuck. I know where he came from. I didn't think he did a bad job. I liked his Doctor Doom. He had a little, be right with you. Like, yeah, I'm still here. He was more Americanized than Euro, but that's why I would pick somebody like a Henry Cavill now, because he's actually Euro and not American. He can talk in his regular accent. And Dr. Doom would have an accent. He met Reed in college, not because he was from there, because that's where he came to get educated. And you still call him Dr. Doom, right, Dr. Rosie? Even when he doing bad shit, he's like, Dr. Doom gonna fuck up the world. He still call him Doctor. So, while I like Keanu, I think he'd be good as a Ghost Rider. I don't want him as a Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider, if that's the rumor. If he's not playing Dan Ketch Ghost Rider, I don't want him. I'm not interested. And if it is going to be a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider, then give me a younger actor. Give me a younger up and coming actor that I'd want to watch for multiple movies and see develop. Because make no mistake about it, Captain America for a lot of people right now is Chris Evans. Chris Evans was a younger actor when he took that role. He was maybe a B-list actor, maybe C-list actor when he took that role of Captain America. You turned him into pseudo a big star, at least a more noticeable star than he was beforehand, because I was watching Chris Evans in movies before that. That was a big deal for him to get Captain America. The same way it was for Chris Hemsworth. Same thing. The same way it was for Hugh Jackman when he got Wolverine. It was a big deal for them. That's who you need to be getting to play these roles going forwards. You need to get actors who see this as the big deal and not they are the big deal. That their stardom is overpowering the role. No. The role is supposed to overpower who you are, and you're supposed to shine through in the role. But Kevin Feige, so busy trying to, fill out the dance card and be liked by all the cool kids, just wants to keep starring people based on their stardom and not casting people who can play this character. And he can get some longevity out of, because for my money, like I said, Selma Hayek was wasted as Ajax. Wasted. Completely wasted. Angelina Jolie was wasted as Athena, whatever the character was. Artemis, whatever the fuck. Yeah, it gave her a chance to play a Wonder Woman-like character, but she wasn't fucking Wonder Woman. It was a complete waste. You barely remember her in that damn movie, but you pushed the movie off her name and Selma Hayek's name being on it. Brian Tyree Henry was completely wasted in that movie, just so you can get him kissing some dude on screen, looking shocked as fuck. For what? To further his career, so they think, oh, see, he's good with the gay people. Really? Is that what you thought? Because he was on Atlanta, he just needed to be doing something like that so his star could continue to ascend in Hollywood? A lot of those actors in that movie were wasted in those roles. They showed up, they grabbed the check, took their Marvel money. Screw you, Marvel. Whatever happens with you happens. And they out. I like Selma. She could have played something else if you wanted to just bring a character back or just kill him. It didn't need to be her. She could have played, anybody could have played that role then. At that point, because the character was going to die in the story. So it didn't have to be her. Same thing, it didn't have to be Angelina Jolie. You ain't never going to see that character again. So they showed up, they got their piece of the good pie and moved on to their next role. Wiped their feet, wiped their ass, got off the toilet and moved on. How better is your universe for doing dumb shit like that? No. No. So, Cynthia, Keanu. They're rumors, which I don't usually listen to. But, Kevin, you need to get back on the stick of understanding. Stop trying to gain Hollywood's approval. You're still the weird kid who's into all this weird shit. Understand that. No matter how much they glaze you now and pseudo kiss your ass now, they still know you was always that weird kid. They still know that shit. That was into all this silly kid shit. Stop trying to gain their fucking approval. Make your movies regardless of using they big stars in it. Because that big star status is not helping your movie any. I like Robert Downey Jr. Been a fan of his forever. Since he was a young, fresh-faced kid acting. I don't give a good goddamn about him playing Doctor Doom. I'm not showing up because he is playing Doctor Doom. I'm showing up because I want to see what you turn this shit into after you got rid of Kang. I'm showing up for the characters involved in this story. That's what I'm showing up for. Robert Downey Jr. in it. Okay. He's Doctor Doom. Ooh, why? Ugh. I'm not showing up for him at all. At all. I'm not showing up for him in the movie at all. I'm showing up for the story. But if you paying more money to his ass showing up in the movie than you're spending on the fucking script, then it will be a waste of money. Because that's what I look at it as. And I don't have to do your books. I don't have to balance your checkbook. None of that shit. I'm just saying that costs too damn much. No, that money would be better spent on actual sets or script writing. Not making sure he have his own little village for filming. Motherfucker, you should be cutting Marvel a break right now. Because that shit resuscitated your whole fucking career. But Kevin was over a barrel and spreading them cheeks and saying, "Robert, if you come back, what do I need so you can come back? You can really help us out right now. We could really use your help." And he's like, "You gonna lick my tank? Are you sure? How long? You gonna lick it till I get enough? Get to it, Kevin. You need to do all that. You could have cut him a break and did him a solid. You mean the black actors that did Black Panther? Like them really good ones, like Angela Bassett and Chadwick Boseman and Forrest Whitaker and stuff like that. People who can run their own movies on their name, took pay cuts to make sure that movie got out to the quality that they wanted to get it out as. They could do that, but your ass can't. You went for the whole enchilada and a plate of sides. Come on, man. That's fucked up, Rob. That's fucked up. It's business, I know, but you didn't have to do them like that. You didn't have to do the MCU like that, man. You didn't have to do them like that. You went for everything. Everybody else getting scraps. You got the whole dealio. And I'm not saying that Robert could not be good as Dr. Doom. I'm just telling you, I'm not showing up for that shit. I'm not. I'm showing up for the story and maybe Dr. Doom. But he was not my first choice. He wasn't even on the list. Not even on the list. So what makes you think I care that he's coming back as a character I didn't even want to see him back as anyway? I didn't think you needed to bring Robert Downey Jr. back. I damn sure didn't think if you brought him back, he needed to be Dr. Doom. What? Let's get some new blood. What are we doing? Is this character going to be around for more than 2 movies? Then why are you using Robert Downey Jr.? You could have got a discount. And got somebody cheaper. There's a lot of British actors out there, right? That American fan bases love. That could have saw them as a Dr. Doom for a lot less money, maybe 20 mil. But you can give 80 to one motherfucker. So the whole budget on the Sinners movie got dropped on one actor for maybe 2 movies? Holy shit. Y'all just like pissing away money. I don't get it. Angela could have been a better Silver Fox. Silver Fox is a rarely known character, so no. They need to find the next RDJ or Hemsworth. Recast those characters with relatively unknown actors in their 20. Exactly, Elongo. And what they haven't realized is that in some ways, that has been your recipe to success with Marvel movies. That's part of the recipe for success. Because they were unknown actors mostly, they didn't overpower the character. Their star power, who they were, didn't overpower the character. Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man worked because Robert Downey Jr. had been out of the scene for a while. This was him coming back to acting, which Hollywood had pretty much written his ass off. He was a liability. It's like, I don't know about that motherfucker. I don't know. He got problems. He actually did some time. No, it'll be good. It'll be awesome. Okay. You sure? I'm betting on him. It worked out. Chris Hemsworth, nobody know who the fuck he was. They barely knew who Jeremy Renner was, and he showed up as Hawkeye. At the same time, Chris Hemsworth showed up as Thor. Barely knew who the fuck he was. But every one of those actors involved in that over the span of 10 years became household names, indistinguishable from the characters they played. When you say Chris Hemsworth, you say Thor, or you say Thor and people know you mean Chris Hemsworth. You know who the fuck he was before that? They wasn't watching Australian television. That's what you need going forward when you start introducing new characters. That is the formula that works. Because at the same time audiences are getting used to that actor, the character is still going forwards. That's why Chris Hemsworth as Thor can do 5 fucking movies. And why somebody like Keanu Reeves is not going to do 5 movies with your ass. You're not going to build another franchise just on him. He's getting up there in age, nigga. And even though I think Keanu Reeves is one of the most capable and dangerous, nice actors in Hollywood, he's up there in age. He, like Tom Cruise, ain't going to be doing that shit forever. Some of this shit going to be toned down and they're going to have to rely on just acting or being Clint Eastwood in movies. Saying a lot, doing little. You need those unknown actors. If you don't cultivate the younger generations into this shit, how do you expect the younger generation to even care about it? They have to have some resonance. They have to relate to the person that's there. And even the younger generation who don't have the same attachment to Robert Downey Jr. that somebody from Gen X would, only see his ass as Iron Man. You get that, right? Anybody 20 years old to 35 or so only know him as Iron Man. Only. So it's going to be a bit of a stretch for them to watch him as a Doctor Doom. And think of the person who don't know shit about Doctor Doom, and this is their first introduction. Like my mother, who likes going to movies, like MCU movies, and gonna sit down in the movies, says, why is he this dude? I thought he was Iron Man. Yeah, mama. He was. This time he's Doctor Doom. No, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, as much as I like him, I'm not showing up for him. I'm not. He's not driving me to the theaters. He's not the main reason I'm showing up to the theater. Because if I'm getting a snarky ass Doctor Doom that looks like Tony Stark in armor, in different armor, I'll be telling you this shit sucked. I will. They could bring RDJ back as Stark to do an adaptation of Avengers: The Crossing. Wait, that means they'd have to actually read a effing comic book. Never mind. Yeah, like I said, it seems like the House of Ideas is running short. Seems like the House of Ideas are running short because they only know how to give you the same thing they gave you before. It's RDJ in armor again. We found a way to give you RDJ in armor again. Isn't that lovely? And we got the Russos on back too. The fuck do I care? So you trying to give me Infinity War and Endgame all over again? Why? I've already seen those. And technically, MCU story-wise, continuity-wise through all of this shit, you have no story leading into anything that big. So what am I invested in? You scrapped all of that, remember? So now it's like a Fox or Universal or any other Sony version of a big movie mashup where it's just going to be a bunch of characters in costumes fighting on the fucking screen with no real story, no oomph going into it about why we are here now. It's just happening. Awesome. There is no oomph in any of this. And you want to know how I know this? Outside of just being me? We sat in the movies yesterday and watched trailers ahead of the Mission Impossible movie, right? One of those trailers is for an Austin Butler movie made by Darren Aronofsky that looks like a Guy Ritchie kind of film with Matt Smith and some other people, and a bunch of good actors in it. The movie looks really interesting. The audience was feeling that shit, like, man, I got to see that. You know what came on after that? Fantastic Four. The trailer for the Fantastic Four. You know what nobody said after that? They wanted to see it. The theater was silent. Now, it could be that the Fantastic Four trailer has been out there a lot longer. Yeah, it could have been. But I'm judging this audience by being just regular moviegoers. They weren't impressed. And neither was I. Wasn't impressed. And the more I look at it, the more I look at the Fantastic Four trailer, I still want Pedro Pascal to become the maker. I think it's over-focused on Vanessa Kirby. She's cute, but she ain't hot. She got some really big glass eyes and stuff. And I only buy her acting pseudo-slutty. She's talking way too much and at the wrong moments in that trailer when it should be Reed speaking up. So, which leads me to believe, yeah, this movie will probably be overly focused on the Invisible Woman now because they didn't want to do that back at Fox. Okay, fine. And the dude playing Johnny Storm, while I liked him in Stranger Things, he don't look right as Johnny Storm to me, especially now with that blonde hair. It's something off-putting about him playing Johnny Storm. It's I'm not feeling it. But I can say this. You can see where they went with that, with casting a younger, little-known actor in this role that they want going forward. The only difference is I don't see how that actor and that character will work with a Tom Holland Spider-Man going forward. Because Johnny Storm and Peter Parker are friends in the comics. Close friends. So eventually a comic fan will want to see that happen in the movies too. If you're going to have Spider-Man and Johnny Storm in the same universe, I want to see that friendship. I don't know how that's going to work with the two of them. But they're both Brits. It might work out. Or I should say European, because I don't know their exact country of origins. And what up, JTF? Got to say what's up to you because I see you in here. Desperation. Do we do what worked before and guarantee some profits, no risk? We are doomed. Pun intended. Yeah, in some ways we are doomed. The longer it goes on, the more I started to think Kevin got a lot of credit for what was actually a group project. He did get a lot of credit for what was a group project. And that's why the stuff that he's doing now under his complete control is not that damn good. I told my mother this yesterday. People were overly raving at Thunderbolts and shitting on Sinners, right? Quietly letting Sinners just pass under the radar. And Thunderbolts was good, but it's good in the sense that it's on the top of the pile of shit. It's on top, but it's still a pile of shit that it's on top of. And she related one of my great-grandmother's quotes was, people always want to be on the top, even if it's a pile of shit. And you're right. They're praising this peanut or the fly on top of the mound of shit. Because Thunderbolts wasn't that goddamn good. And I said it. But I knew this going in because I know the majority of geeks, which are the Caucasian ones, the Caucasian male ones, was waiting to give praise and glaze to the white Superman savior. And that's what you hear from this movie. Sentry was awesome. Sentry was shit. You got a better performance from Homelander. Because at different points, he's either Homelander or Nuclear Man. But you can get overly jazzed for the Sentry, but I can't get a decent Blue Marvel. All right, whatever. Still can't get an Icon movie. Different company, same issue. So, Allison. He doesn't bring enough swagger to that character. The same. Chris did. Which character are you talking about, Beasley? Oh, you talking about Johnny Storm? Yeah. Chris Evans, you bought as Johnny Storm. That he could be Johnny Storm in real life. The way he looks, the way he acts, that would be Johnny Storm in real life. This dude is putting on a role, and it's not believable. It's not believable. He's shorter than most of the other people there. He's skinnier than the rest of the people there. He got kind of a funny looking face. Do I believe that this was a white boy heartthrob? Is this a Chad? No, he don't look like a fucking Chad. He looked like he's pretending to be a Chad, but that don't look like a Chad. He doesn't. So it doesn't work because that's what Johnny is. That's why Johnny can flirt with everybody. Because universally, people end up liking Johnny. Like, oh, he's so good. Oh, yeah, and I'm hot, too. like, legit hot. No. Not buying him. Like the actor, not buying him as Johnny Storm. Nobody in this group is really resonating with me in the sense that I can see them playing this character for a long time. Other than Johnny. All the rest of these actors actually have careers. Right? That they'll be off doing some other movies or some other shit like that. I don't see them being invested in the MCU in any way, shape, or form. Definitely not Pedro. Pedro got a whole nother movie to do with a Muppet. Vanessa Kirby, she gonna be off doing some other touchy-feely acting shit. You got time to be locked down in Marvel for a bunch of years? So why are you focusing the movie on Sue? Because she's the glue that holds everything together? Okay, whatever the fuck. Give me a hot white chick there. I mean a legit hot white chick. Vanessa Kirby is cute in the face a little bit without looking so unfortunate. Give me a hot white chick. Because if you aged them a little younger, you could have put Sydney Sweeney in that role, and niggas would have showed up and drove for her stardom overpowering the character. Like to see the big-breasted Sue Storm growing into a role and becoming the glue that holds the team together. And don't say that's why Jessica Alba didn't work. No, Jessica Alba didn't work because Jessica Alba was hot and Latina. And had to dye her hair blonde. There's a lot of white chicks out there. Find one. Same thing with white boys. Find you a Chad. There's plenty of Chads out there somewhere. Yeah, Jay Storm is a womanizer. Well, you know that's a bad thing. It's not okay for heterosexual males to like women and like having more than one. You're not supposed to do that nowadays. You're supposed to just like your joystick and holding your penis in your hand. Because women don't like you anymore. They only like each other. You're not supposed to look at a woman and be like, God damn, she is beautiful. I would want to lay with her. And vice versa. Wow, that's a handsome man. I would let him, you know, get my goodies. You're not supposed to do that anymore. Everything got to be cross mixed. I honestly think the MCU deliberately race swap Wonder Man so they can say they can't or don't need to do a Blue Marvel movie. No, I think that's why they fucked up Brave New World, Sam Wilson. Wonder Man, they race swap because they can. After a point, that character is just ionic energy, which is all CG, so you won't even see that he's black. And in terms of irrelevant characters, he is somewhat irrelevant. You could do all the Avengers story and never have Wonder Man there, and it won't matter. It won't. They only putting them there for the tie to bringing Cataract, my name as I call him, White Vision back and trying to lead you to a West Coast Avengers situation, because they've already hinted at it before with Daredevil Born Again. We're talking about Kamala was over on the West Coast with her friends, West Coast Avengers. Wonder Man Simon is an actor, West Coast, who gets powers. You know, Cataract, White Vision is still out there somewhere. He's getting his own show. Vision Quest is coming soon. Where is he at? West Coast. So you're going to have, by the time you get to a Secret Wars or Doomsday, you're going to have a couple of different Avengers teams. Avenger-like teams. Aside from having a Secret Wars where it should be finally a congealed Avengers team. Not all these offshoots going up against an X team. To all have them in the same universe. So then you can do an actually AVX or something like that. Which will be the next sequel or set of blockbuster movies. The next big event. But like I said, I don't want them to do a Blue Marvel right now because they can't get shit right. They can't get their regular white characters right. Why the fuck do I want them touching Blue Marvel? And if you're not calling Kevin Gruvos to do Blue Marvel, you probably shouldn't touch it. I'll just say that. If you're not calling the guy who created the character, who actually writes movies and comics and shit like that, if you're not calling him to work with you on doing that character, you probably shouldn't touch it. And I'll throw this out to James Gunn and DC. You know, if you want to do another Superman movie that people can be actually interested in, why don't you do Icon and hire Kevin Gruvos? Dennis Cowan is still around, even though he got an attitude. He's still around. Why don't you hire them to write an Icon movie? Maybe it'll be entertaining. Because I'm not for Michael B. Jordan playing Val Zod to do that version of a Superman. Fuck that. Why don't you do an Icon? If you got that kind of star power, do Icon. Put that on the screen. And don't make it look like a knockoff Meteor Man. Make it look like a Superman movie with Icon. He's a womanizer, and we love it, like Iceman. Yeah, Lasai. Yeah, like Iceman used to be. Now he just might give him the cold, hard one to dudes now. Because they had to try to bring in the community, and somebody got to be gay, so might as well be Iceman. The guy they got for Johnny Storm is who they should have gotten to be Tony Stark recast. I said that when I saw him in Stranger Things. I could have took him as a younger Tony Stark. Arnold Stark or something like that. Exactly Tony Stark recast? I guess that's the only way to go. Maybe. He don't look overly smart to me though. He can play quirky, I know that much. Doesn't look overly smart to me. Oh no, even though women secretly like it? Yeah, secretly. Not so secretly. Yeah, John Krasinski and Emily Blunt was a lock, but you're not going to get them back for multiple years. The same reason you're not going to get Vanessa Kirby and Pedro Pascal back for multiple years. Expensive. They're expensive. The other two, Ben and Johnny, you can get them back for multiple years. They're not that big of a star. They're not fronting their own movies, right? But Pedro Pascal will headline a movie. Vanessa Kirby will headline a movie. The other two characters won't. Amelia Blunt, John Krasinski can headline and direct their own movies. No, that would have been perfect because they're already a married couple and they look like Sue and Reed. They didn't want to go that way. Too expensive, whatever the fuck. Can't say that since they paid Robert $80 million. Whatever the fuck. They didn't go that way. They went this other way with Pedro and Jessica, seeing them, I guess, as lesser and cheaper stars than Amelia and John Krasinski. But they still gonna get the same shit. Pedro and Vanessa are gonna be gone doing other movies. And you're gonna have to work around that schedule, cheaper or not. I want some longevity out of these characters. Because for me, it's more important to get the character right than to get a big star to be in there to fill the shoes. Get the character right. Fuck the big star. I've never been a fan of that. Not in my geek properties. It works for an action movie. It doesn't work for your geek properties because the initial draw for the geeks is the character. It's not the actor. And the initial draw for people who don't know the characters at all might be the actor. You got to find that balance. That's why it's said under. Not super big stars, not A-list, but maybe B, C, cresting on B. That's it. That's your sweet spot for these roles. You be down for a Dakotaverse? Maybe. Not all of it will work, but at least Icon Static, Blood Syndicate will kind of be something interesting you haven't seen in something you have not seen in television or movies, maybe. Because part of it comes down to, like, if you're going to do multiple movies, who are they fighting? What kind of movie is it going to be? Is it going to be an action? Is it going to be a thriller? Is it going to be something cerebral? They forget all of that when they throw comic book characters into it. Now they just need fights. So they forget what the movie is actually can be about or what the character is about. Because they just want to get to a superhero mashup fight. Like, look, Dave Filoni playing with his toys. Ahsoka beats all. No. It's not always about that. Every comic is not that. Some of the best ones aren't even that. Just saying. So that takes care of the Marvel shit. That took fucking an hour and 30 minutes. Holy shit. I guess I could bitch about this Last of Us crap with you guys. So you tell me what you want. You want to talk about Last of Us, which I vaguely remember, or this Mission Impossible stuff? Some of you still got to go see Mission Impossible. So I don't want to ruin it for you. I do have my reactions on it, though. That's definite. I'm not saying it's bad. It was entertaining. Who texted me? A woman fell asleep in a chair in her living room. Of course she did. Because my mama was tired. Oh, you got some. You got two cash apps. Just two? After 2 hours? Damn. I must suck at my job. Shout out to Aqua Techie for supporting the stream. I will give you Aqua Techie. The double up, appreciate it.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie, let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the
And shout out to the Joe Herb. He said for the Geek Elite. Appreciate you, Herb, for supporting the stream. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
This motherfucker right here. Shout out to Charles. To the Faulkness for supporting the stream. He says brighter days. You ain't gonna let that shit go. I'm on the West Coast. It's supposed to be bright over here. What are you upset about, man? We get a lot of sun. So shout out to Charles Faulkner for supporting the stream. I will give you Yo title that you gave it. The guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie, let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the
This motherfucker. The brightness. Charles, we really gonna see about you once this Master of the Universe come out. I think we might see you lose your shit on the stream. That new Masters of the Universe comes out, I'm gonna be looking full view at you, like, and the verdict survey says the Faulkner review is gonna be what I want to see. I gotta see the Faulkner review on that new Masters of the Universe shit. I don't want to hear nobody else first. I really don't. I gotta hear what you gotta say about it. So that means you're gonna have to take your ass out and watch it early. Take the Padawan with you. I don't give a shit. The Last of Us, since everybody's watching it, yeah, it's coming on tonight. The finale comes on tonight, and The Last of Us is short. I mean, like I've told you before, I haven't played the game, so I'm not overly invested in the game. I'm more invested in the show itself, and the show itself has been letting me down. It hasn't been that good. This last episode was actually really decent, and from what I understand, it's more taken directly from the game than them actually having to write something new to bridge a gap or something like that. And I still haven't watched the new season of Last of Us. You're not missing too much, Dr. Rosie. Put it in there. Rosie the doctor. Dr. Rosie. Yeah, you're not missing much. You're in forensic psychology, so I guess there could be some of that in there. This last episode would actually, I guess it could work towards that a little bit. Was there a doctor in the house? Yep, there's a doctor in the house. Look, I got a PhD on him in the chat. But yeah. I don't know. I just talk about Last of Us because it won't take that damn long. I can give it 20 minutes. This episode of Last of Us is not a full review because I'm not reviewing the whole thing. I'm not even putting it on Patreon. It was a good episode to bring Pedro back, to bring the character of Joel back, and to see what led up to Ellie actually turning kind of dark in the episode before this at the end. Now, the fact that she was beating the shit out of a mixed girl didn't do anything for me. Didn't do anything for me whatsoever. And it might be because there's not a lot of emotion coming across in Bella Ramsey's acting as Ellie. It didn't seem like she got any darker. It just seemed like that was just her. Just seemed like it was just her. She had the opportunity to do some shit where nobody was going to stop her, and she fucking did it. Oh, well. Now, this last episode, which would be episode 5, pretty much gives you a flashback to bring Joel back to the show so people don't completely walk away from the show. And show you what led up to Joel and Ellie not really speaking. And for me, I like the episode because I'm a father, right? I have a son, I have a daughter. So episodes or shows that deal with that, parent-child dynamic, are always interesting to me. Just to see how they put it out there, because Hollywood has no vested interest right now in heterosexual relationships or positive functioning father-child relationships. They don't. They have no interest in that shit. So to see it played up in a show, if only to show its disintegration, it's fine. It's fine for a little while. And what you get is time jumps of every year from Ellie from, 15 up until 18 to where she is now, and seeing how devoted Joel was to her in all that time. Now, a lot of the stuff I saw in this was really great acting from Pedro Pascal and good acting from Bella Ramsey. Like, she does better playing the young girl than playing the older, tougher girl. It's not believable at all. And watching this episode, I got back to what I liked about first season, which is seeing a younger, Ellie and the older Joel, trying to get back in touch with his humanity in a sense. And that father side of him that had to get put away when, the cordyceps took over and he lost his damn daughter. Okay. It's not a misunderstanding to know that Joel started to see Ellie as his daughter during that first season, which is what I enjoy. Getting into this season, it was strange to see her giving him shit, which I didn't like and didn't respect. But this is answering the question why she's giving him shit. But in a little bit, it's still, she's not understanding the world that they're in right now. Okay. Now, what you do see in this episode is the inciting event that pushed Ellie and Joel kind of away from each other. After a number of years, every birthday, seeing the lengths that Joel would go to making sure Ellie had somewhat a normal life or normal birthdays at the very least. Even going so far to make her a guitar, to teach her how to play. Now that's some daddy of the year in an apocalypse type of shit. For real. Outside of teaching you survival skills, how to shoot and how to fight a bit. he did something that would actually help your creativity to take you away from there, which is build you a whole fucking guitar. That's pretty awesome. And to teach you how to play the one. That was awesome. It shows the depth of Joel's love for Ellie over that time. What I don't see in all of that time is the depth of Ellie's love for Joel. It's too one-sided. And it's kind of like that as parents, but there's times where you see it from your kids. There's times your kids show you how much they actually love you. If they're just not, receptacles there for taking all that stuff from you, they actually show you in different ways that they appreciate that. I never got that from the character of Ellie in this. She's just accepting a lot of praise, a lot of gifts, and a lot of that shit, but she's not giving that back to Joel in any real way. For me. Now, the inciting break for them is Joe training Ellie to go out on patrol and taking her out on patrol, and then coming across, I'm forgetting the character's name, but it was Joe Pantoliano playing the husband of the doctor that Joel is seeing, the therapist that she's seeing. And you get the incident where her husband was bitten. Now, Joel kills the dude. Joel does end up killing the dude. But the problem comes in the fact that Ellie gives a guy a test to see how long he has before he's turned. So he has some time. And all the character wants to do is go home and see his wife and say some things to her before he is turned. Which you could understand, having been in love with anybody. You could understand that that's something I want to say. If I have some time, I want to get these last words out to them. But for me, in that setting, it's not fucking practical. It's not fucking practical. We got too long to walk to get your ass back there to speak to her for 2 minutes. And then your ass is going to turn and be inside the facility or at the gate. Nah, bruh. No, that's probably not going to happen. Now, Ellie makes Joel promise to bring the guy back. And Joel promises her he will bring the guy back. But when he sends Ellie off to go get the horses and stuff like that, Joel walks that motherfucker to a cliff and lets him know what the hell it is. And the guy knows too. He knows what's what. He's like, "Yo, I'm not getting back to see her." No, you're not. You know that. I know that. That little kid, though, don't want to listen to that shit. She don't want to hear that shit. And Joel kills him. I'll take a message back to her, but this is the final stop. And he kills the guy. I don't necessarily feel bad about that. I don't. Rationally, bro, that's not going to happen. You wouldn't be doing that for somebody else. It's not going to happen. Write a letter. Give me something to tell her, because that'll make it back to her long before your ass do. But we are not marching your ass all the way back to the compound so you can have 2 words. Not after you've been bit. Hell no. What? Come on, man. That's crazy. Put everybody else in danger? No, absolutely not. You're lucky I walked you this far. Yeah, it was pragmatic, because that's the pragmatic response. It's not logical. Right? Now, when Ellie comes back, she sees what has happened and she's mad at Joel because Joel killed him. And he promised her he wouldn't kill her. But during this time, through this years, you see that Ellie has been nurturing the idea that Joel killed all these fireflies. But she hasn't asked him about it. She just believes he did, but she doesn't want to ask him about it. She didn't believe his story when he lied to her that day, saying that we were hit by raiders and stuff and we had to escape. She didn't believe him, which I wouldn't have either. So when Joel and Ellie make it back to the compound with this dude's dead body and letting his wife know what happened, like, yeah, he was bitten and got killed, and he wanted me to tell you this, that, and the other. Telling the woman that, Joel tells her that, give her some peace, but then Ellie's good young ass pipes up, that's not what happened. He wanted to come back. He could have made it back, but Joel killed him. Like, bitch, why the fuck would you say that? Because you mad because a promise was... Come on, man. That seems stupid as fuck to me. That was the break. That was the reason why Ellie wasn't dealing with Joel all good at the start of this season. Why she all pissy at him. You lied to me. Huh? Over some shit that would endanger everybody else? I lie to your ass again about that. Because you was asking some unreasonable shit. And if you just need to hear a promise for that, then I'd give you 2 of them. To shut you the fuck up and get you on your way. This dude was not making it back there. He knew he shouldn't even be going back. You know that, living in this world that we living in. That was not smart. Anybody inside this compound would have told you, don't bring that motherfucker back here. Write it on a piece of paper. No. I need to tell her some things. In that kind of scenario, in that kind of apocalyptic thing, you should have told her before you left on patrol. I don't fly without telling my kids I love them. Even if I ain't talked to them in a while, I will tell them how much I love them before I fly. Before I travel out of town, any of that shit. Because me personally, living in a non-apocalyptic world, I don't want to leave shit unsaid. I don't. I want them to know because life is temporary. It's a temporary situation with permanent endings. I don't want to leave anything left unsaid. So if I'm putting myself in any kind of way of danger where it could not be foreseen, I'm making sure some of these accounts are settled up front. They're living in an apocalyptic situation with zombies and shit. And you going out on patrol. Every patrol could be your last, nigga. You should have told your wife what you had to say then and stop thinking you had tomorrow. Because you don't. Not in that situation. If in the real world, without an apocalyptic situation, I think tomorrow was not promised. In that situation, in apocalyptic, 5, 10, 20 years past of this zombie shit, you know tomorrow was not promised. You need to be settling up affairs before you be breaking in the morning. Before you finish your damn coffee. Honey, I love you dearly. You've been the best part of my life, even through all of this shit. I'm glad to have you. Now I'm going to go out on this patrol. And if I don't come back, know I loved you. And I'm out. That's not something you figure out after you got bit in the middle of the woods. Like, I just need to go back and tell her something. You know what happens from here on out. You personally know what happens. You got about 15 minutes, and your ass is going to be one of the people we got to put down. And you might not remember none of this. Well, here, tell her this. Or just tell her I loved her. I screwed up. There's money under the mattress. Whatever the fuck. Cheated on you 2 times. Whatever you need to say to clear your fucking conscience, but you're not making it back to camp. That should have been understood already. So Ellie being mad over that shit of him getting taken out was, to me, pointless. Yeah, it serves as a reason for you to be mad at your daddy now. He promised me. Yeah, but that's like getting you a fucking pony and you live in a city. Stupid. It's a stupid fucking promise with no basis on reality. Sure, we'll get you a pony. You live in downtown city. No fucking ponies around here. Where would you store that thing? You ain't putting it in the garage. Tying it up across the street at the basketball courts? No. You're not getting a pony, honey. So that was the reason for her to be mad at Joel. It got further into it to where after she's all mad at Joel and she has her little New Year's Eve kiss with Dina, or Drina, excuse me. When she comes back home and Joel is kind of mopey on the porch playing the guitar he made her, she does come back out onto the porch and tells him to tell her the truth or they finished. Now, for me, this is also kind of bullshit because finished how, bitch? We ain't dating. We're not married. We ain't really even blood. But it's understandable in the sense that women, certain types of women, will try to take what you love from you to get some kind of compliance out of you, which is a bullshit move. I don't like hearing that shit. Now, you will hear it at times from women you date, and if you have daughters, you might hear it from your daughter at a point, depending on what the situation is. But you have to remember who you are in the situation. Are you their boyfriend, husband? And what the fuck are you actually taking away from me? Affection? My love for you? Because mind you, like I said, you saw throughout this whole episode the depths of Joel's love for Ellie. What he gives to her. You saw nothing about what she does or gives to him except a fucking headache. Nothing. So what are you taking away? Your snarky ass attitude? Your rebelliousness? Oh, good. I don't have to stress about that shit. Yeah, I'm really going to live a short life without having that kind of stress on me. Shut the fuck up. As a parent, I try to tell the truth to my kids. There are definitely reasons to lie sometimes, though, if it results in protecting the kids. Yes, I tell the truth to my kids. Always have. I've gotten shit from their mamas about that shit, but I don't believe in lying to my kids because I want them to be armed with the truth in dealing with a world that will lie to them, as opposed to be dealing with parents who lie to them all the time. I'm not going to lie to my kids. In that situation with Joel and Ellie, I would have told her he's not making it back. Well, he got time. He does not have enough time. That's not smart, baby girl. It's not smart for us to try to march his ass all the way back there. What if he turns quick? If he turns quick, we're going to have to shoot him halfway on the road anyway. He knows what's going to happen. Tell you what, if you don't want me to kill his ass, let's leave him a weapon and let's mosey on back and let him figure it out for himself. Maybe he walk all that way and make it. Maybe by the time he gets to the gate, he totally turned and he just something scrawling outside the gate and his wife can see it for herself. It's his choice. But otherwise, I'm going to have to put his ass down, and he knows that. No, you don't got to like it. This is the world. This is the world we're in. It could happen to me. It could happen to you. It's going to be heartbreaking, touching, all that shit, but it's going to have to happen. The world does not need your agreement to keep revolving. It's going to keep revolving regardless. So suck it up, do what you got to do, but we're going to have to take care of the situation because this is a situation presented to us. Real shit. That's not what happened in the show. So her threatening Joel with taking and them being done like they're fucking dating or something was silly. But I can get behind the idea of the child really wanting to know the truth. What did you actually do? Tell me the truth. And in some ways, he doesn't even say he did anything. She asks him questions and he nods in agreement of what he did, and he feels bad for it. And she's mad because she did want to give her life to stop this whole apocalyptic mushroom infestation shit that's going on. No, I wanted to give my life. That was my purpose. I could have stopped all this. You don't know that shit. They thought they could make a cure. Didn't say they could. And what they wanted to do would have killed you. And I couldn't deal with that. Now, it can seem fucked up, but it's Joel's hold on Ellie, his connection to Ellie, and already losing a daughter that made him not able to go through that again. Because if you want to understand it, Joel that you see in this show is the result of losing his daughter. The man that you see in season 1 is the man that's left after losing his daughter. Now, after walking this girl across the country and going through all these trials with her, he sees her as a second daughter. You think he's about to let somebody just cut her up and take her blood and kill her to try to reverse the world back to what it was? No. The world is what it is right now. That's just what the fuck it is now. It is what it is now. It's already this way. He didn't make it. It is. It is what it is right now. He could not go through that again. There would have been nothing left of that man if he let Ellie die. His pseudo daughter, a second time, dude, that would have been a lifeless husk of a man. He would have been out there feeding for brains as much as them cordyceps were. He'd have been crazier than them scars out there, just devoid of any human emotion. I think he would have been out there killing indiscriminately. Or one of them things walking around that you just don't want to walk near. We don't deal with him. Who was that? I think that his name used to be Joel, but we don't mess with him. We give him a wide berth because if you come across him, he's going to lay you down. Human and cordyceps alike. It'd be a problem. You couldn't go through that again. And that's why he saved her. She don't understand that part. Not because she don't know. Because she has not been in the role of being a parent. Of raising someone from inception up to a point and doing everything you can to try to save them, to have them lost in your arms, killed in your arms. All that potential future, everything you poured into them, gone, lost. To get that again is a blessing. To find someone you can care about like that, to raise again like that. To be put in a situation where, yeah, we're going to kill them now too. Oh no. Everybody got to get laid down to keep that from happening. And it seems selfish. It is. It is selfish in a way. Because nobody wants to go through that kind of pain and trauma again. Nobody. If you replace Joel with Joel, and it's not a man, it's a female, you wouldn't even have this argument. You'd be like, yep, absolutely, Mama Bear. Mama Bear. You can't take her baby again. You would get it. You would totally get it. But it's played up as drama in this show because it's a man doing it. Because the conventional wisdom on the topic is that men don't really care about their kids like that, which is bullshit. Because we the first ones who would kill anybody about fucking with our kids. The first ones. The mama is the last line. The first line out there preventing all the people from even having a chance to is the father. So even if it was a cure made, even an immune person like Ellie can still be killed by these things. I'm pretty sure it couldn't turn zombies back to humans. I don't think so either. It just would have prevented the rest of the humans that were alive from turning into zombies to give the immunities to the rest of the herd. She would have had to die for that. And she was willing to die for that. It's not turning the world back. It's not. Maybe if you live long enough, more of you will have an immunity. Maybe if you start having some babies, they'll be having immunities. Charles, I will burn this world to ashes for mine. You goddamn right. Because if mine can't survive in it, why the fuck do I have to care about anybody else's? And that's just a mentality. I'm not saying that's my thought, but that's the thinking on it. Why should I care? My hope for this world is in my children. Because as a angsty, deep thinking, outlier teenager, I didn't give a fuck about this damn world. It was screwed up when I got here. My kids became my hope for this world. My grandchild is hope for this world. Because I know what I tried to pour into those motherfuckers. That's something of my making. And maybe I don't want to see this shit burn to ashes because they're living in it. I want to see it a bit better for them. And as old as they are, they have a hand in crafting that now. For the grandbaby. It's almost completely out of my hands now. So I don't want to see the shit burn the fuck down. I want to see my seeds grow and thrive. Like a gardener who will never rest in the shade that those trees provide. I just want to know what's there. And it'll be good. So no, I don't need this bitch to burn the fuck down today. But in a situation like Joel, in an apocalyptic situation where the apocalypse has already happened, we just learn how to survive it. The new world, man. Why my new daughter got to die for this world to be the same way it is right now? And you can just save a couple of people. You can save a couple of people by teaching them the same shit that you know. Beating back these cordyceps and dealing with these crazy factions of human beings. And then we can build anew in the new world. Because we ain't turning back the clock. We're not. So Joel admitted to Ellie that he had killed all those fireflies selfishly. And she was mad because she was willing to give her life for this cause that she had been indoctrinated to believe since she was a child in federal. She wanted to follow the programming, and Joel didn't want to follow that programming. Okay. So she was mad at him. She understood, but she was mad at him. Okay, so she knew. So the rest of this stuff that happened, which is just, repercussions of the choices that you make. Who was it? Allie or whatever fuck this girl's name is? Andy, whatever the other chick's name is. Showing up and being mad that Joe came in there and blew her daddy's brains out, who was going to perform the procedure on Ellie to kill her. Oh, yeah, she got a right to be mad. She do. Because that's her daddy. It might not matter to her at all that her daddy was about to kill a girl about her age to try to find a cure, which I would think you should be able to do from a fucking blood sample. But, okay, whatever. You mad? You want to take some revenge? Cool. Joel knew somebody would come later on Cool. It's not that big of a deal. She came. He let it happen. Unfortunately, Ellie had to see that shit. With all her tough talk and fight training and tattoos, it didn't do shit for her getting kicked in her goddamn stomach and put on her face to watch her pseudo daddy get killed. And then you see emotion out of her. Now you understand that she cares. Why? Because she just want to kill some people? You should have showed him that shit when you was giving him your ass to kiss back in camp when everything was cozy. Because like I said, this episode showed a lot of how much Joel cared for Ellie. It did not show how much Ellie cared for Joel in no real way. And that is a reciprocal situation, not just one-sided. Parenting can seem one-sided a lot of times. A lot of times it can seem really one-sided, but it is reciprocal. Your children do show you appreciation if they've been raised with any kind of respect to show that to their parents. It doesn't happen just when you fucking old. So Ellie decided to have an attitude with Joel and carry that forward until Joel got a putter through the neck. Joel wasn't fighting it. He wasn't trying to beat the shit out of the little redhead girl. Nope. At that point, since his adopted daughter had gave him her ass to kiss, he didn't feel he had anything to live for anyway. He was kind of ruined. So he was ready to go. And that's Ellie's fault. I'm glad they started doing the makeup process before he died. It led us to believe they didn't. Yeah. Because that forgive but never forget thing is important. I find a lot of females don't understand that part of it. You can forgive. You might not ever forget that things happen, but you can forgive. You say, oh, you have to build the trust up. Trust is like a wall of blocks, nigga. That's all trust is. Trust, and not the person, but just in general. Trust is a wall of blocks. You build it over interactions. You build it up. It can get knocked down at times with a big enough, issue. But all you do, you can build it up again by doing the same thing you did the first time. Positive interactions, which builds trust. If you're in a work group or work situation, you'll have stuff you do with new people or old people. That's all trust building exercises, right? Which means you do things that you have to rely on each other for to understand that you can trust each other. It is no different in relationships. The only difference is in romantic relationships. People don't want to believe that. They're not really clear on what their end goal, what they really want is. And the only thing I've found and seen that makes trust hard to repair in romantic situations is when one person really does just want to leave. That's it. That's why they can't build new trust. They don't want to build new trust. They know they can. They don't want to, no matter what the fuck they say. Their actions prove it out. I just don't know if I'll ever be able to trust you again. You won't if you don't want to. If you don't want to trust me, you'll never trust me again. But if you want to, you will. You'll give me that opportunity. Legitimately, full faith. You'll give it. Same way I will if you break my fucking trust. Wall's been knocked down. We just have to build this shit up again. So we'll do little things to see if we can get you back to that point of having my complete trust. But it's not going to be for me imposing all these boundaries on you and shit like that and riding in your back pocket. No, it's going to be on you to control yourself, because that's not my job. My job is to control myself. You can do it. You do it with your children. Your child goes out and wrecks your car the first time they're driving. Do they never get to drive your car again? Or do you put things in play to see if you can trust them again? If they've been out late and broke curfew, you catch them. What do? Do you never let them go out the house again? Or do you let them go out in some ways that starts building your trust again so they can get out to, okay, you know your curfew is 11. You need to have your ass back here by 10:59. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, you know if you don't, that's going to be it. That's going to be it for your ass in the outside world for a while. You know that, right? Yeah, okay. Well, as long as you know, we ain't got to have another discussion about this shit. I guess I'll see you, if I see you, at 10:59. Have a good time. You build trust. And because you use the word you build trust, that means if it gets knocked down, you can rebuild trust. You can rebuild it again. It's not impossible. It just takes what most modern people don't want to do, which is work in any form or fashion, except the tearing shit down. I'm glad they, so they started doing the makeup process. So that whole episode, it went on for longer than 20 minutes. It was 30 minutes. That whole episode of Last of Us, episode 5, was good in that sense. You saw all of that. And that's why you understand by the time you get to episode 4, when Ellie is beating the shit out of Nora, no, she already knew Joel had killed them fireflies. And she was fine with it. Still don't take away from the fact you killed my adoptive daddy. I don't like that shit. So the same way Abby got to take out Joel for killing her daddy, Ellie gets to take out Nora and Abby and the rest of them for killing her adopted daddy. It's just what it is, man. It's a sick cycle, but it is what the hell it is. Maybe you need to try to understand a little bit more rather than just taking people out. I just want vengeance. Vengeance begets vengeance. An eye for an eye leaves everybody not Daredevil, okay? You just end up blind, motherfucker. You just end up blind. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I am going to drop this link right now. I know people run as soon as the link is in here, like you're going to get persecuted for joining the panel. Could talk about Mission Impossible. I know somebody else in here said spoil away. I won't. I'll say 2 things on Mission Impossible. It's entertaining, and the link is in the chat if you want to jump on the panel. The movie is entertaining. Okay? Tom Cruise is one of those last blockbuster stars. And I would be comfortable for Tom Cruise to walk away from the Mission Impossible series. Let this be the last movie, no matter how much money it makes. Let this be the last movie. Tom Cruise walk away from it. And then bring in a younger actor within like 10 years or so, 10, 15 years. Bring in a younger actor to revive the Mission Impossible brand in a new world, a new way things work. And then started again with a new character. Not Ethan Hunt anymore. Somebody else in the IMF. The new rising star in the IMF, and a new star who wants to come in and do that level of stunts and stuff. If that's what in 15 years' time if that's what really gravitates to movie audiences, if that's what really grabs them. And have Tom Cruise be the executive producer on it, maybe even director, and push it that way, because then you can still get the same level of world hopping or planet hopping excellence on directing and technology and stuff like that, but he's in just a producer role. He don't have to be the one in front of the camera. And if you really need to have Ethan Hunt come back, Ethan Hunt is running the CIA or something. He is the one giving out the missions to the IMF. That'd be cool. It would be, because then he could still be in it, but he's not in the major role of pushing it. And you would need some young, hot star that you can do 30 years of movies off of. Seasoned. Rosie said, would I watch it again? I could watch it again. I can say this, though. As much as I like Tom Cruise for doing a lot of his own stunts and stuff like that, and it is a movie, one scene specifically in here really stretched and damn near broke. I could say it broke a little bit. It started to fray. The suspension of disbelief. Like, nope, this motherfucker is dead from this moment on in this movie. He's fucking dead. There's no way. There isn't. Now, my one critique of this movie, I can say, and if I say this, it's going to ruin it a little bit for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. So I don't know out of everybody in here who hasn't seen it yet. But I will say this. Give me 2 minutes. I saw somebody do this, and it's a good idea. I need to do it on my stream. I only have this big one, which is like a spoiler alert moment. I need that up on the screen continuously so you know when to turn back in when that goes away. You can turn the sound off and still watch it. And then when the spoiler alert shuts off, you know to turn the sound back on so you didn't get it ruined for you. Because as soon as I say it, you'll be looking for it when you watch the movie. But I have to say it because it's on me to say. I can say this. So, spoiler alert. Spoiler. It's not specific, but spoiler. There were... Did I write them all down? There were at least, excuse me, 4 different movies I saw in this one movie. Now, mind you, it's 3 hours long. But I saw shades of 4 other movies in this, which kind of made me smile because they're iconic scenes from other movies. And I could see Tom Cruise just wanting to do it himself in the Tom Cruise way. But it was pulled from 4 other movies. Now, one of them, the most blaring one to me, is part of the scene you see in the trailer with Tom Cruise in the sub. Now, if you followed the last one, Dead Reckoning, you know that there's this sub disaster and this AI is trapped on this sub. The source code for this AI is trapped on the sub. And it's a really secret sub, so nobody knows exactly how to find it. Well, obviously, the Impossible Missions team does find the sub, and somebody has to go down there to get the source code to stop this fucking AI, which is going to bring the world to nuclear destruction, which it seems pretty much ripped from, sci-fi and reality on how much people are trying to invest in AI. This is the part that worries me. Anyway, Ethan Hunt has to dive down to the sub. Okay, all well and good, right? He has to use some experimental mixture that these Navy SEALs have cooked up to dive deep And he does it and drops down into some cold ass water, about 500 feet to get down to the sub. Well, it looks like the abyss. It looks like the abyss. It looks like James Cameron could have directed this part. Because if you've ever seen The Abyss, there's a part in it where Ed Harris's character, Virgil, has to dive all the way down in this trench. And he's using an experimental Navy SEAL dive suit where you breathe liquid so you can dive down. So you don't have to use air. You're breathing a really oxygenated liquid. And for my understanding, it's something that really happened. The actor really had to do it. So you have to get over that whole fear of death of sucking in water to understand that you're actually breathing water. A liquid. You're actually breathing a liquid. So now your lungs are full with this stuff as well. So you can take those pressures at those depths. Well, Tom Cruise has a scene in here. I see you in the back, Charles. Just hold tight. Where this is what he's doing with a really oxygenated mixture, right? It's a gas mixture. So when I saw it on screen, I said, oh, The Abyss. It looks the same. It looks just the same. It's still cool in a Tom Cruise way, but it's the same shit. The other one was Hunt for Red October. Because before getting to dive down to the sub, he has to get on board a sub. And that's another scene that you've seen from the trailer where he's jumping out into the water, no hat, no coat, just boots and shoes, and jumping in to the ocean. Yeah, he jumped out of Osprey into the ocean to catch a sub. He should have froze to death, but he did it. Well, part of that scene, once they're on the sub, they end up being chased by a Russian sub. Well, it looks like the Hunt for Red October. It has some different scenes that look really cool, but it looks like the Hunt for Red October. I was like, okay, so you got your sub combat sort of deal, sub tension deal. Okay, you got that in there. Bully for you, Tom. Now, one of the other ones was Escape from LA. Now, this movie can be most remembered, John Carpenter movie, but it can be most remembered for 1-2 scenes. And one of the scenes is how the movie ends, which I love. I love the ending of that movie. Where Snake Plissken, being pissed off at this current president or whatever, trying to shut down the world and blackmail the world, he gets a control device and he decides he's going to shut down the whole world. Fuck all of you. And he pushes the button and lets these EMPs off and satellites above the planet and shuts off all electronics all over the planet and reduces us back to the Stone Age. There's an event like that in this movie, which reminded me of it. It's like, oh, well, this is Escape from LA. The best part of Escape from LA. Okay, cool enough. The other one was a bit, I think it's North by Northwest. Alfred Hitchcock movie. With I'm forgetting the actor right now. Where he's getting chased by the damn biplane and shit like that. It's a little bit of that. It's fun with planes. You know Tom Cruise is licensed. He can fly planes. He can fly jets and shit like that. You know that. So it's a little fun with biplanes and stuff like that. It was all right. I don't know if it needed to be in a movie like that, but it was fine. But some of it was unbelievable. And some of it was like, oh, this is some World War I Red Baron shit. Real pilots and propeller planes. Like, holy shit, this is drama. It was kind of funny. Kind of funny. But other than that, that was like 4 movies that I saw in this. 4. There were more than that, but it was like 4 of them right there. MD Geist. Yeah, most people don't know shit about MD Geist. Anime from the 80s. So it was kind of like that. There was 4 things I saw. There was more than 4, but those were the 4 that I came away with it from. And that was in the last hour and a half. I can say for me, the reaction is the first part of it is kind of slow and kind of stupid. Just because they sped up the film and fight scenes. Oh my God, she would have worked. They couldn't. She already was Captain Carter. The fight scenes looked like the film was sped up, so they were kind of stupid. They had some things that tonally didn't seem to work in the Mission Impossible franchise in the beginning. It seemed tonally like somebody else fucking movie, like fight scene action happening off screen. Like they recorded this shit a lot later and threw it into the movie. So it was kind of slow and kind of stupid. The other thing I'll say is that these characters, story-wise, these characters in it do too much exposition about what's going to happen. And it's silly in the sense that if I give you a description of it, you'll see it like, what, you mean if I push this button will make the whole world blow up? Oh my God. Like that. It's exactly like that. Like, oh my fucking God, that's not even acting, dude. You're reading a script. It's not acting. You mean this is the button? And if I push this button will link to everything else and destroy the world in this next moment? Oh my God. Really, bitch? Okay. Now, was it the best movie in the world? No. Was it the worst movie in the world? No. Will it make its money? Oh yeah, it's going to make a shitload of money. Was it entertaining? Yeah, it was entertaining. It was. But it had flaws. It did have flaws. And one of the biggest flaws was where you stretched the suspension of disbelief so bad that it broke in some areas. It did. It wasn't in the biplane stuff, but some parts of the biplane stuff was like, okay, that's a little much, nigga. Come on. The scuba scene, there's a part in there that is like, nope, he's dead. He's fucking dead. He is absolutely dead. This movie is over at this point. But it's still going on. Like, all right, I guess he's not dead. But it's stretching credibility a lot. And in the first part of it, there's some parts that just can't be stupid. But if you're showing up to see Tom Cruise chop and win, you'll see a lot of that. Because he does run good. The motherfucker runs strong as an old man. If you want to see the high action, you'll see that. If you want to see the final parts of the story and how they're weaving real world stuff into it, it'll be there. It will. And I will say there is an awesome callback in this. There is an awesome callback in this movie. And it will be totally missed. I haven't listened to anybody's reviews on this already. So it'll be interesting to me to go back and listen to other commenters' reviews on YouTube to see what they thought of the movie, to see if they picked up on this callback, because it was an awesome callback for me. And for me, that's more of Tom Cruise understanding and recognizing the movies that he does. It was an awesome callback. So I hope this is the last one, at least for 15 years. And then the next time we come into a Mission Impossible movie because I believe he owns the franchise. Right. Next time we come to a Mission Impossible movie, yes, he is the executive producer. Yes, he owns it. Maybe he got what's his name, Mark Ryan McQuarrie, to do the directing on it again, and they get a new actor, a new young actor, to come in and be a part of this IMF team with Ethan Hunt as the head of the CIA or the head of the IMF team, and sending that dude out there on the mission. No, he don't have to be on screen the whole time. You can still put his name in the title, but he's running the team now because that's where it should go. It's like Malika sent me this article about Danny Glover and Mel Gibson coming back to do a Lethal Weapon 5, which can only be to pay both of them, right? Which is not that big of a deal. Movies are cash grabs, right? But I don't want to see these two characters out there running around into no action. Not really. Especially not Danny Glover at his fucking age. They should be passing that franchise off to newer characters that they have not developed coming up. The only one you can say you have is Butters, which was Chris Rock. Chris Rock kind of old right now too. That's the problem with putting the character in for the actor at one moment, and then it doesn't help the franchise going forward. Now, Bad Boys has kind of did it a little bit, but while I'd watch another Bad Boys, I don't want to see old Martin and Will Smith out there running around. But I would watch them being in charge of a younger team and have what's his name, Martin's son-in-law out there, the Marine, because he had a good scene in that last movie. It's like, man, that needs to be the bad boy. You need to bring Mike Lowry's son, and I'm forgetting Martin Lawrence's character's name. See, that's the problem with using the big actors in this shit. You forget the character and only remember the actor. Fuck. But Martin Lawrence's character in Bad Boys, you need to bring his son-in-law and then Mike Lowry's son. You bring them together, and those are the two new Bad Boys. And maybe they're not cops. Maybe they're not cops. Maybe they are, doing some clandestine shit. Because you got a soldier, a Marine, and you got a cartel assassin. And they are the new Bad Boys. No, don't put no silly ass moniker like the Next Generation. Bad Boys TNG. Let's not do that one. They could still be Bad Boys like 6 or 7, but it's a new cast. It's a new cast. Because after a point, you have to move it forward. If it's going to be a franchise and your initial actors have gotten old or aged out of these roles, you have to hand it off to somebody. And you should be thinking about that at some point, that you should be thinking about the handoff. Not just that we're going to restart it and have to do something like Bloodlines, Next Generation, The New Batch, some silly shit like that. Roll it on. Like Top Gun can keep going. Can. Does it need Tom Cruise in it to still be Top Gun? No, I think they did a real good enough job in Top Gun Maverick of establishing that was the end of Maverick's story, being out there in the field. And you have Rooster and Hangman and some of these other characters there now that you would want to watch. Are they huge stars now? No, but this could be the vehicle that makes them into huge stars. Can be, because it's flying under the Top Gun banner. And you're buying them. You just don't know what the world conflict area is. And that's the hard part, I think, right now with making espionage, military, spy movies right now because the world is so different than that Cold War concept of this stuff now. It's so much more involved with technology and stuff like that. It makes it hard to believe that you still got people running around doing this cloak and dagger clandestine shit. It's a little harder to believe. And how that actually looks and works together is tough. Especially since you don't want to piss off anybody. China can't be named. No Arab countries can be named because some people will be offended. And we're trying to sell them this movie. We don't want to piss them off. That means you ain't going to make shit good. You're not going to make shit good then if you're worried about pissing people off. So, Mission Impossible, it's a good watch. You'll enjoy it. You eat your popcorn. You drink your drink. I ate a whole pack of red vines and popcorn. I enjoyed it. I have some nitpicks on it, but it's mostly nitpicks. But I was in for how they ended that story with that AI because I thought that was really interesting. And I was down for a Tom Cruise movie. I've been watching Mission Impossible since I was a kid before Tom Cruise came to the franchise. You know, them old ones. So I'm down for that already. I was there. That's what got me to watching it when Tom Cruise got in it. Hey, I already like Mission Impossible. Let's see what this motherfucker doing. I like Tom Cruise. Let's see what's up. 35 years later, I'm watching the last of the movie run for him. Fine. It's all well and good. So if you want to watch it, go ahead. That's not a review. That's just my reaction and my little nitpicks on it. So it didn't spoil anything. I'm just telling you what I saw, which a reaction should do. Reaction is not me recounting the whole fucking movie for you. And my review should not be recounting the whole movie for you. To me, it should give you enough that you might want to see it, but tell you what I saw. And those are some of the nitpicks I saw. So it could be considered critiques, but you take my shit with a grain of salt. You ain't got to see the same thing I saw to decide if you like it. So I got some folks up here, some willing participants. Charles dipped out. I'm doing a show, Charles. Sorry if it took too long. Nigga. Doing a show. So got the Lion 917 and the Beastly Nerd in the Danger Room. What's good, y'all?
What's going on?
What's goody? So what y'all got on this or any other topics? Because I didn't talk about the Star Wars Andor flap that I find it really comical and interesting. But, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, they're calling it a flap?
No, it's people jumping on certain folks that didn't do Andor reviews and hearing a hot take on what they thought about Andor and thinking, you really off base, my nigga. What's wrong with you? What? Yeah, it's been hilarious. It's been hilarious. But it's been hilarious to me. I find it personally entertaining. But
everybody been jumping on Last of Us. That's why.
Well, the jury is out on Andor that most people who watched it really loved that shit. Really loved it and really understand that Star Wars will probably never be that good again.
Mm-hmm.
But the Clone Wars babies hate it. Hated it.
I wonder why.
And they really holding a lot of hope out for what Dave Filoni is doing next. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you and Dave. But don't mean I hate you. But I think you're wrong as shit. And it's been proven out because I'm not holding out any hope for Ahsoka season 2 to be anywhere but another train wreck. Another train wreck with bastardized material. So
I just don't understand the appeal with the damn Clone Wars era. I don't get it.
I was talking about this with my mother because, mind you, I told you guys, my mother was the one who took me to see Star Wars the first time in theaters. She into that kind of shit. They need the glow sticks. If it don't have the glow sticks and the Force, they don't relate to it at all. They don't relate to Star Wars if it doesn't have that in it. And like I was explaining to my mother, the idea about where the fan base, I see it as being split, is it's not Star Wars if it doesn't have the Force and lightsabers in it. But in the original movies, if you pointed to it, there is a whole rebellion. And how many of those people have the Force or use the Force and have a lightsaber? One.
Not a whole lot of them.
One. So that ain't the whole fucking story. The story is not about just the Force and lightsabers, because the rebellion across the whole galaxy is made up of a shitload of people, and the one that stands out is Luke. Why? Because he's the only Jedi and the only person with a lightsaber. All the rest of the pilots and Mon Mothma and Bell Organa and all the rest of these people, all them people that died on Alderaan, they all got the Force in them. They all ain't using the Force, and they all don't have fucking lightsabers. So it ain't all about them. It's about the people in this universe. Jedis and Force users are just a small part of it. So if I can get a story about that larger rebellion, you know, the regular people who don't have an edge, still standing up, grabbing their nuts and fighting, that's interesting to me. I don't just need glow sticks. Yeah, I was disappointed Luthen didn't turn out to be a Jedi, but it was still an awesome story.
That's a good story. I mean, that's one thing. I just finished. I binged the best out of Andor because I didn't watch it from the beginning, but I did. Binge. The one thing that I appreciate about it is it showed you that the rebellion was bigger than just the Jedi. The rebellion was bigger than them, and it was actually a good story.
If anything, the Jedis was late to the party on the rebellion.
Yeah. They were late. They were actually.
They were the Johnny come lately.
Yeah, they were Johnny come lately. They showed up late, but all this stuff that
got in and got all the glory. Like, oh, look at this motherfucker right here, man.
What's your name?
Well, see,
were you at Johnny? Were you at Ferrix? Nigga, you wasn't even in for the Gorman Massacre, man. Shut the fuck up.
Where the hell were you with the Gormans? Where the hell were you?
You late as fuck.
You know what? They was like, you know what? Luthen dying was y'all fault.
Yeah, no. They showed up just as late as Bale did. Because Bale was the one showed up with that, oh, may the Force be with you shit, because he in the Jedi camp. Like, nigga, we've been doing this shit for a couple of years before you showed up trying to, oh, we got to do it this way. Man, shut up.
I caught that
like
too.
Luthen, we question his methods. I question your late arrival, nigga.
For real. I caught that too. I'm like, y'all ain't said that shit this entire show. Now y'all saying it?
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who brought it. He's the one who brought that shit. Because he was in the Jedi camp. Because who did Obi-Wan take Leia to?
Yeah, took him to
who was the trusted advisor of Yoda?
I was fine with them being foreshadowing. I was fine because that's what healed Andor with his blast burn. They never said it. You knew what they were talking about, but they didn't
the Force
say
was
it.
there.
That was a dope scene.
She was a Force healer. She used the Force to heal it. He saw that it shit worked. But she wasn't in a camp because that gets the Force back to being in everybody, and people can be Force users without having to be specifically in one camp or the other, either in the Jedi or the Sith camp. The Force is in everybody, in everything. Yeah, the practitioners are just who divided up with what side they want to use and what rules are negotiated in that. That's some people shit. The Force itself don't give a fuck. It's in everything. So
like
everybody
these people, like these people were the reason why Luke was able, why they even went on that mission in the very first Star Wars movie. These are the people who sacrificed for that. All the bodies they lost.
Yeah. If Luke didn't show up to the Battle of Yavin, would you still have a whole battle happening? Probably. Without his lucky shot, would you still have that whole battle happening? Yes.
Yes. They're going to do it without him.
He made the perfect shot with a little Force addition, but all the rest of them pilots out there, Wedge Antilles and all the rest of them who are not being trained and they daddy wasn't the chosen one, they were still out there fighting and getting wins and losses. Still.
Han the one who helped him. Han helped him get the shot off.
No, fuck.
Well, even with the Force aspect, they only really focus on one side of the force. You don't ever explore the history of the Sith and all those stories because we say this shit all the time. Like, okay, Darth Bane, Revan, and Plagueis, and all of the Exar Kun, all these other Sith. You only stay in the light side of the force with it. So, like, you don't even tap into all of. That's one of the reasons why I try to go back before even the episode one, because there's a whole history that we don't even play into when it comes to Star Wars.
Republic, hyperspace wars, and shit like that. There's a bunch
Yeah,
of stuff.
the pre-Republic, before when the galaxy got enslaved by the Rock Takti or something like that. I forgot the fucking name. We don't even go into that. There's a whole history.
It's a bunch of stuff in it if you only want to concentrate on the Force and stuff like that. And my love of the Star Wars galaxy is, yes, the Jedis and stuff like that get people in there, but this universe is vast. It's a bunch of stuff in there. That's why you can fraction it up to talking about the Force users, the Jedi and the Sith, the bounty hunters, the smugglers, the politics. You can fraction it up into all these things and get stories from all of that, because all of that is in the Star Wars universe. It's not just focused on this narrow range, which is if it's lightsabers and Force users. Not just that. That's the marquee. But stories get more interesting. Luke's story is more interesting when Han is there, who has been a smuggler and has his own history on Corellia and shit like that. Luke is more interested when Lando was there with that side of it.
Or Darth Vader. Or when Darth is there, because you understand Anakin's story.
You understand Anakin's story. So the reason that some of these larger YouTubers have not focused on Andor and didn't like Andor, because it doesn't get into their comfort zone, which is just about this Force and these characters. That's why. It doesn't overly praise. It has no connection to or care about Luke, Leia, Anakin, the Force, Jedis, or like Sith or lightsabers. It doesn't. They're mentioned. They mentioned in some part. They show up in some part, but they're not the major role. That's why they don't like it. It's no Spectrum Kid theater for them. It's not. No. It's slow. It's boring because it's about people. It's about the rest of the galaxy outside of these Johnny-come-latelys.
Yeah, I don't understand that. But every time I turn around, y'all going in about The Last of Us, a damn video game, which we know what's going to happen. I don't even know why y'all reviewing it. Anyone who played the game knows the story. You know the story. You know what's going to happen. Why the hell are we talking about this?
Look, they know what's happening so much, they spoiled season 2 for me before they ever started filming it.
Yeah,
so that's why I said I couldn't really have a overly emotional reaction about Joel dying, because I'd already heard this shit 2 years ago. I already heard about it.
Yeah.
So I'm watching like, okay. Putter to the neck. Anyway, so where does this go from here? What's the rest of this shit now? Whatever. It has no emotional resonance now.
They actually went light on the show. In the video game, it was a lot more brutal.
It was way worse.
It was a lot more brutal.
I saw a picture of the chick that actually took him out. She was a lot bigger. It's like, I get to that brawly lesbian shit, don't it? That would have been a lot more interesting to see on screen instead of this little wafy redhead.
Yes, and that's the thing that sucks about it. I'm like, agenda over story. Agenda over story.
The small, powerful girl, man.
Man, listen.
I don't know who is not reading the tea leaves that this 90-pound ass kicker day is done.
Yeah. The classic girl.
And here's the thing: she's gonna have a big ball. If they do season 3, like I think they're gonna do,
it's gonna be about her. That's what I heard. That the game switches perspective, and then you get Abby's perspective rather than Ellie's. It's like, oh well, that's interesting, but I don't think I want to watch it with these two wafer thin chicks out there trying to be badasses. I'm not buying that. I don't.
I don't buy it either. When I saw her, I was like, she don't. You couldn't do some pull-ups or something.
I don't know. They act like that's the only thing that's available in the world. It's like impossible. Impossible.
You don't even need her to be a great actor.
Look, they could have got that chick, and she's in Mission Impossible. She's in Mission Impossible. She was in the last movie you guys might have saw her in was Quantum Mania, right? And it's a Caucasian chick. Let me pull up her picture because I got her picture because she got a nice body. I think she might be a lesbian, but I don't care. She liked the same thing I like.
What chick in Hollywood isn't a
But
goddamn lesbian?
JJ, she liked the same thing I like. We can talk. But I don't remember her name offhand, but I know her when I see her. And she's in the Mission Impossible movie. And then when I saw her in the movie, I told my mother, I was like, yeah, she's somebody. That's why I keep giving her so much fucking screen time and keep having
Oh, you talking about the chick that gave Tom the suit?
Yeah.
Oh, her, yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
She could have been that Abby chick because she looks formidable. I think she's like a fitness model or some shit. I forget what it is she does, but I know she's supposed to be getting some hype because she's an actress, and I think it's because she might be a lesbian or some shit. I don't remember what the hell it is.
Well,
but they could have got her to play Abby, and I would have bought that shit when she was beating the shit out of Joel. I was like, yep, look like that might be the way it can go.
Yep.
That might possibly go that way with that chick because she's kind of fit. She looked like she could throw a punch and probably take one.
Yeah, but I personally I binged Andor all the way through. I just finished the last episode today for the second season. I was like this. I'm like I can appreciate shows like this because it reminds you that rebellion was bigger than Jedi.
Yeah,
and it was a damn good story.
Yeah, it was. It reminds you that there are more people fighting and dying for this shit than just them. Yeah, the Jedi massacre was terrible. When Vader came through and they really wanted to take control of this shit and they started wiping out Jedis, yeah, it was a problem. But it wasn't that many Jedis to begin with. And there's a lot more regular people who bought it and had to stand up and fight for this shit than just Jedi. So we should be able to hear or see their stories as well. Because I put it this way, I put more stock in somebody fighting in the rebellion who has no special gifts outside of I trained, I know how to fly this ship, I know how to use this blaster, I know how to smuggle these goods or help in the rebellion, than just the one person that has, mystical arts and a lightsaber. It's more interesting that the regular people stood up.
Hell, even their reluctance to join was noted. Like a lot, not all these people that ended up here didn't actually want to be there.
No, it was some trauma that went along with them showing up to that party. Like, yeah, this got to stop. This shit got to stop.
Like Mon had to be dragged there.
Sort of. She was there, but getting away from her bigger part that she was in the Senate, because she was being a rebel in the Senate, but it's just different levels of this rebellion shit. Yeah, you doing it and still having your cushy surroundings and your money and all the rest of that shit. It's completely different for somebody like Andor in the mud, out there setting the bombs, killing the people to get the information. It's completely different.
Appreciate that too on the political side. You can appreciate that too, like her rebelling on the political side of it.
Yeah, because it sacrifices both ways. It's just a little different struggle. You need somebody in the political realm to give voice to the shit that you're seeing, but you need them dudes on the ground who are getting that information that you can give voice to.
Yeah,
to tell you this is really what's happening on the ground. You need both.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was damn good. I appreciate the reluctance, because even when everybody was getting together, even in the very first episode when the mission was to steal that money, everybody didn't know each other and there was already dissension. Even when it was over, there was dissension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had one motherfucker turn on you because he trying to get paid.
Trying to get paid. Even though this whole mission was for a way bigger cause.
Way bigger cause. He didn't give a fuck about that. But Empire's gonna win and I want my payout. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, man. A lot of money. We can kill this bitch and go about our day. I won't look for you because I'll be too busy counting my money to look for you.
Exactly. And then him by happenstance, and then Andor by happenstance end up in jail anyway for some
Right.
praise for some stuff. He really didn't do nothing this time.
Now you understand, right? Now you understand how ironic that shit was. Like, yeah, he ripped off that money at Eldani. Yeah, he helped him steal all that money. He didn't go to jail for that. He went to jail for some wrong place, wrong time, and nothing that you had to do with. But it was the fallout from the theft that he occurred, that the Empire put in all those extra restraints, right? So he just ended up getting swept up in the shit. Like, dude, I didn't even do anything. Nope, you going. And now you got to get 5 years. Like, for what?
5 years? The hell?
I didn't do anything. Yeah.
Dude, I'm just a tourist.
Yeah, tell it to the Emperor.
Yeah, tell it to the Emperor. What? I'm just a tourist. What you talking about?
I'm a tourist, man. I'm on vacation.
I'm on vacation. What the hell are you talking about?
Nope.
Craziness. And then the craziness going on in the jail.
In the prison. Yeah.
And great performance by Andy Serkis. I like that.
Oh, hell yeah. I wanted to see Kino come back, but the popular opinion is that Kino Loy is still on that prison. He's still in that prison. I'm not sure how, since they took that bitch over, but
yeah,
if he's still in the prison, that's kind of sad because he know what's going on. They probably killed his ass in there.
More than likely,
you can't be leading no rebellion like that in a prison, and they finally come back and take it over because your ass couldn't swim away.
Yeah, I think Andor should have jumped with him. I think Andor should have jumped with him.
I think somebody should have pushed his ass off and just treaded water with his ass. Just drug him. Yeah, just drug him because look, you're gonna learn. I don't know how to swim. You're gonna learn today.
You're gonna learn today. Either you're gonna stay in this damn prison or you're gonna get the hell up out of here. Come on.
You'll figure it out when you hit the water.
Dog, the doggy paddle, sir. Doggy paddle. You'll stay afloat.
Look, your body will float even if you did. Okay, so figure it out.
Like, here's the easy thing. The backstroke is the easiest thing to learn. It's the easiest.
Do the back. On your back.
Just lay on your back. And just
keep your head above the water and just paddle, nigga. Don't think like a rock. Think like I'm floating. Think like shit. Something.
I'll be damned. I'm sitting here getting fed this slop my whole life, and I'm gonna die anyway.
Yeah, it's on my laptop. I'm looking all through this file for this picture of this chick, and I realize it's on the screensaver on my laptop, not on my computer. This is the problem with doing multiple things, using multiple platforms for stuff. Let me see.
This is why we have nice things and don't know how to use them.
That happens. Okay, there she is. Now I remember her.
But yeah, this whole Storm thing, I'm getting sick and tired of y'all getting not so attractive women to play women who are drop dead attractive. I can't stand that shit. How y'all DEI in the women?
Yeah,
well, that's the point.
Okay, so she could have been an Abby in Last of Us. Katie O'Brien. Yeah. Katie O'Brien. She's in Mission Impossible too. And she's a fitness model, bodybuilder. She has a nice body. Yeah. Now, if you want a rogue, make her rogue.
What's her name again?
Katie O'Brien. Katy. Katy O'Brien.
Oh, you talking about her? Okay, I know who you're talking about. I've seen her before.
Yeah, she has a pretty face. Yeah, she got the little boyish cut. She ain't Ruby Rose. She's not Ruby Rose, but she has a nice shape. She built right. So in the Mission Impossible movie, she's one of the Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
Okay, they gave her a lot of screen time talking to Tom Cruise. I recognize that chick. That she was in Quantumania wearing a bunch of makeup and appliances. So you, outside of her shape, you don't really know it's her. But they give her a lot of speaking lines in that movie too. Yeah, you can make her rogue, or she could have been Abby in this Last of Us instead of this little wafer thin chick that we got in the show. That she's supposed to be the new badass.
She good. She's not even big. This is like a nice.
No, she still got a feminine frame.
Yeah, she still got a nice fit type frame. Yeah,
she's got the frame of a chick who actually works out.
Yeah, muscular, not manly muscular. Put it that way.
the Wonder Woman physique almost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fit but feminine. Put it that way.
Yeah, which is what we've been asking for. But body positivity and all that fat acceptance shit, making Lizzo famous got everybody's head up their ass for like 5 seconds.
But
Well,
now
I
Lizzo,
forgot her name for a while.
losing weight. Now
Forgot
everybody
Lizzo's
feels
name.
betrayed.
See that? She's not ugly. She's not an
No.
ugly chick.
Nah, she not. Them dimples doing it for me.
Yeah, she got like a Carrie Ann Moss look to me.
Yeah, the
Like,
dimples.
okay.
The short
And
hair
she's
works
not-
for it too.
She's not as bulky as she's not as bulky as Gina. I forget her name, her last name now. Why am I having so many blanks?
Carano?
Yeah, Gina Carano. She's not as bulky as Gina Carano. She still has that feminine frame, but she can play a tough person. That look don't do her good. But yeah,
I can bring it back to the other side.
I don't know what side she on, but whatever. If she, like I said, if she a lesbian, we like the same thing. So we still got something to talk about.
Shoot.
Just don't eat off my plate at the party. We cool.
For real. Eat your own damn fries.
Yeah, she got better defined arms than I do. Like, god damn, bitch. But we can work out together, apparently. You're doing that wrong. The fuck you know about it, Katie? Tricep. I'm like, all right. What you got? All right. I'm listening. What?
Yeah.
What? Just don't be bitching at me. Don't be trying to demasculate me and tell me what to do.
She ain't doing too much. Even in her Instagram, she's not doing too much. By resistance training.
No, she's going for fit and not bulky.
Yeah, she going for fit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was my thing when I worked out. I wanted to be toned, but not big. I wasn't trying to gain mass. I was trying to be strong, but not big. And the easiest way to describe that is if you ever been on Instagram and saw these videos of the janitor going and lifting weights, the Anatoly guy.
Oh, yeah.
Hat and the mask and the little jumpsuit and these big ass dudes there lifting all this weight and shit.
Yeah.
He said, "No, you're doing that wrong." And he goes and lifts it and might hike that shit up with one hand, and they look like, "What the fuck?"
The hell
He don't look huge, but he's strong as shit, and that's what you want to be. You want to be strong as hell. I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm not trying to, get out on the stage in my little banana hammock and posing and shit. That's not what I'm doing. But being strong as fuck. That you grab somebody like, holy shit, I thought I was being crushed. Yes.
Put the pythons on there.
Yeah. That I'm all down for. I'm all down for that shit. That makes more sense to me. Because what do they say? Big muscle like that don't float. And I want to be a Navy SEAL initially. So I need to be able to swim, nigga. I don't need to be fighting all them weight, all them muscle. I need to be strong as shit. So you know what's happening.
And it's not flexible when it comes to grappling and submissions.
No.
Tap the muscle bound idiot out real quick.
Well, this is why I watched the Physical 100 on Netflix. Because the whole point of that show is to find the best body type. And they train in they compete in a bunch of different areas. Some shit takes strength, some shit takes flexibility, some shit takes dexterity, something takes speed. It's not all one thing, but they get people from the whole spectrum getting it into that shit. Well, who ends up going the furthest? People who cross train. It's not all about being bulky and powerful. Yeah, maybe you need that explosive power, but you also need to be flexible and fast. And those are the people who end up winning that shit. That can do all of that and not just one of them. So I don't mind that. It gets into my mindset of doing this work or building yourself up and whatnot. She got to stop skipping leg day, though. I'm looking at some of these other pictures. She need to stop skipping leg day. Stop skipping leg day, baby girl.
I think the reason why she do that is she don't want that J-Lo thing to happen because you already know she looked like the body type to where she will be evenly proportioned and it will look nice and tight down there.
Mm-hmm. So what? Yeah, don't skip leg day. Nobody skip leg day. It might be good for a headshot in a 4x8, but don't skip leg day because it looks really awkward when the full picture is put together. Like, oh my God, look at those little twigs. There's nothing to you. I mean, somebody with jujitsu can, or some mat specialist can sweep your leg and break your shit off, and you'll be done.
Or the funny
Biceps
thing,
are gonna help you get up off the floor.
I think she actually is in jujitsu because I'm seeing a picture of her with a gi on.
Yeah, well, you can buy a gi. That don't mean shit to me. You can buy a gi. That don't make you a martial artist. Like, come on. If it was that damn simple, I mean, Beasley would have a line out the door, right? I want to show off my gi.
Bro, are you kidding me? I'll be rolling in dough.
Yeah, just showing up for a gi. Oh, fuck all that. Like, you actually got to put some work in.
Especially because you got to order that shit in bulk.
You can get that with $25 and signing up for a free class. So no, it takes a little bit more than that. Yeah, but she could have been Abby. She could have been Abby, or she could be Rogue, and she's a young enough actress where you can get a lot of roles out of her. Yeah, and she's not as known. You know her face when you see it, but you don't know her name. I had to look up her fucking name. That's what you want. Can she act? A little. So give her a chance to mature in the role. Do it. Make her Silver Sable or some shit. I don't give a fuck. So what else you got? I spurred off on the Andor because I just thought it was funny how people were attacking a theory about not reviewing that shit, which made a lot of sense.
Yeah,
and
but that's one
I
thing.
think that's the reason I think he's not reviewing it is because it doesn't get into Star Wars that he likes, which is
it doesn't
focus on and lightsabers and shit. That's what he's made all his fame and money off of. So I don't think he would like it.
But here's the thing. I mean, we can't. I was having a conversation with my friend about this, and I was like, we got to call balls and strikes when we're talking about these shows. Yes, we can call out shitty shows, but can we can there are some good shows too. Can we call those out too?
Yeah.
Because if we tell them what we like, then maybe they'll actually listen.
Maybe. But my thinking is this. You know how I've been getting lately. If I see something good and see something bad, if you reviewed that shitty show, the one that we don't like to talk about, that I'm glad is over, and I don't like mentioning, the Acolyte, if you watch that fucking show,
damn sure did.
If you watch every episode of that fucking show, you have no excuse for not watching Andor.
Nope.
You need the mouthwash. You need the scope, nigga.
Yep.
After
watch
that shit.
Every episode too.
Yeah, no. If you watched Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, the Acolyte, you watched all 4 of them motherfuckers and you watched every episode, you have no excuse for not watching Andor. You owe it to yourself to watch Andor.
For real.
Just to wash the taste of that shit out of your mouth. The last 4 Johns that had a turn with you. No. Way beyond all of those. And a couple of those focused on people with the force powers and lightsabers. And they sucked.
Yep. And they suck. And that's fake to me. I'm like, you got all the smoke for these trash ass shows, but can we call out the good shows too? Can we give the good shows some light?
Can they get some shine?
Yeah.
No.
You don't
want to even review it. That's
fake.
At that point, it's not even a personal taste for you to not review the show. You have to. That's your whole thing. That's your whole deal.
That's your whole shit.
That's your whole shit, nigga. Like, you ain't got no choice. You better get up.
We already know what you're gonna say. Here's the thing: we already ain't y'all tired of reviewing bad shit anyway?
Lion, thank you for that, because that's exactly what I said to my mother. I said, you think they'd be tired of reviewing bad shit? I don't like reviewing bad shit. I don't like having to go through it and slip back into that shit cesspool to tell you how much I don't like being in it.
Yeah.
Don't. I'd rather review good stuff. Much rather review that.
Y'all were quiet as hell about X-Men 97 too. Y'all were quiet as hell.
They were, because I wasn't watching it, because there was the first view out on it was that it was going to be woke and then all the behind the scenes shit. oh, this dude is gay and all the rest of this, and he's a black lead, and it's gonna be woke, it's gonna be this, that, and the other. You watch that shit and like that was awesome, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
He
Even with all the
understood the
drama.
assignment. He was actually a fan.
Yeah.
He actually watched the show and read comics. Oh my God. What
Imagine
happened?
that.
They fired him? Get that
Even,
man back.
yes. Even with all the drama. Even with all the
Yeah,
drama, and
even
he
with
was
all the
still able
drama.
to put out a successful show.
Yeah, no, bring that man back. I don't give a fuck what was happening behind the scenes.
Immediately.
You need to get him back on table, on program.
Immediately.
I need a season 2 of that by him. Oh, we're gonna give you a season 2, but we got a new showrunner and he's just out of here. Like, oh, nigga.
Yes, like the Acolyte, the crew behind the Acolyte, all the other trash ass shows, fire them motherfuckers. Bring him back though. Bo, bring Bo back.
No. This is where you fuck up. You pistol whip them motherfuckers.
You don't get to
You
decide.
brass knuckle. You brass knuckle them motherfuckers. If you look, I'm gonna tell you. How long have I been a part of the geek community since I could read? 40 years. Okay, I was reading since 3. Okay, I can tell you, my father gave me my first Superman comic. Loved it ever since. Hell, he even gave me a Magic coloring book. Hell, my parents at 8 years old gave me The Dark Knight Returns. I'm like, oh, y'all didn't read this, did y'all?
No, they didn't.
So I showed them years later.
Good for him.
When I showed them years later, remember this book y'all gave me? Yeah, it was a nice book, you know, it kept you reading. I said, here, read this. And they were like, we gave you that? Wow. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't turn into a sociopath. I said, nah, I got a little bit of empathy left. But here's my thing. I had to warn some of the guys who were blurred on. If you got something against people who are LGBT, people who cosplay, people who are just socially awkward and weird, nerdy, computer geeks, game geeks, even though we got little geek in all of us, it's probably not going to be good for you. I don't give a damn about DeMaio and his OnlyFans. Let that motherfucker make your ass. He should be a hit of your animation. He should bring back all your 90s animation from Iron Man to Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, The Incredible Hulk. He should be in charge of it. He should run your whole animation. This is what I get tired of this. Marvel and DC has a bad habit of this shit. When you got a good book, what do? Cancel the motherfucking like issue 30.
Cancel it or move the artist-writer team off of that to some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
Back up.
And it's the same thing. If you never had anybody so hype about X-Men, I was like, please don't be woke. Please don't be woke. I was greatly pleasantly surprised. It was like smooth exo cognac hitting your lips. Like I was looking forward. I mean, you gave my life new meaning with that damn show.
No shit. You gave me something else worth watching on Disney Plus.
Exactly. And you're telling me
with the X-Men. I want him to write the X-Men movie. Like,
exactly.
I don't care what you do, but let him write it. If he ain't writing it, I'm not going to see it.
Matter of fact, hell, shit, Disney should support his OnlyFans. Shit, make it only writers. Shit, I mean, this dude gave you a critically acclaimed. The masterpiece episode was Remember Me.
Yep.
Remember that. Remember it. I'm sorry. So you're telling me you're not that alone. That season alone should be like, you know what? We're restarting Marvel animation because DC's been kicking our ass. But I don't put your clothes back on. We support what you do. Get your ass up here. You got the big office now. You're doing our animation shit.
Yeah.
And think about that. This would have been the brilliant thing. I would have staggered so many shows. Like I would have had the Fantastic Four since you got the movie coming out, boy. I would have staggered them with a Fantastic Four for a new generation to know who the hell the Fantastic Four really is, and their crazy lovable stories.
You might need.
Here's the crazy part. It's called the first family of Marvel for a reason.
You might bring back some family values back to the country. Who knows? You know how families are supposed to properly interact,
Yeah,
and then I would stagger it in between your season two of and then I might even get like some. Let me see, somebody who needs some love, like your Iron Mans or your West Coast Avengers, since we're going into that direction anyway.
mhm.
You could have staggered those animation shows, which would have feed the needy, if I'm making sense, right?
Right.
But you know, we have an old saying in the police and the military. Before I pause, if it starts to make sense, then you know you probably have to leave.
Well, that was just like when Disney decided to cancel the Earth's Mightiest Heroes Avengers show, which was like the best comic book adaptation of the a cartoon from the comics, where it followed the comics very closely, and they canceled it to give you Avengers Assembles because they wanted it to look like the movies. I was like, you idiots. If you really are trying to actually get people into this stuff, you needed to have stuff. I mean, that's the series that gave you a T'Challa that was basically hacking into Stark security system. Well, I got these in these impossible security questions already done. Yeah, I know you need to update your security system, sir. I mean, come on now. This is what they, and then they replace it with Avengers Assemble. I don't understand what we're doing here.
Well, that's to me, that's one of the things that I was saying earlier about if you want to catch these newer fans, it has to relate to the newer fan. You can keep it true to the character, but have it updated in the sense that it relates to the newer fans. Because what you just said about the Black Panther and Earth's Mightiest Heroes, it's still in line with who Black Panther is in the comic books, being smarter than Tony Stark, right? But the younger audience gets that. So if you put it up on live action, they already have that upload of understanding who Black Panther is, just like their parents might understand who Black Panther is. Yeah. Yeah, he's smarter than this dude. Yeah, well, that's not the original story how it happened, but yeah, he is smarter than this dude. We get that. This is how smart he is. So now you're both in parity when you go and watch a movie and see a Black Panther on the screen. You get it. You both get it. Maybe at different points, but you both get that he is this smart. He is this smart. He's capable of doing these things. I'm trying to move away from blaming everything that's happening with Marvel now in this post Endgame era, getting into this new set of movies, trying to blame that all on Jonathan Majors, shoulders for the bullshit case that happened with him. I'm not blaming that all on him anymore. I can't say it can very much look like that, but I think Jonathan Majors' situation gave them an easy escape to make a pivot. That the fan base, at least the majority fan base, which is predominantly white, was going to have a problem with anyway, which with Kang being the big bad. Because they saw how Josh Brolin, the big bad, blew up that character of Thanos to being something that people really understand and resonate with and appreciate. I don't think they wanted a black dude like that. You could also see how Jonathan Majors coming in playing all these different versions of Kang would have blew his paycheck up to being like Robert Downey Jr.'s. I don't think they wanted that either, because he would be acting in more movies just by sheer volume and being able to give more nuanced performances in every role, in every presentation of Kang. They're banking a lot on him, right? It was stilted on him. So most of this stuff is Kevin's fault. For what he wants to say is he's listening to the fan base. It's not necessarily listening to the fan base. He's listening to that writer's room. And a little bit of Disney, how much money he's losing, because he don't want to lose his position.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to try to pivot back a little bit, but still keep trying to make those people in Hollywood happy that was never your fucking friends to begin with, Kevin. Never. They were never your friends. So quit looking for their hollow accolades. You want accolades from us and want to Someone said earlier in the chat, you want us to understand that the success of Marvel for the first 10 years wasn't the group project with your ass at the head of it? Then keep listening to the actual fans who are actually going to come out and watch this and make good genre specific superhero movies that get the larger audience into it. Because one of your directors just went out on his own and made a $300 million movie for the competition, nigga. For the competition. And couldn't get that done there with y'all. You got a problem. Because apparently the people that you had in-house can go off and do better outside of your house. One of them is about to put his Superman movie out to rival your Fantastic Four movie.
At the same damn time.
At the same damn time. They gave him a whole studio to run. You just had him working on the Guardians. That was your in-house talent. That was behind your first 10 years. You might want to look at that. It ain't the fans. Because if fans is happy, fans is fucking happy. And some of us is happy if we just represent the character well on screen.
Which is all we have.
It ain't even got to be 100% accurate. But you give us 80, we can forget the 20. Sinners. Cash Kid. Sinners.
No, we get 60.
300 million worldwide.
And that's basically like an independent movie, right?
Yeah. It's Warner Brothers.
That's basically an independent movie from a guy that, you know, he should be your gun.
He might not be a James Gunn, but he did give you $1 billion movie, and I'm not talking about Wakanda Forever. I'm not talking about that shit at all. Okay, we're gonna try this for a minute, but if you act squirrely, your ass will get dropped. You ain't gonna fuck up my stream. What up, Cash? The internet is watching.
What up, man? What up,
good?
Artisan panel?
What's happening? What you got to say?
Hey, man, I just, as a fellow nerd, I wanted to put in my 2 cents. See, I just started today to rewatch the Dean Cain Superman series, the Lois and Clark series.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just there was so much sauce in that series, bro. Because I just started with the pilot episode 1 and 2, and the relationship between Clark and Lois, it was so spicy, and I'm trying to imagine what James Gunn is gonna do for his movie, and I can't see it. I can't, that guy is so good.
It won't be that. It won't be that. It won't be that. It won't be that unless you have Lois dang near graping Clark. It won't. James Gunn does not handle. If you want a more contemporary example, James Gunn handling romantic interest between hetero characters is Star-Lord and Gamora in the Guardians movies. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. That's where he is with that. So
and that was
kind of goofy at best. How they were playing it. He cared about Gamora, but he was still off being a grown kid most of the time.
Yeah.
Okay. What I saw from this, I finally watched that new trailer for Superman and saw Clark getting interviewed as Superman by Lois, so she knows who he is. It sounded like he was losing fucking control. I was like, this is a petulant fucking child. Oh no, that's not Superman. He was losing his shit. People were dying. Why are you yelling at this bitch? Calm down.
Yeah,
Calm
Why
down.
do you
You
think?
have no
Why do you
control.
think I'm not? Why do you think I have almost no faith in James Gunn with Superman versus Superman?
I don't know.
I have
I
no
like
faith in him.
Oh, it's people defending that scene.
how.
I seen one guy defending it. He was trying because they were trying to as a way to kind of go at the Snyder Bros, the people that are the Snyder fans. He was like, well, saying that Henry Cavill's Superman showed emotion, and the two scenes they compared the two scenes, him killing Zod and him killing the I forget specifically what the guy said, but he was trying to basically. I said no, defend the one scene with the new Superman. I said no, Superman losing his shit or getting upset is because he had to kill somebody. It's completely different from someone whining because he's getting pressed in a goddamn pseudo
Conversation
interview.
with his girl,
Yeah,
a slow interview with his girlfriend. No, you sound like weak sauce, nigga.
you sound like a whiny baby.
You sound like a blue
Okay.
pill simp about to touch the red pill and go crazy and throw Karn his girlfriend. That's what
Okay.
you sound like.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? And I hate it when people talk about it. I said to me, it's the same shit when I hear from people. Superman's born. Okay. What story did you read?
He can be.
I said every character can be. I think
Yeah.
Storm's born,
Storm
but
can be,
guess what?
but
She can be exciting depending on who writes it. I
depending
said
on
you
who
got to
writes
look at.
the
I
story.
said look at. I said look at it this way. Did you know that movie you like, Superman versus the Elite? Yeah. Do you know that was only one issue? What? That wasn't a story arc? Hell no. It was one of the best one issues ever made. But they made it into an animated movie. You could have made it into a live action movie. And I said, here's my shit, right? There was a little conversation Superman had with the Joker. And he says, well, Batman doesn't kill. I said, that's Batman. I'm not Batman. He says, I just generally don't kill. He was like, what if I blow myself up? Okay, you'd be doing the world a service. He's used to this with Batman, but he's like, well, what if I jump? I don't have to catch you. He's like, I'll be okay if you blow it up. I'm immune to the explosion. Well, what if everybody's evacuated? They needed a new building anyway.
Right.
So when you look at it, Superman is a farm boy. You telling me he didn't kill a goddamn chicken on the farm to eat?
No chicken, no cow, no pig,
No cow, no pig.
farm on the Kent
And,
farm.
But that's the thing,
and
though.
last but not
But that's
and
the
last but
thing.
not least, I'm gonna end off with this part. In the book Trinity, everybody he says in quotes, everybody calls me the Blue Scout. But being raised on a farm showed me one thing: when to put a mad dog down.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead,
Go ahead, Cash.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I know the argument that he is kind of boring, but we had the Snyder come with the moral, trying to look at the moral side and the shadows and like the interesting character. And people are like, yo, he's too moody, he's not smiling. Why is he always depressed? And I'm looking at the new trailer, and this guy's not smiling either. So I don't know.
Well,
To put it
this is
up
the
against
thing for
Snyder.
me. This is the thing for me. The Snyder version of Superman is more looking at it as a god level. So if you look at Zeus as a god and you look at Superman in the same frame as a god, are they walking around grinning all the goddamn time?
Nope.
No. They're really serious people. They have serious weight on their shoulders that they're dealing with. So it's not always a smile fest. I don't need my Superman grinning at me all the damn time. For me, I find that kind of off-putting. Now, this Superman looks a little bit more emo. A little bit like he ain't got it. I don't want his hand on the levers of power completely because this motherfucker seemed a little bit unhinged. He too emotional, right? He seemed like he gonna be crying more than he doing anything else. Like, bro, it's a big jellyfish outside. Why ain't you going to fight that? You too busy trying to have a cuddle moment with your girl? Nigga, I need you to get on the stick. To get on the stick with this, man. You seeming a little bit like your priorities a little bit fucked up to me. That So if you want to say that the Snyder version is too much, I'm looking at this one like it's too little. There has to be a happy medium in between there. And maybe that's Christopher Reeve's Superman, where he was smiling sometimes and he was serious sometimes as fuck. Like, no, this is what's gonna happen. Don't make me put you down, right? Maybe you need to find that damn balance, because I'm not overly impressed with this Superman movie either. I'll go see it just like I've seen every Superman movie in the theater, opening day. But I'm not overly impressed right now. I don't give a shit about the costume, because the costumes is relative to who's ever directing this shit. It's always hit and miss. I didn't like Brandon Routh's, platform boots, but I did like the color scheme where the red was played down and looked like the Stan Lee version of Superman. I did like that. The underwear being inside, outside. Yeah, I know what the original looks like with the underwear on the outside, but I did like the Man of Steel version with the underwear gone. And it looks like it's more like he's actually wearing metal. I'm fine with that. So
it looks like an alien costume.
It looks like an alien costume. So I'll do the give and take. Like I said, I give some leeway when they're switching mediums a little bit. It doesn't have to be exactly the comic, because that wouldn't be interesting to watch at all, because then I know exactly the fucking story. But I give some leeway. Will it be entertaining? Well, James Gunn entertaining me with the movies he does. He does. So I expect it to be a little entertaining. Will it be entertaining for a Superman movie? That's something completely different, because I don't know if James Gunn's style in making movies works for a Superman character. It works awesome for Peacemaker, which I will be watching season 2 of and be entertained and giddy to watch. But I don't know if he can tone all of that back and then just give me a Superman character. I don't.
Especially what I've seen in Guardians. I mean,
exactly.
You don't have a track record of taking. You took 3 pretty decent and pretty badass characters that can hold their own in a fight and turned them goofy. Star-Lord, Drax, and Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock, of all people, you turn that character into a goof. Like, are you serious? Like, so I'm already questioning James Gunn on the Superman. I was like, can he do something else? He can probably do a Guy Gardner Green Lantern, but I wouldn't have put him on no damn Superman.
No, Adam Warlock should have been your test case for him to be able to do a Superman character, because that's basically Adam Warlock is Superman, if not a level above. He is
Space Jesus.
Space Jesus. Okay, that should have been your litmus test for your Superman character. But if you're gonna make him like that, I don't want to see Adam Warlock again, and I wouldn't want to see your Superman.
I'm going to tell you, as a lifelong Superman fan, I have no faith in him.
Yeah,
I have no faith in him. I think we spit in the face of Snyder, and I really do, because see, audiences have this short attention span where you were growing to see Superman. If you follow the Snyderverse, you were seeing the Superman go through his trials and tribulations into the character that you know and love. Why do you think when he came back in the Snyder Cut of Justice League, what was he doing? Smiling. Because he was like, you know what? He was smiling. He was working with people.
Even Brandon Routh, though. I mean, Brandon Routh's Superman wasn't that bad, to be honest. I actually like that movie. I don't know how you feel about that.
Brandon Routh's redemption was his redemption when he was the Kingdom Come Superman in the Arrowverse. He actually did they should have made a show about that. Really. Dropped in the goddamn ball. God damn, they just dribbling in that shit. Like they give him some Allen Iverson cross ups with that motherfucker.
Well, here's the thing. Brandon Routh only got one shot at Superman, right? Christopher Reeves got what, 4, 5?
Yep, 4 or 5.
Henry Cavill got how many? 1 solo movie and 1 mashup fucking movie. And then the Justice League. And you got to remember, his Man of Steel was year 1. That was day 1 on the job, was Man of Steel. Day 1. First day, first 15 minutes on the job.
Yeah.
So You can be upset that he ain't all this stuff that you want to see, which is the finished version of Superman. But you're supposed to be understanding that this is Superman just starting.
Yeah.
That's why Zod got killed.
Hey, artist, can you do me a favor? Can you pull up on the screen the word and the definition quintessential? That's what people don't understand.
Yeah, because once you understand that Snyder wasn't even finished with his work and too much studio interference, that played a huge part. That's why I say it's really unfair. It's unfair to try to fully judge the Snyderverse completely because you didn't get to see it complete.
You didn't get the whole story anyway.
I can judge it in this aspect, and this is how goofy James Gunn is. Look
There
at
you
the
go.
technology, bro.
Yeah.
Just look at the Fortress of Solitude. Like the fortress, why is it coming out of the ground? And okay, that's okay. Why is the whole fortress shifting around just to open a window to let the sun in?
Because James,
Like
John
who
Peters
designed
wanted
that
it that way. There you go.
Like who designed this? And what's with the robot? And what was
Yeah. What's with the
I mean,
robots?
do they have emotions?
John Peters. He crying over a robot. John Peters.
For those who don't understand, he was building the Snyder Superman into the quintessential Superman.
Mhm.
Remember, the original April or June of 1938 Superman is not the quintessential Superman that you know and love.
Nope.
You would probably barely recognize him.
Nope. Didn't even fly.
He didn't even fly. The first character to
jump.
fly was Namor. The first character to fly was Namor. So,
Oh,
hell,
that sounds like a comic fan right there.
oh, shit! Don't do that.
Wait, Charles, you pronounce it? No, it's Namor.
Can somebody get this Namor out of my face?
I would
So,
say one
you-
misstep from Snyder.
You got to say Captain
One
Marvel flew before Superman. Okay, there's characters who flew before Superman.
Mhm.
He's not the quintessential Superman. So basically, you hit the 50s and the 60s.
Yep.
Yeah, 60s.
So he had to, and the zenith. If you really want to see the quintessential Superman, it's pretty much the Christopher Reeve ones. That's why we still love him.
That's why we love him. That's my Superman. I don't remember the
But
Jordan
this
Peele
is
show, but Christopher Reeves was it. Motion picture wise, Christopher Reeves was it.
I just watched his
But
his
this
Christopher Reeve documentary
Snyder's-
on Max. It was damn good.
What's that?
And
just
then
watched-
you gotta go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just watched the Christopher Reeve story on Max. It was very good.
Yeah. If you wasn't there to watch Christopher Reeves come up and acting and stuff like that, something like that would give you a better understanding of who Christopher Reeves is and why he got such fan love for being Superman.
Yeah,
What he brought to be a Superman.
Yes, it was a cool dude.
But I think that Snyder's problem with his universe is he killed Superman too early. Like
You got one more time to complain about the Snyderverse. I'm gonna kick your ass.
For real. You know what? I'm backing.
No,
I'm
for real.
backing.
This
I'm
is my
backing
only
the partner up
complaint.
with that. Y'all
My
gonna leave
only
him
complaint.
together.
Hold on. Let Cash finish, okay? Go ahead, Cash.
My only complaint is that he rushed the whole the death and return of Superman storyline. Like as you said, we didn't get the quintessential Superman, and Superman dying, he was already Superman. He was already a beloved figure, and that's why his death hit. But in BVS, we got him dying before the world really liked him. Actually, the world hated him at that point. He was controversial. I think
To me, that's studio involvement.
Yeah,
Studio involvement.
It
He
is.
wants to get to the big hits that the comic book had. They only want to get to those big hits because they want the payout for that shit. They haven't primed the pump. They just want the explosion of the money for it. So to me, that's a studio rushing to get to the death of Superman thing because that was a big thing in comics. Well, it's a big thing in comics that would lead you 3 movies up, and then you get the death of Superman, and then you make these motherfuckers wait 5 years or so for a sequel. Because then they'd be anxious for it instead of throwing it into one movie and then moving on from it in the same damn movie. It's a bigger event than that. That's an event movie that you build up to. not something
then
you
you
just
could have
drop
had.
in there and then move on from it. Within the same movie, we got the death and the return.
Yeah, that's a
Then
fair.
you could have had. You could have actually had shows in between the sequels.
Hmm.
You could
I
have had
mean,
Steel, Superboy, the Eradicator. I mean, you
If you
gotta.
want to go that way, in a
It,
three movie arc, at the end of the first movie, you kill Superman. Maybe he's been around a while, but you kill him. He dies. If not the first movie, the second movie, he dies. Right? If you kill him in the first movie, the second movie is about the world dealing with him being gone and who steps
The
up.
reign of the Superman.
Right? And then by the third movie, by the end of the second movie, you get Superman possibly coming back. Everybody show up for that fucking third movie. That would be like your end game. Everybody showing up to see Superman come back. Because he absolutely needs to, because nobody can deal with this other than Superman. And then you have him show up again in the third movie.
I think that's.
I think the
And
best.
they did it in animation, actually. In animation, they did exactly that. They had the death of the Superman. They had the reign of the Superman, where you had like all these other versions of Superman, and then they had the return of Superman.
I was just
And
going to say that they
communicating.
did that, and the DC animation did that proper.
Yeah, they damn sure did. They were good movies too.
Can we get the motherfucker who? Can we get the motherfucker who made Justice League Dark Doomsday? I mean, Apocalypse War. Can we? Why isn't he getting a promotion?
Because you remember the problem with Warner Brothers has always been is that they fraction off all of this shit. People who are doing animation don't work with the movie side. People who are doing television don't work with the movie side or the animation side. It's all separate little cells doing their own separate things. They just don't like cross shit going on. That's why. Now it works in some ways because you can get stuff like Justice League Dark and whatever in the animation side that the television side wouldn't have touched. If they did, they would have fucked it up. And the movie side don't get into because it takes too long, it'll cost too much. You know, all that shit. We got our own thing we want to do. We want to start these universes over again. So that's why you can have all these different spheres. At least how they do it within their world is that each one of these different cells is different spheres of the DC universe. And it's different worlds you can go into. So they all exist. Yeah. Story-wise, they all exist in their own little bubbles. And you can pop into them in different points. But in a studio sense, it's not homogenous to where they all understand they're all doing the same thing. It's not. If that makes sense.
That's a fair critique with the Snyderverse, but I'm like, what James Gunn is doing, I don't see it's any different because for what I'm seeing for these trailers, they don't like Superman either. They don't seem to like him. So you're doing the same shit Snyder did. What's the difference?
What is the worst costume?
I don't think Gunn has the
Charles won't let that go.
No,
I don't think he's gonna.
That costume looked like my son did it in third grade for a Halloween project.
I wouldn't say it's that bad, but I can tell you to see a costume that looks like that for a Superman costume, it looks like the costumes out of that Jupiter's Ascending.
Yes, it does.
It looks like one of those costumes. Like they're kind of
their costumes
kind of campy. They're kind of campy, but they're really colorful.
The muscle suit.
Yeah,
Charles. All you gotta do is go back and watch Beanier Man and tell me that ain't the suit. Go back and watch Beanier Man.
I'm gonna tell you that shit look like Blank Man. I mean, that shit is terrible. I looked at that costume and I'm looking at everybody defecating on the Snyderverse, and I said, I'll even tell you, the first time I was nervous is when they said Ben Affleck was going to be Batman. When I saw the picture of him right beside the Batmobile, I was like, "Oh my God, he stepped out of a goddamn comic."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's how you make a suit.
And most importantly, Charles, they also got in shape for the roles, so it wasn't just a damn muscle suit; it was partly them in the suit. So that made it even look more real.
I think that was a body double for Affleck scene. I don't know if that was Affleck. I know Affleck was in shape, but I
No,
don't think
that was Affleck.
That was Affleck. Jennifer Gardner confirmed it.
That
Oh, that
was
was
Affleck. Yeah, she enjoyed it.
She confirmed it. She said, I had to like, oh my God, you know, I watched that interview when she was talking about that.
Yeah, I was
Ben
not.
Affleck is not. Ben Affleck is not small or flabby.
Like, he's like 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, I know
Big
he's not. Yeah, because he I watched him in the town.
There you go. He cut up. He cut up good. Put it that way.
Yeah. There we go. Media man, go to Lords.
Go to Lords.
Go to Lords.
You know, on a small fact in Baltimore, you know, part of the movie was actually filmed, like, you could say a block behind my house for Meteor Man. So, because I reckon I used to live right there. I used to walk past it where the last fight scene was all the time.
Yo, I swear to God, that suit looked like Media Man as soon as I saw it. and that new shot they showed with him in the suit, that shit don't look no better. It really don't. That don't help. I mean, I like his look, but the suit is still trash.
I wouldn't call it trash.
Listen, that's
Artist said that's that Bayside niceness, man. That's that Bayside openness to every goddamn thing, man. Kick that shit to the curb. Get that shit out of here. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. Take that shit to the curb. I'm gonna give you the other bay called the Chesapeake Bay.
This is not the top of compassion.
This is not the no. I got a video you on your own show about that bullshit. No. I'm gonna take you to the other bay on the other side of the country, the Chesapeake Bay, the Inner Harbor in Baltimore. We get gritty. Okay, I may be.
You gotta take him to the Tenderloin, sir. What you talking about,
man? I may be born on April 1st, but shit ain't shit funny.
You don't like that? You don't like that suit?
Nah,
bunching up at the shoulders and stuff. You don't like that?
Man, don't do me a favor. Do me a favor. Do a side by side comparison.
No, we don't want them damn Nike boots. You look like you're going to Coachella. You look like you're going to Coachella right now.
Coachella.
Dude, do me a side by side comparison to that and the Henry Cavill suit.
Not even close.
I love the Man of Steel suit. So that's
dude. This is Superman from T-Movie, okay? That's Superman from T-Movie.
That suit got they literally listen, they bought that suit from Party City, okay?
That's Party City right there. By the way, Party City just put out a letter for this new Superman movie. Don't you blame the shit on us?
Yeah, don't come here looking for that suit.
I got a question. What is wrong with the classic Superman look? Why couldn't we just get that one? Just get the damn classic Superman look.
Because people get too wrapped up over where his fucking underwear are.
I ain't never tripped about that.
I did. You know what? When the new 52 came out, because that's where it started before the movie. And I like the fact that they actually made it a Kryptonian suit. I was okay with that because you do need to modernize some parts of the character. Like when they took a... It looks great. It looks alien, which he is.
He got some in there, but it's not as big because they could have painted this shit on.
It's not an S.
Hell, the cape is better.
The cape is long. When I saw the Man of Steel movie and he was floating in that cape, I said, "Oh, he got the icon cape. He got that big long. That shit draping, boy."
Superman Returns is better though. Superman Returns is way better. I think.
Yeah, Superman Returns is better.
Even better than Snyder.
When you looked at that cape when he first put that suit on, he had a black moment. He was like, "I got that shit on, don't I?"
Yeah.
I got that shit on. Like he got designer on, man. Like he came out there hard with that designer.
And that was the moment you needed the black comedic sidekick to come out and say, "Ooh."
Hey man, that's a bad outfit.
Bad outfit, Soups.
Come in with the lint roller. Hey, let me help you out real quick. You got something on your cape.
Go ahead, let me pop your cape collar right quick. There you go, looking fresh. Ooh, you gonna kill him. Lois gonna go insane.
No, you gotta do a move. You gotta do the role like Morris Day. Get there. Tell me that shit. Tell me that shit didn't look hard right there. That was a badass right there.
Yo,
They had Richard Pryor back in the day. Who would they get now? Kevin Hart.
Do you know how
Oh,
many
they
of
get
my
Kevin
because we
Hart.
were
Kevin Hart,
this is fun.
Richard Pryor.
This would be funny. We went to go see Batman v Superman with my coworkers, right? At the time. All those female chicks and female cops are just as bad and sometimes worse than men. They were hooting and hollering like construction workers every time Henry Cavill came on scene.
Yes.
He's like,
You know why? That's why Aquaman made $1 billion. Wasn't because of the damn movie.
He was half naked most of the time. Them motherfuckers was like Jason Momoa. Oh my god.
And he tattooed up.
Yep. Tatted up, long hair, drink, talk shit like women. They're like, hey, oh yeah, I swim
Listen,
with Aquaman.
you know the cold part is, the first thing I did after they released this new Superman trailer for the new one, I immediately went to watch the Man of Steel trailer.
Yeah, to see if it even gave you the same feeling.
Nope. No, it did not. And I tried to be unbiased. I really did.
The first thing I said when I saw the new trailer and he crashed into the snow, the first thing I said was they stole that from Man of Steel. I said, oh, first day flying?
Yeah.
That was something directly stolen from Man of Steel. I'm like, oh, here we go. Now what?
Yep.
Superman, he don't look overly super to me. He doesn't look overly super to me, but he does look like just a James Gunn recasting of Henry Cavill. He just looks like Henry Cavill to me.
Yeah.
As much as Henry Cavill didn't really look like Christopher Reeves too much, he looked more like Tom Welling from Smallville. This dude just looks like Henry Cavill. What, you just got a younger one with a deal you can work with? What the fuck is that about? Just get Henry Cavill.
Hey, we ain't got Henry Cavill, but we got Henry Cavill at home.
Cavillette. Whatever, man.
Honestly, Tyler, I don't want to mispronounce his last name, but Tyler Hoechlin.
Corn Sweat.
No, not him. Not this dude. Tyler Superman and Lois.
Hoechlin.
Yeah, Tyler Hoechlin. Yo,
Hoechlin,
he deserves a lot of respect for his work.
He does.
Oh, his Superman was great.
Yeah, Superman.
Only reason I didn't feel his at the beginning was because when they had on the Supergirl show, and they had him getting his ass kicked and then saying, "Oh well, no, I was at my prime level. You beat me. You're in charge." I was like, "What the fuck? Really?"
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was the only time. I give him points. Go ahead.
And notice they omitted that from the old universe. That shit doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
I'm like, you don't see her fighting Doomsday. Where the fuck was she?
Now, let me ask you this, Charles, and Cash. I'm more interested in what you have to say too, because you're a new person on this panel. They don't come up all the time, so I want to hear what you got to say. But so I'll ask Cash this question first before Charles gets in there, because I kind of get what Charles is going for. Would you take this costume or the Corn Sweat costume? Because this is Warner Brothers CW costumes, and this is a Superman.
Hey, man,
this is Tyler Hoechlin or whatever.
I don't like the red coming into the front, but I like the fact that it's tight fitting. So I'd pick this one, bro.
Okay,
it's not that much better.
So you don't mind all the seams and stuff like that, like they made it yesterday. Like you don't mind all the seams because he has no muscles sewn in here. It doesn't look like, but
you're putting me between a rock and a hard place. I mean, look at what you're comparing it to.
Well,
so I'd have to pick this one.
Okay. Hey, at least you're being fair. Well, I was just checking because let me see and pull up that other one again.
I like the Superman and Lois suit because they remade it. The Superman and Lois suit he was wearing, that suit's better than the current one.
Superman and Lois. Well, that's classic. Dean Cain.
Yeah.
No, that's a classic suit. You can't do too bad with that one.
But this is not bad.
It's looking more like a Superboy suit than anything.
Yeah, this is like a Superboy. So maybe it's just the way the cape is, because I think that's the cape with the red thing. I don't like the way the cape comes in, but take out the cape, the way the design is. Yeah, I like this suit better than Party City Superman.
There you go. It gotta be Party City, huh?
That red leather coming into the front.
The only thing I need that dude to say is trick or treat. That's all I need.
Shut up.
Just say trick or treat, and that's it.
You need to hear the music.
Yep.
You need to be dancing with the little sticks.
This looks like a job for a bigger budget.
A bigger budget. So, yeah, this one looks like, especially at his arms, at his wrists, it's just something he's wearing. It's just it's a whole armor that he's putting on. I do like a form-fitting Superman suit, even though his cape still feeds into the suit the same way it does on the Superman the Lois suit.
Yeah,
it is more streamlined, and I think that's the main thing with the Superman suit. It has to look streamlined to the character, right? It has to look streamlined. It has to look like a part of him, and not something on top of him. Because think about it this way, because then we can get Charles in on this. What's the fun of the black costume Superman, Charles? The one that he wears to gather more solar radiation to heal.
Yeah,
It's
and
form fitting.
it's made out of. It's form fitting, and it's also made out of black Air Forces because you know he's coming to whip your ass.
The same material.
My question is, before you move
Big
together,
shield on his chest and a black suit. That's it.
how does he fit that big ass suit underneath his work clothes? Like, how does he do that?
He wears baggy clothes.
Yeah.
baggier clothes.
4 times his size clothes. But you see that in the trailer. Them clothes don't look like they fit his ass at all. So maybe he got that bulky ass suit on under that shit. Who knows?
Yeah. Snyder's Clark was dripped out, by the way. You remember? He was so sophisticated. Like, he wasn't goofy.
Well, I can tell you this. Snyder's Clark, he had a heart, but you could piss him off. Snyder's Clark, you could get pissed off. That dude that poured that beer on his head, what happened to his truck?
They impaled it with a couple of tree logs.
So he was having normal people reactions. He was having Kansas boy reactions. He just had powers.
Yeah.
The funniest part about that scene is when the dude, the trucker, tried to run into him and he just wouldn't move.
Nope.
Yeah,
he was
trying
like,
to push him. Really?
He's like, really?
Yeah.
And
the can actually bounced off his head. You can actually, it's like metal. It's like the can hit metal, bro. It bounced off him. In the new one, Superman flinches.
Yeah.
He shouldn't flinch, and that can should ricochet off his head or crush, because it should be like hitting a wall.
And he shouldn't be screaming, "People were going to die."
Oh yeah, shut the fuck up.
What the fuck you crying for?
You know what the beautiful thing? You know what the beautiful thing?
The reporter. He was going against Perry.
Hold on. Everybody can't talk at once. Go ahead, Charles, and then Cash.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I said, you know what the beautiful thing about the Man of Steel was? When you saw him as a kid, and every kid can relate to that. When you hold him back and he crushed that goddamn thing, that's like,
he crushed that fist.
He was
that kid.
And he was like, he was gonna hit him, and every kid's been through that. Like, you know what's funny? The stuff that they complain about Man of Steel, you could directly point and say he saved those people. He saved those people. He saved those. Well, he didn't save anybody. I'm fighting an equally strong God powerful being. This is my first day at the job. I'm doing the best I can. It's like being a cop. Your first day out of fucking field training. There's a big joke we used to tell all the rookies. When you get nervous and everybody's arguing and yelling, you yell, "Hey, I'm new, but I'm a good damn shot. So everybody will listen to me."
Yeah, but here's the thing about James Gunn Superman, because from what I understand, this guy's been doing it for a minute. He's been here for a few years.
Like,
we're not getting an origin story. This guy's been here for a minute.
Well, we don't want an origin. So
I mean,
that even makes that interview scene in the new trailer worse,
Yeah.
Been here
That's
for a
what
while.
you-
Because you're a vet.
What are you getting
Yeah,
loud
what are you
about?
crying about? To your girlfriend. Nobody want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
It
'Cause
was
it's-
war.
And exactly that. And to my point, bro, Zach Clark was arguing with Perry, his own chief editor. You know, you remember Perry was like, I'm looking at it and nothing but Clark about this goddamn bat thing. And I told you to drop it, Kent. And you're
Right.
like, Perry, we have to stand for something. This paper stands for something. And like, so even as a reporter, he had
Backbone.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
then
backbone. Gave
and Lawrence
pushback.
Fishburne's prayer was so damn cold because that line was cold. He said the American conscience died with John Robert and what's his name. I was like, oh damn. That was a cold ass line.
And then you could say this ain't 1938.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. He said this ain't 1938. What are you talking about? But
I was like, oh my god, that is so meta.
for real. But even a cold thing, here's the damn difference between that interview, because you can immediately go back to Men of Steel when Lois had already figured it out, and they were talking when he was in front of his son, talking in front of the tombstone, and they were pretty much having the same damn conversation, and that's how. And know how Henry responded? He talked like, "Yo, I already knew how y'all gonna act like this. I already knew. My father already warned me that like y'all finding out y'all would reject me out of fear." So that's what makes this new guy look like more of a pansy. I'm like, didn't your fathers not warn you about this?
Yeah, your daddy didn't warn you like his daddy warned him?
For real. Because they say Jarrell's supposed to make an appearance because Bradley Cooper's playing Jarrell. So
What?
Yeah. Bradley Cooper is supposed to be playing Jarrell in this.
Oh, look, man, look. I know everybody in the Guardians cast is loyal to James Gunn, but goddamn, dude, you don't need to see it. I don't need to see your entire core hole follow you over to DC because that's what happened in the Suicide Squad. Some of them characters are from the damn freaking Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Now I'm about to see this same shit again. Really?
Yeah.
Probably a flashback scene.
That's why you got some of the people from Peacemaker in the last Guardians movie. He keep using the same actors. I don't have a problem with that necessarily. I don't know if I buy Bradley Cooper as a Jarrell. He doesn't have that age and that stature to me. He doesn't. What is he gonna get on the screen and look as old as this motherfucker?
Yeah.
Just with gray hair?
He probably gonna have a damn prosthetic on.
I'm not buying that totally. I mean, I'm buying Nathan Fillion for a little while as the older looking Guy Gardner. I'm buying that for a little while because I not like Nathan Fillion and I understand that him and James Gunn got a friendship. But you look a little old for the character already. But that mop top though, we gonna have to see that in live action.
Low key. That Kingdom Come suit. On a low key thing, that Kingdom Come suit is hitting right there.
No, that Kingdom Come suit in that CW version of that shit, that Kingdom Come suit was hitting. That was perfect for him. Perfect. But that was him getting to play Superman for a second time. And it's his same version. It's his same version, older. So that was
and that was actually beautiful. And then look at the improvements the CW suit made. Like that Kingdom Come symbol, they hit it off the. I had to agree with this one content creator. That's one of the best live action suits I've ever seen of Superman. That's one of the best ones.
It's definitely got that blue that pops. And
Yeah.
that red. And looking at it next to the James Gunn suit, the James Gunn suit looks like it has more green in it than anything. Like, damn, the suit is not even blue, really. Weird.
You got all them damn lines in it, like a damn table.
Well, it looks like
there was the Cavill suit from the Black Adam movie. You remember that one? I think that's like the best. I think
Shazam suit looked better than that.
Oh no, Shazam!
No, Shazam suit. But I'm like, I'm not feeling it. I'm telling you right now, Art, because we're gonna have this conversation when the Superman come out. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna ask you one question. When you left Man of Steel, even despite the reviews, because I looked at the reviews of Man of Steel and they said it was okay, but I'm like, but when you left the movie, you knew Henry Cavill was Superman. when you leave
No.
this Superman movie, you're probably not going to believe this guy. You're probably not going to
No,
believe
no. That's on them and James Gunn to convince me that this is Superman, because I'm still of the state of mind I didn't need a new Superman yet. I still
Nope.
wanted Henry Cavill to have a Man of Steel too. Legit. He still needed another movie, just like I wanted Batfleck for another movie. I needed one more. I'm not saying you have to do 5 more. I just needed one more movie with Henry Cavill as Superman in a solo movie. And then we can be done and you can move on and do whatever you want to. But I'm not for short-term reboots of these characters over and over again. I'm not interested in that shit. Yeah. So they already sledding uphill with me anyway. I was fine with Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill was Superman. And I've been through a lot of versions of Superman to be overly attached to this brand new one thing. Nope. I like him as Superman.
Yep. Could have given us Brainiac. Could have got a new villain.
You could have got a new villain. You could have got something else. But I needed to see that version of Superman by Henry Cavill go forward a little bit with some more maturity.
Yeah.
With some more seasoning as being Superman. He could have still went through all of that stuff in JLA and all of that.
Yeah.
But give me that next point in that character to where he is now, because it would have gotten to, like Charles was saying, it would have gotten closer to the quintessential Superman and not taking him from Superman day one and saying, well, you're not Superman year 5. No, he's not. No. He's not going to be. You either riding along with the story or you pissed because they're not giving you exactly what's in the comic, which is not going to happen. Go ahead, Cash.
I'm just saying, like, really, what stopped him from doing that? Like, what really stopped him from using Cavill? I mean, they had the whole concept of the multiverse already in Flash, right?
Fan base being upset at Snyder because he gave. Here's the thing. Let me just peel this back a little bit. Understand, if you watch Andor, you get this shit. The same way the motherfuckers was feeding into the populace all that shit about Gormans and stuff. So when they came in and took the planet over, nobody complained. You know, the whole gentrification of the thing.
Yeah.
It's the same way they did with Snyder and the fan base. The studio put that shit out because they was mad that he was behind the scenes pushing for his version of the movie and got it done. That didn't happen because Warner Brothers wanted to get it done. It happened because AT&T gave him the money to do it. That's why it came out on Max. They hated that shit. The people that were there in power in Warner Brothers at that time, them Ann Sarnoffs, them Pete Safrans, they hated that shit. They're the ones who fed that shit into the media and the fan base that James Gunn and the Snyderverse is so problematic. And certain people picked up on that shit and repeated it. Oh, it's too dark. It's too this. It's too that. Look at what Marvel's doing. They're doing so well. Why can't you do it like Marvel? It sounds like some bitching ass wife in the house with her husband trying to keep up with the Joneses. You got a new Tesla. Why didn't you get a new Tesla? Bitch, because we got a Prius. And that's what you wanted. You know, that's all that shit was. So while Snyder had his view of what was happening, and the original JLA movie sucked balls and a half, I don't blame that on the director. I blame that on the studio because they didn't want to wait for Zach to do his mourning, do his grieving over his daughter, and then come back to their movie. They didn't want to wait. They wanted to rush it. And since they rushed it, they got what the fuck they got. I don't blame the director. I blame the studio.
Exact same thing they did with Black Panther Wakanda.
Exactly. So Zach came back, pushed for his version. Warner Brothers didn't want to put it out there. What version that's out there is it? Don't prove to anybody else that there was a better version. No, don't embarrass us. He did it anyway.
Yep, did it anyway.
He did it anyway. AT&T gave him the money, and he put that shit out, and it blew the doors off that original theatrical approved version.
And we loved it too.
And loved it. But they were still done with Zach. They didn't want to have to deal with him.
Yeah.
So they fed that into the populace about that shit. It wasn't nothing wrong with Henry Cavill as Superman. He was Superman day one.
Yeah.
Just like you had Batman year one in what's his name's movie?
In The Batman.
In The Batman. So it ain't gonna be quintessential off the bat. And that's fine. As long as we know we're getting somewhere to that, we good. We like the new fresh-faced Superman and the older grizzled Batman.
Yep.
Who ain't for the bullshit? Like, you know what? I'm gonna brand these motherfuckers because they ain't getting this Batman shit.
Yeah. I was
I love
nervous.
slobbing already. I've
look,
seen it destroyed. You know, fuck these dudes.
I was nervous about Ben Affleck. I was, but when I went and saw it, I was like, damn, I gotta give Ben his flowers.
Man,
like,
this town Batman, okay?
Yeah, this town Bat. I'm like, yeah, I was like,
town Batfleck, man.
I was like, I gotta give Ben his flowers. I'm Ben.
Joker is already established, and Harley Quinn is Jason is gone.
He already did that.
Yeah.
So
get this Batmobile and we're gonna go hurt some people. I'm down, man.
And that fight scene was absolutely amazing.
Which one?
He was with it.
And Batman BVS. That was.
Oh, you talking about in the warehouse when he went to go save Martha?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was brutal.
And the unrated version is even better.
He was beating the hell out of the fools.
He beat the shit out of them.
That Batman had no chill. He been doing this shit way too long.
Nope.
This was the old man trying to go home. I ain't about to be out here scrapping with you motherfuckers all night. You going to the hospital.
Give me your arm. Give me your arm. Give me your arm.
Look, there's a moment in this Mission Impossible movie.
He kicked that dude hanging so hard.
There's a moment in this Mission Impossible movie where Ethan Hunt gives the dude some old man treatment. Is what I call it. He gave him the old man treatment. He was tired of fucking with that dude, and he finally got a hold of him, and he broke the shit out of his arm hard.
Yeah.
And the character is screaming because he broke his arm in some unnatural way. It's not okay. It's not okay the way he broke that shit. And left it was still holding on to it like, yes, get him. You had enough of his shit. Yes. He need that kind of break.
You gonna give me that poison pill.
Yeah, it's nothing fancy. It's nothing fancy, motherfucker. Just I finally got a hold of your ass. Now what?
Nah, because he didn't do nothing much that time. I think this was like the less like quote unquote actiony that Tom Cruise has ever been. Like he didn't handle guns that much in this movie. He was just pretty much on the stunt. He was pretty much doing the stunt shit, even though the stunts
not a lot of the fighting.
He wasn't doing a lot of fighting like Fallout. Or this is pretty much Tom Cruise from the very first Mission Impossible. The very first Mission Impossible, he didn't do a lot. He didn't do a lot of gun handling and stuff like that.
No, but that's different directors coming on board.
Yeah,
because it wasn't the number 2 where he was doing gun handling, flips and kicks and kung fu fighting and shit like this. Like, dude, it's not the killer. I mean, it's a good Mission Impossible.
I mean, it was a good one though. I actually like Mission Impossible too.
I like Mission Impossible too. That's why I played the song. I like that one. But even was a little younger, a little bit more active.
Yeah.
35 years later, maybe you won't see the fight scene, man. Like, I'm a little slower. I'm gonna do these other stunts, but I ain't down for the sweating and the grunting and shit.
I mean, he was still kicking that dude's ass while he was half naked in that submarine.
He was. He had to go with that dude.
I haven't seen it yet, so please no spoilers, bro. No spoilers.
What was that? Say it again, Cash.
Nah, I ain't seen the movie yet, so don't spoil it.
I don't do spoilers over here.
We got about a week.
Yeah, you didn't come to the wrong channel for that. I don't do spoilers over here. If it's just out, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. I want you to see it.
Yeah.
If you want to see it, go see the shit. I'm not gonna spoil it for you. I just told you my impressions. And what me and Lion is talking about is some basic ass shit that wouldn't spoil any part of the movie.
No.
Oh, Tom Cruise.
He was about like the submarine part. So I was like, nah, man, you're getting into some details there.
That was something you could have saw in the trailer. That was
in the trailer.
It's in the trailer. It's in the trailer.
You saw that dude he was fighting somebody in a submarine in the trailer.
Yeah, you saw it in the trailer. So that's not even a spoiler. I didn't even spoil that shit. They showed it to you in the trailer.
Yeah. I was thinking you were heading into like spoiler territory, but
I don't do that over here.
We will give a spoiler warning.
Hold on. If I was going to get in spoiler territory, I would tell you ahead of time. I think out more than momentarily. I think further out than that. So I would tell you if I was going into something spoiling. So no. You good.
Let me just say this. I like you put me on to some game there about the whole studio thing, because I always thought that after the fans pressured, released the Snyder Cut. I thought it was the studio that released it, but now
Nah,
it's
it
news
wasn't.
to me that he actually went. So I'm thinking now, even the Batman 2 might be in danger with some. Like, can you break down what might be happening with the Batman 2? Because it seems you might have more.
The Batman 2 might run into some problems because Joker 2 bombed critically.
Terribly.
So it may run into some problems, and meaning it may run into more studio interference. That director, I'm forgetting his name now. I don't Matt Reeves. Yeah, Matt Reeves got over doing a movie that people weren't really paying that much attention to. We're really skeptical on. Like I've called him Glitterbat forever with this movie. It actually kind of worked. It actually kind of worked.
It worked.
It did. You would watch another one. So because it worked and it works financially successfully well, the studio will want to put more of their hands into it to think they can make it a bigger success or to get more money out of it. You know, it's like, oh, you brought me a billion? Well, if you do this, it should bring us more. Shut up. We don't need no product placement. We don't need none of that shit. We don't need none of your stupid ass ideas that weren't in this first one that made it work.
Yeah.
So that may be. They may use Joker 2 bombing as a way to get more pressure on Matt Reeves to bring it in, or they might go with James Gunn want a completely different Batman.
Yeah.
So they may be putting that shit on the back burner and saying, fuck you, whatever you do, this isn't going to be it. Because I'm a recast anyway and do my own Batman. That may fuck it up.
Fine, just keep it separate. Just keep it separate.
That'll be that, to me, Pete Safran, motherfucker. Because that's the same dude that sunk the Black Adam movie. Because he don't like dealing with The Rock.
Yeah.
Man up, nigga. That's your business. Fuck you. You a pussy, you a pussy. Just own it and gush when called for.
Yeah.
But if you don't like dealing with The Rock because he's a little bit too masculine for you, then that's your problem. You're going to fuck up the whole franchise over your inability to work with somebody. He went around me. You sound like this goddamn Superman crying on the camera.
He's mad at a masculine actor playing a masculine villain.
Masculine actor can be his own producer.
What is the world coming to?
Oh my God, he can do his own thing without having to talk to you. You talk to the CEO directly? No, nigga, you gotta go through me. Shut up, bitch.
I had a respect for him when he pushed for Henry Cavill to show up.
Yes.
I was like,
and that was one of the things they was mad about. That's why Black Adam and Henry Cavill was out when James Gunn took over.
Yeah.
Because his partner, not the creative partner, but the studio side partner, is Pete Safran. Pete Safran don't like them too. Because if you got Henry Cavill, you got to deal with The Rock because he's on his production company.
Yep.
He's on $7. So if you don't want to deal with The Rock, then you don't want to deal with Henry Cavill either because you don't want to have to deal with The Rock. Fuck you. That sounds personal.
See, I want to make y'all pay, and I want to make y'all pay for it just out of spite for doing that bullshit. Because
that honestly, was where that dissent on that movie came from. Because it came through the critics first, and it came through the studio. It came from the studio through the established, shield critics, and then it got picked up by the YouTube critics.
Mm-hmm.
But if anybody who watched the movie, like, man, I didn't mind Black Adam. That was kind of cool. It had some good fatherhood.
It actually wasn't bad.
It had some good fatherhood messages. Yeah, it seemed dated in some areas, but if you know the story of trying to get this shit made, it's been trying to be made for 15 years.
Yep.
This is actually This is actually one of the best roles I've seen The Rock. This is actually one of the best roles I've seen The Rock in, playing a dull villain. Like he played it to perfection.
He actually did a little bit more acting, since that became one of the biggest critiques. Well, The Rock plays The Rock. I said
he plays the same person all the time.
He done played it in the last 20 goddamn movies, and they ain't never stopped y'all from going to see him. And that's the whole reason he became one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood. Same thing with Ryan Reynolds. Y'all still going, y'all pay to go see him play Deadpool in every goddamn movie.
And that's one of the reasons they're trying to ruin The Rock and Ryan Reynolds in Hollywood right now. That's coming from the studios because they're thinking these actors have too much power and more power than the studios. So they don't want to have to deal with their asses. That's the same reason why they keep trying to tell Denzel he needs to go ahead and retire when Marlon Brando was acting till he couldn't even remember his fucking lines.
Yeah.
Showing up drunk on set. They don't want these actors to have that kind of power and that kind of stroke because it puts the theater, puts the studios in a position of Kevin Feige of having to bend over and grab your ass and let Robert Downey Jr. hope he go easy on you with what you're gonna have to pay his ass to give you the Doctor Doom.
And you could have gotten
you could have got. You gotta agree to it.
And you could have got another actor and had to pay him a whole lot less. Because if I'm Robert, you gonna pay me, sir.
Yeah, you can't tell me. You can't tell me Corn Sweat is getting anywhere close to what a Henry Cavill would be getting a Superman.
Hell no, you knew.
Nowhere.
Rookie.
You can't tell me that James Gunn is not using the formula. I was just saying earlier that Kevin Feige should learn and not put the actor over the character.
Yeah.
They're putting the character over the actor, which what they do. They went and got some goddamn unknown.
Yep.
And threw him in the rules like, no, trust me, you'll love him. Who the fuck is Corn Sweat?
Who is this dude?
Yeah.
Only why he has a podcast.
Superman.
I had to dig to find he has a podcast, and that was the first time I heard him ever speak. This is the most I ever heard. He seems
but that in some senses is what you need, because now we're not talking about, Corn Sweat is in the new Superman movie. No, we're talking about Superman, and will Corn Sweat live up to playing Superman?
Yeah.
The conversation completely shifts in the way it should be. The character is first. How this actor portrays this character is second. Not the actors in the role. Maybe he could play this good.
I'm not convinced, man.
Nicolas Cage, a big Superman fan. I never wanted to see him play Superman. Why? Because it'd be fucking Nicolas Cage in a Superman suit.
Never.
Wouldn't work for me.
Never. I would never want to see Tom Cruise in a superhero movie.
An Iron Man suit. No, because it'd be Tom Cruise.
They don't have to
run in that armor.
No, I would never want to see Tom Cruise in a superhero movie. He don't need to.
And Tom Cruise, you've seen Tom Cruise in the fat suit, so
you've seen him in the fat suit. Tom Cruise makes his money off of knowing that's Tom Cruise. In them offshoot movies where you see him and you don't know it's him, it's like, oh, that's a nice Easter egg.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you want to see Tom Cruise.
Yeah, they should put him in just like a gag. They should have now instead of killing Mr. Fantastic. What's his name in Multiverse of Madness?
Oh yeah,
John
Krasinski.
Yeah, they should have killed Tom Cruise. They should have had Tom Cruise there and just killed him off because they can't afford him anyway.
They'd have blew the budget trying to get Tom Cruise in that movie.
Yeah,
they would have blew the budget. They couldn't afford Tom Cruise in that damn movie.
Yeah,
not afford.
But if they wanted to,
5 seconds. He dies in like 5 seconds, though.
But that cameo would have been expensive.
He would have been in it for longer than 5 seconds. He would have been in it for about 3 minutes. But even still, it would have been expensive.
As hell.
Because if you don't know how expensive it is, look at it this way: Tom Cruise's movie that he's in and producing just came out. Find out how much he got paid for that movie. And it's on his production company, how much he got paid for that movie. And that's for the whole 3 hours of it. And then divide that by, 60 minutes or so. Then you'll figure out they couldn't afford his ass for that.
Wait, wasn't Brad Pitt in like Deadpool 2? Or aren't they on the same level?
He was in Deadpool 2.
Yeah.
Mostly he was the Vanisher, but you didn't see him except for the 10 seconds when he got electrocuted and you saw, holy shit, it's Brad Pitt. And he out the movie. That was it. So yeah, he's credited. But that's the same way. Once I saw the movie, I understood why Brad Pitt was in Deadpool 2. Ryan Reynolds is in Bullet Train, which is Brad Pitt's movie. And Ryan Reynolds shows up for about 2 minutes in Bullet Train at the end. Because he's the person that was supposed to be on the train. And that was it. Ryan Reynolds shows up. Oh, this looked like it went to shit. And then he out of there.
Hell, even Hobbs and Shaw. Ryan Reynolds cameo in Hobbs and Shaw. We don't talk about that though, but
Hobbs and Shaw was good. I like Hobbs and Shaw.
Hobbs and Shaw was all right. But yeah, I just looked at the salary. 12 to 14 million. I just looked at the salary. Yeah. You want him to show
my bigger point is we wouldn't have Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards. Now that I can see. I'm trying, but I just I don't know. I can't see it.
I don't see Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards, but I would like to see a Pedro Pascal as the maker, like the Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe, who kind of went bad. I would pay to see him do that, because I think, look, he'd hate it because he'd have to wear a bucket on his head again. It's only a half bucket. That's why he don't want to do the Mandalorian so much, because he wants his helmet off all the time. He wants people to see his face. Look, give me Joel in a Reed Richards suit who can still stretch and do all the other shit, but his intelligence is turned to doing some evil shit from all this personal angst that he got. That would be real. Pedro Pascal could kill that. He could fucking kill that and get rid of that Reed altogether.
Personally, I'm just good off. Like John Krasinski was great though. Like seriously, I think it's like an insult to have a fan favorite, and he was great, and then kill him off just like that.
Well, most of the characters in that multiverse of madness that showed up and got killed off, it was an insult to show that you listen to the fans, in a sense that was fan casting, and then kill those characters at the same time was fucked up. But they weren't going to hang around. They weren't going to hang around that long. They couldn't have hung around that long in that movie, and not that version, because if you understand Multiverse of Madness, it's another universe. It's not our universe anyway. But in some other universe, Reed Richards was John Krasinski. Okay. In this universe, he's not. Well, in this universe, if you put it bluntly, you don't know who Reed Richards is in this universe, because the Reed Richards you're going to see is coming from another universe too.
Yep, you got.
So you don't know who the real Reed Richards is in this universe.
Got the Illuminati.
No, I mean, we don't have. We have to say we don't have. I mean, we can't say we have a Reed Richards and we've never heard of him. Like the way they've built the universe.
Yeah,
look, if they can work a character like the Sentry in the comic books, where nobody knew who the character was, but he had been there a long time, they can work it into the movies too. They can. It just takes a little bit more explaining.
But exactly, no one knew the Sentry, but everybody knows Reed Richards. He's the smartest man on Earth. How come Tony Stark never mentioned him? How come? You see, that's what I'm saying. Like the way they've built it up, how come they would have to have mentioned them at some point?
In the MCU, here's how you work this shit out. Because when the MCU started, they didn't have the use of Reed Richards or any of those characters, so they pivoted everything over to the one character that they did have that was smart, which was Tony Stark. And they made the universe around Tony Stark. Okay? You can still have that in there the same way you still have Peter Parker in there. You just introduce Reed as being younger. A younger Reed. The same way Fox did with the fan four stick that everybody says they hate. I didn't mind a young Reed Richards, because now you can grow with the character. I don't mind a young Sue Storm, Invisible Girl, not Invisible Woman, because then you can grow with the characters. That's why Sydney Sweeney would work. She already young. You give her 10 years, she's older. Now I would be interested in seeing Malice. Then I'd be interested in that. Because, oh yeah, she was hot for a while. Now she went bad. Oh, that got to be fun for her. Get sexy, girl.
It's funny. I just started reading Secret Wars too.
Yeah, it'd be fun. But look, see, Chosen Racer, no Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that should have been the Invisible Woman. I don't know how they didn't make that happen, because they was going too old. They wanted to set it in the 60s. Everybody in the 60s didn't look old as fuck.
No,
that's your impression of the 60s. That's not what they look like in the 60s. You got to remember, back in the 60s, people was grown by the time, way grown and seeming old by the time they was 50. They were younger. They were going off to war and shit.
Yeah, drafts and Woodstock.
Yeah, come on, man. Bill Clinton was one of your 60s people.
Shades and saxophone.
Go ahead, back up from the mic so we can hear you clearly, because it keeps coming in.
Nah, I gotta bounce, but thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for coming through. That was Cash Key even. Peace out. But no, look, they should have went younger, and if if the Fantastic Four in our universe ends up being younger, that'd be cool. But if you already watched the Thunderbolts, it's not a fucking spoiler. They showed a Fantastic Four coming into this universe. Who do you think is on the ship?
Hey, how you spoil your own movie before the movie come out?
That's what I said. You heard me say that. But how the fuck you spoil the ending of a movie that ain't even came out yet?
See, this is how y'all know y'all got massage yourselves. Like y'all, this is what I'm talking about. The art of seduction. Y'all don't even have the art of seduction when y'all do y'all movies anymore. It's not even super. It's like, here's the thing. You know the reason why there's quote unquote superhero fatigue? Because y'all don't know how to surprise people.
No.
Y'all just throw the shit.
You don't know how to build up a surprise. That's why I said these people ain't never had sex before or something.
For real.
They don't know how to warm up nothing.
No,
like, can you cook this?
Right
Everything microwaved.
Just come in, nigga.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
God damn.
Like, no seduction, no nothing?
Nothing.
How you spoil your own movie before the movie come out?
Well, I guess I don't need to watch it then, right? Like, well, I know how it's going to go. Well, now that I know how it's going to go, I guess I don't need to watch anything. James Gunn, what are you doing? This shit looks like Tron Legacy. What are you doing?
Hey, did you watch the new Jurassic World trailer?
I saw that shit too many times. I'm still not overly interested. I didn't watch the last Jurassic World movie.
Oh yeah.
And I like Dallas Bryce Howard. I've been done with Jurassic Park for a while. I see he got these whole BVD fucking not even boxer briefs on, man.
Yo, is that even a belt? Why does that belt look just spray painted on?
No, it's just fed through the underwear. Keep the underwear up.
I thought underwear has elastic.
Beasley, say something. Hold on, Charles. Give me that for a second so I can see if Beasley is being heard. Go ahead, Beasley. If you're saying something, I didn't hear it. So you might have to reconnect something. Go ahead, Charles.
No, I never understood why Superman needs a belt. Does he look like a utility belt or some shit? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, it looks like it. The other thing, like, I'm not gay or anything like that, but he don't look Superman. He don't look super. At least Henry Cavill had a cod piece on there, man. But this Superman is.
It's like those old trash bag. It's like those old trash bag commercials. Hefty, hefty, hefty. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy.
And those boots look problematic at his legs. So he got really skinny ass legs and some big ass boots. It's a lot of shadow happening under the boots, buddy.
Did he even work out for this film?
Probably not.
He probably got some upper body, but it looks like a lot of the stuff is in the suit. But that's how James Gunn makes his goddamn suits. That's what he thinks is a good costume.
James Gunn is going to be.
Unless the dude is overly buff.
I'm already going to say this. James Gunn is going to be the Antichrist of DC.
Yep. To be fair, he did work out for the role because like I said, I listened to his podcast and they were talking about him getting ready for the role. And it was like he's pretty much eating everything in sight and put on like 20, 30 pounds, even though it don't look like in the Party City suit.
20, 30 pounds of what? Donuts?
Look, I made the doctor laugh. Dr. Rosie, like, he don't look super. Look, man, I've heard this from female geeks forever about the Hulk getting bulked up and everything, but he still got them tiny ass pants on. It's like, you don't look like a Hulk. I'm like, man, you was worried about the wrong shit.
I know, right?
You don't look like the Hulk. That was a woman geek saying that shit.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing here. You got Superman laying on the table, and he got them big ass shorts on, and it look real small. Like, goddamn, but I'm black, so I already know white boys ain't got big schlongs. They ain't all John Holmes, okay? But this motherfucker's looking underwhelming, man.
That's why it's nice to be dark skinned. You get the 3 complimentary inches with it.
3 complimentary inches with your darkness and your bad credit score.
In other words, Rosie, you can't do the Haley Atwell where she accidentally touched Chris Evans' chest in the movie and get added in.
Yep.
I don't think you're gonna get the sinner's move where she, your body still remembers me, Superman. Like, I don't think you're gonna get that one.
I mean, supposedly they don't live. They're doing the same thing where Lois don't even like them.
Well, that's modern day.
That's always been their damn.
That's modern day. Why would Lois like Superman?
She probably got a girlfriend somewhere.
Well, I mean, he's only the strongest male on the planet. Why would you like him?
Sure, of course not.
He said that was sad.
Yeah, why would she want that? Oh my God, he can fly.
Oh,
But can he really though?
Single bound, yeah.
He can fly, but I got my degree in journalism.
Yeah, he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
He's a fucking narcissist. Look, he got his own castle and his dog and his little robot. No, he's a narcissist.
Damn poodle. We can't even get masculine dogs anymore.
Oh, that pissed me off with that one.
We
right
can't even
there.
get masculine dogs. He's supposed to be a Doberman pinscher.
Labrador or something.
You know the reason why that dog. That's James Gunn's dog that he had in there.
Yeah, I've heard that because he adopted a dog or some shit. Look, James Gunn trying to get over Rocket the Raccoon really got y'all motherfuckers in Guardians 3. Rocket the Raccoon was making people cry. Bumped that movie up to being great from something that was just good. Bumped it up to being great because everybody was wrapped up in the Rocket story. Okay.
Yep.
James Gunn took that feedback and threw a fucking dog in this one. Okay. He even went and adopted a dog so he could understand how to put that shit in there. Crypto not looking like he's supposed to. Why do I give a fuck? I'm still trying to figure out after all these years. I like Crypto. I like Superman. I don't know how Crypto got his powers because the goddamn dog didn't come from Krypton. I still don't know how it happened.
Damn, that's a good point.
So seeing Crypto in the movie, it'll be fun for me. Does he look comic book accurate? No, because Crypto in the comic, I think, is like a what did I just say?
Almost like a husky, like
a retriever or something like that.
He's like a golden retriever or a lab.
Yeah, like a lab or something like that. Right?
Almost a little bit of a yeah. He's almost he's not a hound, but he's like a lab, something like that.
Yeah,
close to that.
He's some short-haired dog, as far as I remember. If it's not that in the movie, I don't give a fuck. I like animals. I'm not gonna get that nitpicky on the shit. I'm more worried about if they get Superman right rather than they get the fucking dog. That's not the whole story.
Well,
that's the part I'm concerned about. It's not that big of a deal. It's a dog in a Superman movie with a cape on. If it's the right color, it's fucking Crypto. So that'll be funny to me to see, but it's not something that's making me overly go to the movies for. I'm more concerned about what this Superman is like. That's it. You heard me. I'm not really worried that much about the damn costume. It looks goofy in some parts, but I'm not really overly concerned about that. My importance is, how does this story match up? How is this Superman? Because I'm still on, you should have gave Henry his second movie. Plain and simple. That's what should have happened. Snyderverse or not, I don't give a fuck. You need to have Henry's second Man of Steel movie.
Yep.
That's what I want.
I don't
I mean,
believe
the fact that Wonder Woman got 2 goddamn movies and Batman didn't even get his solo shit, Superman didn't get his second movie. It's
Aquaman
crazy.
got 2 movies.
Aquaman got 2 movies.
Harley Quinn got how many movies?
Yep. She was in a couple movies.
Yeah.
But fucking Aquaman got 2 movies, even with Amber Heard's problematic ass in it.
Yep.
Fucking not even that. We're forgetting this one.
You know what,
Ezra Miller's Flash got his own solo movie.
Got his own
You know what, Artisan? You know how to piss on a fucking parade, don't you?
I do.
Because I'm gonna just say this. James Gunn is the Antichrist of DC. I don't care who thinks it. He's only good when you give him a corny ass Guardian of the Galaxy where nobody even knew who the Guardians of the Galaxy were. That's why it worked. They were corny. He can do what he wants. You made Drax. You made Drax look like a dumbass. I mean, the guy who was designed to kill Thanos. Really? I already said Marvel Studios, where all your heroes go to die. And Jesus Christ is bad.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I know this is a goof thumbnail, but this could be your Val Zod if you want to really do a Superman movie. I would have took this. I would have took this. I would have took this more than this new Superman. That's the only way it could have worked.
No, I don't believe this new guy. I don't believe him. I don't
I
believe.
just can't see this on the screen.
Yeah, I don't
Will
believe
Smith as Superman. Yeah, that could be Val Zod.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Will Smith need to play a dark role so he can get people to believe that he got some nuts again.
Jada
Then when
already.
he slapped the shit out of somebody, you're like, "Yep, I can totally see."
And you know what, Artisan? That clip from that, what was it? The Miracle movie is a circle in the internet now. I didn't seen it on the social media. People bringing it up. I didn't even know he played this character.
I didn't see the Miracle movie. I don't know what that trailer.
No, where he played where he played the judge, aka Lucifer, with Russell Crowe and
yeah, I showed that on my stream before. That was from a
yeah.
Winter's Tale.
Yeah, Winter. That one. That clip has been making the rounds.
Really? Since when?
I was just seeing it a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Bunch of people sharing that clip. Like, I didn't know Will Smith did. Oh, really?
Yeah, he played Lucifer in Winter's Tale. Don't talk to me about him now. He went off. He can play dark. He can play dark, but he hasn't done it. That hasn't been his, forte. But if you want to resuscitate his damn career, play some dark roles. Even Denzel plays some dark roles because one of his roles everybody loved him in is Lonzo. Lonzo was a piece of shit.
Even he knew it.
Even he knew it.
That's why he had the character killed off.
Yeah, and if you give a fuck about these white folks and what they like, they gave him an Academy Award for that shit.
Damn sure did. It's like, damn, I hate you. Here's an award.
I love Lonzo. Lonzo's a son of a bitch. We like seeing him get killed.
Like him.
Yeah, they did. Because that's usually what they love. So
the one movie where you feel bad for the white boy.
Yeah.
The one movie you feel bad for the white boy.
Look, that movie got dark. When they had his ass in the bathtub, I'm like, oh shit, this movie is over, dude. I'm feeling it.
I was like, oh, this man had a day.
I feel bad for Jake.
I was like, yeah, especially when that was over, he was on the bus and he would just sit there. I was like, yeah, man, just go home, dog.
Just go home. Yeah, just go home, bro.
Just go home, man. Call it a
long day. Go home to your wife.
Just go home. But he got off and walked in the neighborhood. I was like, oh, he had enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He on a mission. I was like, that wasn't more serious.
Yeah.
He crazy as shit.
He just said, you lost? He's like, I'm looking for Lonzo.
Yeah,
and they just looked at him. I was like, you know what? Go ahead.
Yeah, go on, bro. This nigga crazy. Yeah, let this one fool go. This white boy crazy. Hey, kill him down here. They gonna run down here with the riot police.
For real.
This motherfucker go about his business. See what happens.
I'm telling you, man. I don't think I'm not gonna believe. I don't think we're gonna like him. I don't think the general public, and here's the thing, everybody got so much to say about Snyderverse people. I'm like, well, at the end of the day, Henry Cavill was a better Superman. If this dude's not a better Superman, then hey, he's just not.
Well, I can say for the same thing that Cavill got, he got one movie to prove it.
Yep.
He got one movie to prove it. James Gunn got one movie to prove that the Superman franchise doesn't look like this. That the Superman franchise under James Gunn does not look like this later on.
I just want to say we got two clips of Superman whining like a little bitch. One where the dog is jumping on him. I was like, damn, but I said, look, if you didn't see the dog, you would have thought he was taking back shots or something. Like calm down, sir. Like, what's happening?
And JT said Hancock was funny. Yeah, it was kind of Superman, but it was kind of Will Smith being funny. That was his own property.
Yeah.
Right. But you have Will Smith playing a Val Zod. He has to play that role. He could be President Ellis if you gave a fuck. He can do the whole President Ellis Superman, Black Superman. He could do that. But for my money, I would rather see Will Smith play a Superman character than Michael B. Jordan, because I want Michael B. Jordan, who can direct, to do an icon movie. Give that shine to a black character. Get Ryan Coogler on that bitch. I don't care. Y'all can work together, hold hands, skip down the street. But give me an icon movie if you want to be somebody superpowered. Do that. Or talk to Marvel since y'all got an inroad and you do the Blue Marvel movie.
Yeah, I'm about to say, what about Blue Marvel?
Exactly. Or do the Blue Marvel movie. Because I don't trust anybody else to touch them.
No.
Outside of maybe Bo DeMayo, I don't trust nobody else to touch those two characters. I don't. They ain't proven they trustworthy. Yeah, and this is how you break down and build up trust. Like, no, I don't trust them.
Party City Superman.
Will Smith is Luke Cage. Ray, what the hell is wrong with you? No.
Just
no. Michael Coulter as Luke Cage. If you can't get Charles Faulkner, Michael Coulter.
Michael Coulter is Luke Cage. Just like Charlie
Charlie Cox
Daredevil.
Is Daredevil. I like Ben Affleck is Daredevil, but I like Charlie Cox a little better.
Yeah, I like Charlie Cox a little better. He's still Daredevil.
He's still Daredevil, man. He's selling it for me. Oh my God.
Wait
a minute, Beastly. What did you say? Superman getting back shots? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This cannot be the Superman that you think everybody want to see, man. Bro, that cannot be the Superman. You think the fan base is gonna be better with? See all my dental work.
Talk about cringe. Talk about cringe, bro.
Having to get saved by his dog. God,
and everybody got so much to say about Henry Cavill. I was like, I ain't never seen Henry Cavill take an ass when he was getting back shotted though.
He looked
Not to mention he was fighting Zod.
He looked like he's getting the American me right now.
For real. This look like that scene in Pulp Fiction.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's the Superman we're gonna see on screen, apparently. Okay, I'm waiting to see.
I was glad I was looking at the trailer because if I wouldn't listen, if you just listen, it just sounds bad. I said, this sounds horrible.
I was listening to that trailer at some parts, and that's the part I heard. It said, this sounds like an unhinged simp. He about to hurt her ass. He is seriously about to hurt her.
People will go and die. The fuck are you screaming for?
Yeah, what did you whining about, bitch?
And doing good. It's like that line too. That and doing good. The fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, time out, James. You said this guy's been doing the Superman shit for a while, right? Why the fuck is he talking like that?
Why is he crying?
Why is he talking like this?
Why is he crying so much? Now, I will say the best scene from that trailer that everybody keyed on was him sliding in there saving that girl. That looked cool as shit.
Yeah.
That looked cool as shit.
But you know it's bad when you have to mention him not talking.
It's just Superman saving people. Like I was one of the ones giving the smoke in Man of Steel that he wasn't saving enough people. And it was just because of the way it was set up. When he got into the initial fight with Nog and shit like that in Smallville, he told them people to go inside. Yeah. And right after they went inside, they start throwing shit through the building. I was like, what happened to them people? Them people dead as fuck.
That's what I said.
Like, oh, shit.
I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, they was dead as fuck. So that was my thing where he wasn't saving enough people. But the context got brought back to me is it's his worst first day on the job ever. It's his first fucking day. Okay.
Job, yeah.
First day, you go some eggs is gonna get broken, nigga.
Yeah.
First day at the grill, you're gonna fuck up some shit. Okay. Everything
ain't collateral damage.
Michelin starred, okay? Everything ain't coming out Michelin starred.
In his defense, all this shit was happening in one day.
In one day. It was the first day. I just 15 minutes ago, I got this flying thing down.
Yeah.
And 15 minutes ago, I was finally able to let loose with my strength and hit somebody. And they didn't go down, and I didn't know how much more I had in me after that point. Yeah. He didn't know his limits, okay? He didn't know his limits. So fine. I can buy that from that point on. It was first day on the job. But what I wanted to see, since I saw the first day, let me see the first 3 years. 3 years later, can I see that a little bit? It'd be cool. It'd be fine. No? Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh, well.
Oh well.
Oh well. Oh well. I guess I just have to deal with what I had, and what I saw, I liked it. And we didn't have Crypto the dog and a bunch of other superheroes thrown into the whole movie.
No, we did not.
So
Oh,
you already telling me that James Gunn, in a sense, if you want to look at it this way, James Gunn does not have enough faith in the story he can write for a Superman that he can do a Superman story without introducing a bunch of characters, as Zack Snyder had with doing a Man of Steel movie. And it was just him in it.
Yep.
He did a whole movie with just Clark.
All you had was
All you
had was Clark and Superman and Zod and Lois.
And the people who showed up to kick his ass.
That was all his soldiers. But the thing is, you had already seen that before in other TV shows where it was just Zod and his people, and that was it.
Yeah, so you've seen it before, but
and shout out to
Michael he still filled out a whole movie with just that character.
Yeah. And shout out to Michael Shannon, because he did a great job as Zod. That was a damn good job. That was a good cast.
If you want to go with empathizing with the devil and shit, you understood why Zod was doing what the hell he was doing. He told you.
Yeah.
This is my purpose. This is what I was designed for.
This is my people.
Yeah, they're my people.
I'm for my people.
Yeah, you fucking this up. I'm about to beat your ass.
Oh, so you ain't down?
Yeah, you ain't down.
Oh, so you ain't down?
Trained soldier, sir. I'm a trained soldier. What you doing out here?
That free was how that conversation went. Oh, so you telling me you ain't down?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Fuck it.
No, fuck my people, right? Your daddy's people, your mama's people, but fuck all them, huh? Oh, okay. I got you.
He asked a scientist, hey, does he need to be alive for me to get that DNA strand out of him?
Nope.
No.
Good.
Cool.
No.
Where's the world engine? Fire that bitch up.
Yeah.
Fire up that world engine.
That's exactly what it was. He's like, oh, it's just fuck all of us, huh? Oh, okay. You got on that side, right? You a coon ass man, huh? You super coon man. Oh, okay.
Oh, you traitor.
Yeah, you traitor.
Oh, you a traitor.
Yeah.
He was like, that's so cool. Your father was too.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna take you to the learning tree now, young boy. Young man, I'm gonna take you to the learning tree. You're gonna figure out something about why we Kryptonians.
He said, well, if Krypton lives again, what happens to everybody else? Foundation's got to be built on something.
Look, you watched Andor. What did Major Prendergast say? Oh, well, the Empire needs that resources. Bad luck, Gorman.
No. Oh, well. That really must survive. Oh, well.
Damn. Not a long speech. Bad luck, Gorman. Anyway, moving on. Next business.
That's a true villain shit for you right there.
That's
straight to the point. Don't need no monologue or nothing.
Nope. Any other questions?
Yeah. Any other questions? You gonna carry out your duties or not? Because we here.
I need to go handle that.
Yeah, go handle that. Get the order so we can start wiping these people out and getting these resources.
Hurry up.
Chop.
I don't need nobody knowing about this shit. Hell, they put their own soldier in jail. But
in jail, they kill some of their own soldiers.
No, I'm talking about Deidre.
Yeah.
Deidre. They was like, yo, you fucking up the plan. Did you tell anybody?
Yeah.
Did you tell anybody? Get your punk ass over there.
Yeah. That's a good scene. That was the best scene in that trailer.
Yeah.
Aside from him laying face down in the snow, begging for his dog to come save his ass. This was the best scene in the trailer because no, he's not talking, but he's actually doing something Superman-like. And that cape is flowing. The cape is what sells it to show how fast he's moving.
Yeah, because you see it here, but you also see it when he saved that woman because she was about to get stepped on. Mm-hmm. So I think I think that probably happens in the same exact scene when he's fighting the kaiju. So he saves this little girl and he also saves that woman.
Well, I'm glad there's no inappropriate touching going on. But we'll see after the movie comes out if anybody jumps on that.
Oh, God.
Manhandling the young girl. Was he pressing her against his groin and against his underwears?
Yeah, she can save herself. That's not empowering.
She can save herself. That's not empowering her.
She's smart. Man, she's about to get crushed.
James Gunn does movies with teams of misfits, tragically cute animals, tentacles, and daddy issues. Yes, he does. Me and you know that, JT. I'm fucking with these two dudes right now. We know what James Gunn does well. He does teams well. which is why I didn't think a Superman movie with him would be that damn good. And as soon as we saw the trailer, we saw a bunch of extra characters in there, which is James Gunn's stock and forte.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he does. But the thing of it is, if people want to make that comparison to Zack Snyder and James Gunn, Zack Snyder gave you a whole movie of just Superman.
Just Superman.
It was focused on just Superman. He didn't need a team to round out a story about one character. Because it's called, like I said before, it's supposed to be the Superman movie, not Superman and Friends.
Yep. But even in BVS, you still got more Superman than you did Batman. I think in the whole time in the movie, you probably only got 10 minutes of Batman. 10 to 15 minutes tops.
The fuck you talking about, Ray? Keep talking about Andor. I might come through with my speeder. Do I gotta beg you to come through? I've been talking about Andor. Is you late to the party? I haven't stopped talking about Andor.
The fact is, I just noticed ain't nobody else talking about Andor.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody talking about these trash ass movies, but nobody talking about Andor. I don't understand that. I got more like I said. I'm like, y'all not tired of talking about terrible shit? Could we give good shit some light too? Because we keep talking about how bad shit is.
No.
Like everybody talked about Barbie, but nobody talked about Oppenheimer.
I didn't care about Barbie, and I still ain't seen it. And I don't think I'm missing anything.
No, you're not. You're not.
I don't think I'm missing anything. I mean, I don't think
you're not. Yeah, and
I don't think Dumb Males is anything that I need to make sure I watch Barbie to see, because they show that in everything nowadays.
Yeah, there's a reason why Ryan Gosling
just saw the Thunderbolts, and I saw a bunch of dumb males in that. A lot of them that shouldn't be dumb at all.
Mm-mm.
There's a reason why Ryan Gosling got fucking like nominated for an award for that.
Yeah, because they threw him a bone for that bullshit. For being one of the characters. Go ahead. I'll keep talking.
Yeah, but I saw that movie because I had to watch it, and I'm watching it. I didn't like the messaging in it for little girls.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was trying to say why I'm like, but this is the movie y'all was raving for, because that movie didn't have great messaging.
That's why I didn't win shit, and Oppenheimer pretty much stole everything, because Oppenheimer was a movie.
It should have. It showed a real goddamn story, not the typical typical bullshit. Oh, it's such a hard life. It's a hard life for everybody. Shut the fuck up. Why do you think that you special?
You're a fucking doll. We don't care. Anyway, where's Oppenheimer? The Manhattan Project. Yeah, let's watch something about that. This is terrific. That's a cool ass costume. I will say I do like the way this costume's designed.
Oh, Battlestar?
That's not Battlestar. That's Mr.
Terrific.
Oh, I'm tripping. I'm looking at it different.
Yeah, that's Mr. Terrific from the Superman movie. This is one of the characters I'm interested to see how they do in this. I'm not liking the hair because it looks like too much of a throwback. But that actor I like. I like the character of Mr. Terrific, the smartest man in the DC universe. Black dude again. And I want to see if they mix in that CW bullshit of making him gay and shit, because he is not gay.
Bro, that shit pissed me off.
He is not gay. His Mr. Terrific's girl is Power Girl, white chick with big titties. So if you want to put Sydney Sweeney in DC, you can make her Power Girl, and everybody would believe it. But that's who he is in that shit. And he's brilliant. He's a genius. I want to see if they do that any justice. Especially since the last James Gunn movie he did with a black dude in it, it was The High Evolutionary. And he was kind of fucked up. Right? So I'm curious to see how they do Mr. Terrific in this. Mr. Terrific from the Bay met the actor at the Cerrito. Yeah, a lot of these actors, these black actors, are from the Bay, which is cool. If I ever run into Mashallah Ali, I'm going to give him a pound, be respectful, and ask him what the fuck is going on with that blade shit.
He decided to go do Jurassic Park.
He gotta make some living in the meantime while you fucking around. I'm supposed to be broke. Goddamn right, I went and did a movie with the Black Widow.
Look, him and Delroy Lindo, like who Delroy Lindo was supposed to be in the Blade movie. Shit, Delroy finna have another movie come out in another 2 years, and we still ain't gonna have the Blade movie. Delroy Lindo,
motherfuckers.
look, Delroy Lindo in the new Godzilla and King Kong movie coming out in 2027. Him and Jack O'Connor. I was like, oh shit, so they back together again.
Well, shit, you watch Sinners, it looked like a Marvel reunion.
Yeah, damn near.
It's like the Marvel Studios reunion movie.
Damn near.
Like a bunch of these people gonna be back in something else. That's fine.
We can't get Blade in a movie. We can't get Blade in a damn video game.
What, man, just rubbing my emotional scar right now. Like,
I'm sorry. I didn't even throw salt.
Man, I really do need my Blade in Rivals. I just want to start stabbing people.
I was playing Rivals yesterday, and I was like, where the fuck is Blade? How are we over here in Krakoa?
Yeah, what does Krakoa have to do with any of this shit? I don't give a fuck.
We just had a whole what happened?
Why is Ultron in Krakoa? That isn't.
We got Ultron coming. No, you skipping a character. Where's Blade?
Okay. Yeah, where's Blade? Yeah, okay.
I told you he is chilling in Wakanda, man.
You know what? Bullshit. Because you know what? I played the other day. I was in Wakanda. Nobody was in that bed.
Hold on. Which side of the map were you on?
Oh, wait a minute. I think that was I was in Asgard. That might have been Asgard. No, I went on somebody's bed and I left my Punisher stamp on the bed, on the bed sheets. Like, you got Punisher sheets now, nigga. But I was looking for Blade, man. I was still looking for Blade. Still. Because we did that Central Park shit and went to that same room. He ain't in there.
Yeah, he ain't in there. He's on the when you on the other side of on that Domination Wakanda map, he chilling in the bed.
Oh, you got to play Domination to see that shit.
Yeah, he's on the Domination map, the Wakanda Domination map. So that's where he's.
I had to play Domination to see. I was playing quick play, you know. I was playing quick play just to get my games in and get my dailies done. But fuck them seriously. Damn, look, man, this is gonna be the most beat up Superman we've ever seen. This motherfucker
taking back shots.
This is gonna be the wettest blanket Superman we've ever seen. Look at this shit. If these ain't robots, that's Metamorpho behind.
Why? I got a question. Why do I keep seeing Superman getting his ass kicked in all these damn trailers?
I don't know.
I just noticed that's a common theme with these trailers. Superman is vehemently getting his ass kicked, and we ain't said a goddamn thing about it. And I'm supposed to be happy and hopeful for this one.
He's squinching and wincing. You're not seeming Superman. You're not seeming very Superman.
I see Pumper Man.
Pumper
Man. Bro, we can get that to some ground level dude. I mean, Charlie Cox ain't winced up that much, and he just out there in this little red suit.
Look, him and Josh Bartho, they taking nice wounds, bats, all type of things, gunshots, and they ain't wincing. They just pulling the knife out and going back into the fight.
I'm just watching. Me and my girl never watched Daredevil, so we're going through Daredevil season 1. I was like, damn, there was the one episode where he was just in a damn trash can, just fucked up. The very first season in a trash can, just fucked. I was like, damn, I forgot about that. I was like, damn,
he was fucked. That's what made episode 2 so damn good. He's like, this dude was fucked up. 10 minutes ago, he was in the trash bleeding. Now he out there, I come for the kid. Having to just go in, having to go in the fight. Like, Jesus,
getting fucked up.
I'm sorry,
going right back outside.
I heard somebody else say that this Lois Lane, as Rachel Brosnahan, was hot. She's not hot, dude.
No,
that's another thing too. Why we can't get a hot Lois Lane?
I told you they want to get not so attractive women to be playing women that's supposed to be attractive to sell a message.
She's attractive in the face. But I'm sorry, hot to me is an overall thing. It's not just a headshot or a pair of boobs. You got to have more of a package together,
Yeah.
and she is not hot.
There's a reason why Lois gets those interviews.
Lois supposed to be hot. This ain't it.
She's supposed, yes, her attitude is there, but she's also supposed to be hot.
With her water bra, she got a nice set of memories, but I'm saying that knowing what white boys key on breast.
Yeah.
So
I don't see
that's
none.
not overly hot to me. She looked like a basic white chick that you can see walking out of any 24-hour fitness.
She got a white
or Sprouts or Trader Joe's or some shit. Some granola yogurt loving regular chick.
Saw her at Publix yesterday.
Yeah, Banana Republic.
For real.
This is not, and there's nothing against her. It's just this is not the overly hot. I can't believe you're a fucking reporter, and yes, I will talk to you, and you will be the apple of Clark, Lex, and Bruce's eye. Like, no, this is not.
I just thought about it. I just thought about it. I would have to say, I think Rachel Adams is probably the hottest girlfriend lead character y'all have put in a superhero movie in recent memory.
Yes.
Like y'all
Rachel McAdams, yeah,
Rachel McAdams. Y'all ain't done better than her since. That's the best lead girl, the hottest lead girl that y'all put in these movies.
Well, Carlos, the artist. One time, just for the one time, we got to get in that Star Trek suit on scene. Yeah,
alternate universe Star Trek suit.
Yeah. Oh, you Stevens are just the same. I just watched that movie the other day.
She wearing a white. She wearing
talking about that. Talking about that was a bad movie, but fucking Thunderbolts was, man. I want to punch. I ain't never wanted to slap the shit out of somebody more because of a movie review.
Like I said, it was good. It was the best turd on the top of the shit. But it's still the tip of the shit monster. There you go.
Still shit. Mm-hmm.
Look at Rachel. I like Rachel McAdams. She's been cute as hell.
Why not be Mary Jane? Why not?
Because she's too old.
Oh well, yeah.
If you want to keep, if you make her Mary Jane,
well, let her be Lois then.
You're gonna get into a lot of conversation with Tom Holland.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
old cougar grabbing his young Spider-Man.
You're right. It is gonna look like Tom Holland got two aunties. It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's gonna look like he got two aunties.
Look,
that's a fair. That's fair.
I'm sorry. Zendaya is from the Bay. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You have Tom Holland doing scenes with this woman on camera. Zendaya gonna be fucked up. She ain't gonna be getting married.
Nah.
That's gonna fuck with her head. That will fuck with her head because this is a full-grown woman.
Why not?
She is more filled out than Zendaya is ever gonna dream of being.
Hell, why didn't
you ain't gonna have Tom Holland smooching on this on set all day and then coming seeing his little skinny lady later on. Hell no, he's not gonna be no.
Like hell, why didn't you get Bryce Dallas Howard? Bryce Dallas Howard?
She ain't interested in his ass.
To be Lois. Why you get her to be Lois?
She already did her superhero movie. She played Gwen Stacy, remember? So we got her already. She good.
No, man, we don't count that, man. It's another universe. That's another universe, man. It's another universe. Bring her over.
No, we still got her. We still got Bryce Dallas Howard, Gwen Stacy.
Well, that says something about the market. Bring her over. Bring her over here. Y'all out here got these freaking mammoth looking ass.
Yeah, you can't use Emma Stone either because Emma Stone already played Gwen Stacy, so you lost that contract. You lost that contract too.
You know what? You're right. You know what? I take it back. So it's Rachel Adams and Emma Stone because Emma Stone is actually fine.
Rachel McAdams, Emma Stone, and Bryce Dallas Howard probably the last cutest main chick superhero girls you've seen.
And two of those women played the same damn character.
Pretty much.
Well,
you know what? Scratch that. My bad. Jessica Alba as a Sue Storm. That was about it. That's all you got.
There you go. That's the picture that Beasley wanted.
And that spacesuit. God damn it!
That little cut back there. You know what I see when I look at the picture? I don't see see a stunt booty in her suit like
Brie Larson.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't see no stunt booty.
That's
I don't see
real.
no book bag back there. Don't see a
Mhm.
book bag back there. I'm just saying.
You got a little.
And I didn't take this picture. This is some asshole on Reddit doing this. So don't be saying I'm a misogynist, nigga. Don't be saying
We are appreciating beauty right here. This is the very opposite of misogyny.
no, it is.
He said it's not a diaper.
It's not a stunt booty diaper. No, it's not.
Nope.
It's
That's
actual
math.
farm raised, free range, homegrown natural buttocks. She's a little older now. I mean, she's not too old, but Hollywood standards. She get over 18 and she too old, too damn old.
You got these this boy's life Hillary Swank looking ass chicks playing these roles.
Damn. No, not Hillary Swank.
Hillary Swank ass chicks playing these roles. What the fuck going on?
Hillary Swank.
Playing these roles. I'm like, nah, I'm serious though. I'm tired of y'all getting non-attractive chicks playing women who's supposed to be attractive. Like, man, knock it off. It's a comic book. Could we get something?
Give you that. They don't want to give you that. That's supposed to like women. Don't you get it yet?
Dunst playing Mary Jane. Fuck out of here. Kirsten Dunst playing Mary Jane, and you wonder why he went to Dallas Howard. I was like, I would have picked her too.
These chicks look like boys, man. What the hell y'all getting, man?
That black chick from the Marvels look decent.
Oh, that's the first one in a long time. But you see what they're trying to get for Storm, sir. They trying to get you that.
I started talking. How y'all doing, man? I haven't been here in months.
So I'm at the 6 hour mark, but you said you had something to say on Andor. We'll catch up to the conversation, homeboy. What you got?
Oh shit. Boy, hey, you talking about motherfucker that's been on a Star Wars binge, hopping between Andor and Mandalorian. Man, it's like I'm seeing the hype now. I'm seeing what y'all are talking about. And so with Cassian Andor, with him, I think she said Osaka got to that point because I'm in. No, that's a Mandalorian.
Yeah, that's all. First thing I was thinking when you said you were binging Andor and Mandalorian is you crossing your timelines right now because one happens way after the other one. So you got a whole gap in between.
Well, okay, with Cassian, the way that ended is when he went to go get that one girl. Damn, I forgot her name. Her name started with an L. She was working. Yeah, she was working with Luthen.
Oh, she was going to get Mon.
Yeah, what season are you in? You in season 2 still?
Yeah, are you in season 2?
No, I'm finished with Andor.
Okay, so
but with Mandalorian, I'm in season 2.
Okay, so at the end of Andor, this is not a spoiler because you should have watched the shit already. At the end of Andor, he's going to go. Eventually, he was going to meet up with Jyn Erso. So Andor leads into Rogue One, directly leads into Rogue One. But Mandalorian happens after Return of the Jedi. So that's why I'm saying you can binge them both, but you have to keep the timeline straight in your mind, or you'll be seeing some shit that's way earlier than what you understand is happening.
Don't cross the streams.
Don't cross the streams.
But yeah, because right now, since I finished with Andor, right now I'm watching Mandalorian. And I'm at the point where that one chick, that Osaka chick, pops up. I'm like, ooh, Ahsoka. Yeah. I'm like, damn. I'm like, okay. I'm like, when she took out those motherfuckers, boy, in that field, I was like, oh man. She's like, I'm gonna come back. Damn it. And you better have my answer.
that was a good episode. That was the episode that actually Dave Filoni directed that episode, and it was introducing Ahsoka into live action as Rosario Dawson. That was a good episode. It was. Because mind you, while I give Dave Filoni shit for always trying to insert Ahsoka everywhere, I don't hate the character necessarily. I don't. And I like Rosario Dawson's stiff-footed ass. I do. But I don't need that character stuck in everywhere to replace Luke Skywalker. That's what I don't like. It's Dave's character. He had it before he started working at Lucasfilms. I don't like her stuck in everywhere, fucking up the canon so you can stick her in there and make her more important than she is. That's what I don't like. To be clear. We lost Ray. Ahsoka hate drove him away. Yeah, Hitflix, don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams. No, after watching Andor season 2, I don't know how anybody goes on to anything after that without going through it first. Like after watching Andor season 2, it should already be locked in your head that story-wise, you can't go forward in time without going ahead and watching Rogue One, the original trilogy, and then Mando, because it fits. It all fits together. It's an example of good storytelling to where I've said it. You can give me a story in this block that doesn't mess up anything behind it, and doesn't mess up anything before it, but it just fits in there nicely. And that's what it does. Andor fits in there nicely enough to where once you finish that, you want to watch everything else in order. That continuity is still there to see how the rest of the story plays out, how the message of the rebellion and carrying that shit forward goes through Andor, through Rogue One, through New Hope, through Empire Strikes Back to Return of the Jedi, to seeing how that all plays out. From not even just starting in Andor, but starting in episodes 1, 2, and 3. Because Andor season 1 picks up after Revenge of the Sith.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's the shit right after that. That whole Andor block is what happens after the Emperor takes over.
Yeah.
More of what happens and how the Empire starts cracking down, all the way up to the point where you get to A New Hope, where the Empire is defeated. That's
so
what
Rogue
it is.
One. So where does Rogue One fit? Before
Rogue One is the middle movie between. The easy way to describe it is the middle movie is the handoff between the rebellion that didn't involve Jedis, and the Jedis getting involved in the rebellion. Because Rogue One leads into A New Hope, and A New Hope, you have Bail and Princess Leia reaching out to Obi-Wan Kenobi, one of the last remaining Jedi.
Yeah.
And then Luke picking up Obi-Wan's mission in the rebellion. That's when the Jedis come in. Because then after that, it's all about the Jedi and the Sith fighting to take out the Emperor.
Yeah, because Luke was there for a minute because Luke grew up there because the kids were born and they split apart.
Yeah.
And Obi was the only one who knew.
So during the Rogue One time, Obi is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Luke is alive. Leia is alive.
Leia's alive.
By the time you end Rogue One, you see how old Leia is. That means that whole time during Andor, Luke and Leia were kids.
Yeah.
While this shit was starting and happening.
Yeah.
That's why they can't be the linchpins to all of it. Because it was already going on before them. You know, Vader is alive and well during that whole time of Andor. But he ain't there in the story.
Good he's not there. Don't need him.
No. He don't pick up with this rebellion shit until Rogue One. And this is just going on the movie side. I'm not adding in any of this cartoon Clone Wars or Rebel bullshit that Dave Filoni went in to try to re-inject more of his own characters into. That's why I want people to get out of the goddamn Clone Wars. Because only people that's really overly focused on that shit is these Clone Wars, baby. Black Bane's word. Those are the only people overly focused on this era. Is the Clone Wars, baby. That their first introduction to Star Wars was the prequels and the Clone Wars cartoons.
Yeah.
And them are some of the most problematic people to deal with from a geekdom standpoint. Because every time they do a new cartoon, they change the origins a little bit for you slow kids. And the people who've already been rocking with it for a while have to listen to you have these ridiculous goddamn arguments about what's real and what's not. Because you only know it from your point of view.
I try
with to accept the original shit that we trying to tell you about. No, this is just really what it is.
Nah, I tried with the Clone Wars. It wasn't hitting for me. I tried with the Clone Wars. It wasn't hitting for me.
It wasn't hitting for me either.
No, I was cool with the 2D animation cartoon that was of the shorts. I was cool with that. I didn't need no damn 3D animation. I liked it. The whole scene where you got Mace Windu taking on a whole armada by his damn self, and you see how powerful he is. I was cool with that.
Yeah, that I was cool with. Yoda, I was cool with them. Taranovsky or whatever it was. Those little shorts, that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was not sure about the series because they introduced Anakin's Padawan. I'm like, who the fuck is this bitch? What happened to Starkiller? Like, okay, whatever the fuck. I didn't care about the Clone Wars movie that made it confusing to understand where the hell this is happening. Which comes first, the series or this movie?
Yep.
And then watching some of the series, I got up to, I think, halfway through season 1. It wasn't overly grabbing me, I can tell you that much. I'm watching it because I'm trying to make sure I'm versed in it, because I never watched it when it was coming out because I wasn't interested in the shit. It was, to me, it was some offshoot shit. Like they say Andor is some offshoot Star Wars. This Clone Wars shit was some offshoot to me. Because you're going in and you're fucking with canon the whole time, which you don't need to be doing. You need to be making your story like Tony Gilroy did to fit into established canon and not rewriting canon to fit your bullshit into it. Now, they could say Tony Gilroy did that because the origin of K2SO happened. I don't see it as that, because the origin of K2SO was pushed by Disney in the comic books, and that's bullshit. They did something to cash in real quick. So it was rewritten. So what? Makes it better, as far as I'm concerned. But I never overly cared for Clone Wars like that. That's why I'm not that damn beholden to it and everything that comes out of it. Like the Wheels, the Mortis Gods, the Cad Banes, the
bleeding of Kyber crystals.
Bleeding of motherfucking Kyber crystals.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, because that's the thing. Yeah, they're
upset. What? I think the Death Star would have been a lot more powerful if, I don't know, if maybe Palpatine had went to Jeddah and just force bled everything.
That'd be fine. All this talk about the Emperor, it would have been cool with him making a cameo.
I'm just saying, it's just they're mining kyber crystals, so they exist. They're always there.
Yeah.
And it's the Jedi temple that's been there for generations, millennia.
I called it too because the way the story was leading up, I was
Let me finish my point, Lion.
I'm sorry.
So the point being is that if these crystals have always been there, and I'm assuming they come in different colors because they're crystals, why do you need to bleed anything to get it red? That's stupid. It seems stupid to me. The fucking crystal needs to be on its own menstrual cycle before you can actually get a red lightsaber out of it. And that burns all the canon from the hyperspace wars and stuff like that with them older Sith who had red crystals. You just rewrote canon. History.
Don't think about that. Yep.
History canon. You fucking moron. No. Don't need that shit. It seems stupid as fuck to me. Go ahead, Lion. What you're saying?
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, I just read a report about them. They only see Jedis. They look at Jedis like the Golden State Warriors, like they were only good team in NBA history.
Why are you hating on my Warriors, man?
I know. I mean, I'm a Warriors fan, but I mean, I don't know why we had like the Golden State Warriors was the only good team in NBA history. I don't know why people do that. They do the same shit with the Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm. No, it's only good
to Jedi. If it ain't somebody ain't holding a lightsaber, like y'all do understand the rebellion was bigger.
Yeah.
Like, why do you think they was trying so hard to get Han?
Why do you think they were trying so hard to enlist other people?
Yeah.
You watched Andor. They were trying to recruit
Cass
Andor. Cass ain't got no lightsaber. But they still, we need you. We need you in this. You need to be a captain. For what?
For what?
Because we ain't got no hitters, nigga.
Nah, I'm cool on that. His whole vibe, nah, I'm cool on that.
I'm a cool man. When I gotta ask permission to leave, I'm gone. I'm gone for good. Nah, they needed those people who knew the universe, who was down involved in it. Because the Jedi's didn't deal with certain things. Like you see it right in the prequels. Jedi's didn't deal with slavery, and that was happening.
Yep.
If everybody want to be pissed off about, the attempted sexual assault in Star Wars, didn't Jabba have slaves?
Yep.
And women who was dancing for him and shit like that? That's a fucking slug, dude.
Yep.
It's a fucking 15-foot slug. What does he need with some dancing Twi'lek? And it's, what do you think he was doing? Assault. Actual. So
and didn't comply. He threw her ass down there with the.
Just because you didn't deal with it or mention it, don't mean it wasn't happening. Because trust me, he didn't have. Somebody else said this on their stream. What do you think Leia was chained up and dressed like that for?
Yep. Exactly.
You think was gonna happen? Why don't you get upset when she choked his ass out?
Mm-hmm. Time out. Where the hell were y'all in Ferrex?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. We got bricks in it. Man, if you don't shut the fuck up and get a real complaint.
Lord. But they didn't hold a lightsaber. It doesn't count. I don't get that.
Wait a minute. You can kill people without a lightsaber?
Yes.
Apparently.
It's called
Wait a minute.
Or a rock.
Wait a minute. You're not upset at the fact that a guy tried to sexually assault somebody. You're upset that it's not done by the traditional Jedi way.
You're upset that a guy who attempted to sexually assault somebody got his ass beat, killed.
Hey, justice served.
So-and-so wouldn't stand for that. So-and-so wasn't there for it. And that motherfucker got enough bodies on his rap sheet that I don't think he would give a fuck about any of this at all.
I call that justice served.
I didn't call it justice served.
Justice served. That's what judgment rendered. Yeah,
judgment rendered. That motherfucker got killed. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. Anyway,
she good. She all right. It would have been worse to see her get assaulted, and that motherfucker just walk out there straightening his.
And it never happened.
Stuff. Take her away. What the fuck?
I was shocked they actually put that shit in there. I was like, "Oh, we going there?
We going there?"
Because I saw it build up. I saw it build up because the dude was weird. I was like, "Nah, y'all ain't gonna. Y'all ain't gonna."
No, I knew the vibe. I saw the vibe.
I saw the vibe.
He on the creep. He creepy.
Like, he creepy. I mean, yeah, y'all doing the creepy shit, but I didn't think they was gonna take it there. I was like, oh,
they took it there. And once they took it there, I said, oh, we going here. They still didn't go as far as they did in Watchmen. In Watchmen, the bitch was beat up and bloody and forced to still do it.
Yep. Bent over.
Like, holy shit, dude. This is a long way from far.
Yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, Artisan. Starlight and the boys.
Oh my
God. They didn't even do the full thing, what happened in the comic when she did the entire team. They just made her do the deep.
Yeah, she just had to go down on the deep.
Yeah.
And they didn't even show it.
They didn't even show nothing.
She didn't even get beat up or anything.
Yeah, it was just implied, quote unquote.
Right. It was implied. So this wasn't that far for Star Wars or anything, really. But it's not a kid's show. It's not Skeleton Crew.
It's a long way from A New Hope.
A long ass way.
So it is what the hell it is. I wasn't overly shocked by it because I'm a grown-up. Somebody made the case of, well, what would a 14-year-old think? I think a 14-year-old in this day and age would say, yeah, I've seen that happen to one of my friends. Yeah. I've heard that's happened to one of my friends because apparently you don't know the 14-year-olds. They would be probably cheering just like I am. Good, that motherfucker got killed. And
night.
Of course.
I'll put it to you.
Said her man was away, and she is, like most single women are, subject to the man that's rolling up on her, knowing she ain't got no protection. She's uncovered.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he do? Try to impress his will upon her because there wasn't no man there to protect her. And what did she have to do? Get it up and kill his ass herself.
I'll give it to you in real world context. A lot of people may not like the police, but nobody's there when I'm going down the basement. I'm walking through a person's home, and you have these couples on a chair. They're like, oh, they're downstairs. When the husband has his basically in the mount position in MMA, and he has his hands around his wife's throat.
Full mount, giving her the choke out. Nobody hate to believe it then, do they?
And for some reason, I did my best Shawn Michaels impersonation to get him off of him.
Yeah,
right to his chin.
Sweet chin music.
Bow! And he was like, what you doing this for? Once again, allegedly, the guy couldn't say much because he was a little choked up himself. He kept, help. I was like, when she was saying it, did you give a damn?
Look, I don't have a problem with depicting something like that because people with power acting badly is people with power acting badly, and it will happen in some backwater ass world like the Star Wars Rebel Moon that they was doing. Yeah, it would happen. It would go down like that. In war, and outside of war, and just a shitty community, whatever, it can happen like that when you have some assholes in charge with power. It can, but it got the desired ending for the victims in the situation. He didn't get what he wanted, and he got more than he asked for, which was to become one with the Force a lot sooner. I'm fine with that.
Nah, he got exactly what he asked for.
Yeah, he got exactly. He no. What he asked for was some ass.
Yeah, you're right.
What he got was more than he asked for, which was you got killed, you got your ass beat, and you got shuffled off of the mortal coil. He wasn't expecting that day. He didn't roll into that hut thinking, she's a cute little piece out here. I'm going to go get a little bit because, she's not supposed to be here. And if she wants to stay without getting taken away, she's going to give me what I want. No, he didn't roll in there that day with his Johnson in hand thinking he was about to get killed. No. And that's what he should have got for that kind of bullshit. So I don't see why it's a problem. It would only be a problem in Star Wars if you saw that it happened, even if it was just implied that it happened. And then you just see Bix crying. That would have been fucked up. I'm like, oh goddamn, man, what?
Yeah,
that would have pissed me off.
And then you would have been praying for that motherfucker's death
because that was because
get away with it. He just gets away with it. What kind of shit is that? Oh, fuck that.
That would piss me off because there was a dude that was right outside. He heard yelling.
Mm-hmm.
There was a dude that right there. I'm like, dude, get your ass off that bike. Get the
bird. Black dude.
It was a black dude. Get your ass off that bike. What are you doing?
That's how you know. That's how you know that's fictional. Not too many black dudes. Not too many black dudes. Not too many black dudes are down with that shit.
No.
Nah.
Not too many. It's
she was a whole hole. So you ain't got to take none of this shit, dude. There's too many women out here. You ain't got to take none of it. They giving it away for cheeseburgers, nigga. You ain't got to take none of this shit.
Coffee,
not at all.
Coffee, yeah, coffee.
Half a soda can.
By the way,
Starbucks, nigga. No, you ain't got to take none of this stuff.
By the way, speaking of Bix, season 3, if she don't call Andor and let him know, I'm talking about that last few seconds of that episode 12. Hey, my man need to know. That's fucked up, Bix.
No. He didn't know.
You better face. Y'all able to face? Hell no. Y'all were just on a FaceTime call with Saul. You better call him.
You better Galaxy FaceTime.
For real, y'all Galaxy.
You don't even know where she is.
Y'all was having a whole argument with Saul in the damn building over FaceTime. You can call him.
Andor doesn't even know where Bix is.
I know.
But you know who does know? Vale. Vale knows where Bix is. And Vale knows that Andor has a baby. He didn't say.
That's some fucked up shit.
But she knew that you need to call Bix. You need to check in with Bix.
He did say. I mean, well,
she did what's up with your girl.
Yeah, he did.
Holla at your girl. See what's up.
Yeah.
So I'll do it after everything calmed down. Don't wait.
All right.
Baby's getting older, nigga.
Yeah, she did say not to wait. She was like, don't wait too long.
Yeah, don't wait too long. This kid will be grown before you know it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did catch that. I'm like, well, we'll go Bix be making some calls.
She knew. And I think what it was that Vale was the one who took Bix there.
Yeah.
Because remember, Vale was at Yavin at that time. She was doing intake and stuff. And she had been a smuggler for years after Cinta had got killed. She had been a smuggler for a while. So I think she was the one who smuggled Bix off of Yavin and took her to Mina Ra and left her ass there. That's why she had contact to know what was going on with her. But it wasn't her business to tell, which is amazing for a woman nowadays. She didn't tell business that wasn't hers. Oh my God.
She wasn't the gossip queen. She didn't have that ability.
Queen. She wasn't trying to get paid from the Galactic TMZ. Oh my goodness. No, just let her know. You need to call your girl, man. Call your girl. Call at your girl.
She should be calling him, carrying that down. Like, hey,
she's trying to keep him on code. She's trying to keep him on program.
Yeah,
so she ain't gonna distract him.
I said that's fucked up, Bix.
Yeah, but you need to holler at him.
Like that's fucked up, Bix. You need
because it's fucked up for the kid.
Yeah, that's fucked up, Bix.
I would be interested to find out when Bix found out that Andor died serving the rebellion, and if that story was ever told to their child of who their father actually was.
Ooh.
Because most people wonder about who the character is. The character is a nobody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's a nobody. Do you think he or she is carrying around the name Andor, and that it means anything to anybody other than somebody in the resistance?
No. A name on the wall.
Yeah, so it's a nobody. If you want to make it into somebody, that would be interesting. But they don't got no force powers to make them interesting.
But that's why they wanted Han so bad, though, because he reminded them of Andor.
Possibly, yeah. Another smuggler, like another rogue type character.
Yeah, but he knows some things.
Lovable rogue, scruffy looking nerf herder.
Who's scruffy looking?
Yeah, who's scruffy looking? He didn't deny being a nerf herder though.
Yeah, he didn't deny that.
I don't agree with that scruffy looking shit, bitch. But
first of all, I put in work on this grooming.
I am not scruffy looking. I am a rugged individual, man.
Real. You see how clean these black boots are?
Yeah. But no, so it doesn't matter who the child is necessarily. It's probably a nobody you would not know, but it would be more interesting to me to understand in some small way where that child born of the rebellion and this dude, where he ended up. Did he end up with the rebellion? He would have been grown up after the rebellion. I can't remember how long it takes between New Hope and the Emperor finally being killed. He would have grown up during all that time when the Empire was on the descent.
At least 5 years. At least 5 years.
Maybe he ended up
2-3 years.
First Order. Maybe he ended up in First Order.
At least 5 years. I want to say at least 5 years.
5 years?
At least.
It looked like a 1 year old.
Yeah.
How long did it take for New Hope to Return of the Jedi?
I don't remember the timeline on that because it starts when Luke is 8. It's supposed to be like, I want to say 16 to 18.
Yeah, he's a teenager.
And it finishes off, he's in his like 20s. He's not 30 or anything like that, but it finishes off in his 20s. So it took a couple years for them to finally get that shit all dialed in. And the Empire on its way the fuck out. And then after the death of the Emperor, it took a little while to get through the remnant and shit like that. And that's where you get all the extended universe stuff with, young Luke swinging his lightsaber throughout the galaxy.
Well, between Empire Strikes Back to Return of the Jedi, it was a totally different Luke.
Yeah, it's like Luke. Luke was like Jesus in the temple. Oh, you want to come and gamble in the house of the Lord, huh? We got something for your ass.
Yeah, he had a whole.
They was playing for real stakes.
Yeah, even in the damn like in Return of the Jedi when he was talking to Jabba through the FaceTime, he was like, "Listen,
talking shit.
If I gotta come over there,
it's gonna be problems.
It's gonna be a problem.
Give up Captain Solo."
Man, I mean, look at that part of the Mandalorian when Grogu called for help. He said, "No, we need you now."
Showed up, right?
He showed up. He didn't say that.
I heard your call.
Yeah.
He was like, I'm on my way.
On my way.
You know, that's the Luke I want to see. If you want to make a movie about Luke after Return of the Jedi, I want to see. And once again, what colors was Luke wearing?
Black.
Air Force Energy.
Like,
no, Charles, your Luke is
have lightsaber will travel. Nigga.
Yep,
no,
have
Charles.
lightsaber will travel.
No, Charles. Luke is sucking green titty milk on a planet, tossing lightsabers and shit.
Nope. We omit that from the records. It was a dream. It never happened. That was somebody taking a piss out there in Lucasfilms.
You gotta remember the Force is female, man. Did you not hear KK?
That shit up.
Nope.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Not the galaxy far away.
I want to see. Yeah, we booted that shit a galaxy far away.
Yeah,
that's what it is. I want to see Black Air Force Luke Skywalker.
Luke, aka Mr. Pull Up.
And your main hero is a janitor.
And guess what? Luke Skywalker, aka I bet you say I won't. Say I won't. Say I won't.
You think I won't?
Say I won't. Say I won't.
Yep. AKA, you think I won't pull up?
Exactly. You think I won't?
You see the X-wing. Uh-oh.
Like, oh shit, it's Luke Skywalker.
Look, if you think X-wings flying, if you think TIE fighters flying overhead get your attention, Luke's X-wing should get somebody's attention. Like oh shit.
No. Is that who I
Jedi inbound? Motherfucker be tripping.
R2D2 get out first. You know, so I'm like, oh shit.
You know it's bad.
R2, what you doing here? Where your master?
R2, where your master?
Here. Because if you know that's C-3PO, you know what's going down.
You know he get nasty if he left the robot home. Like we doing something else. Like Luke out there in the universe giving out Force ass whoopings and shit like coupons. Like everybody, like 1,000 served already.
Right. It's a big galaxy and everybody can get served. Who needs some of this Jedi pimp?
For real.
We back.
Luke
Skywalker. I didn't know the Force came with backhands.
Right. That's why I got them gloves on.
He got a glove. He does wear a glove.
It's gonna be like one of those things where people tell the tales of Luke Skywalker and you're like, I thought I was still part of the Empire. And this motherfucker laughed at me.
Yeah.
Like,
Pimp named Skywalkers.
Like I tried to go up this guy, and this guy didn't even force choke me. He force laughed at me. What happened when he did the force crush?
He just pull up with the hoodie on. Don't even say nothing.
Black hoodie. See, when he comes with the black hoodie, that means he's immense with Black Air Force. Notice what it's called: Air Force energy. He's an ass whipping mode when the hoodie's up.
He channeling his daddy in daddy mode. My father would have did it like this.
Yep.
You'd have just raised his hand up and the shit would have went quiet.
I'm not gonna lie. Did anybody scream on that episode of The Mandalorian when he did the force crush that robot?
Yes. It might be recorded. I'm like, oh shit!
Like, boy, that sounds technique. That ain't a Jedi technique. That ain't no Jedi technique.
Not a Jedi technique, bro. What did you do?
Yeah. I'm gonna just say this. There's a little sick in all of us.
Definitely. You looking like, damn, Luke? Did he really deserve that? Looking at Luke, was that necessary, Luke?
Well, he can only pull it off. He wouldn't do it to a person. So
maybe if he pisses off.
I like the idea of Luke after the Emperor's dead and stuff like that, and just playing with the Force and learning shit because he ain't got no guide rails, so he just doing everything. Like, this felt a little dark. But,
gone too.
I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did that shit
You
before.
know, why did
Obi-Wan
you
too.
why did you force choke him? You called my daddy a motherfucker.
It felt right. It felt right to choke him. Like, oh shit. Luke,
oh.
you know that's a dark side thing. Who said that? I've never heard that.
What?
And the four spears of Obi-Wan and Yoda just looking like, my God.
You don't even say. You don't even.
Really
You don't even
shaking
say
their
all that. You
head.
just be like. You don't even say that. He
They're
just be like,
shaking their head and they're looking at Anakin like, oh,
like, damn, bro. Like, yo, man, what's
dang,
wrong with your
I didn't teach
son?
him that shit. I didn't do it.
I ain't do that.
Your
Shit.
seed, man. Your fucking seed.
And Anakin's like, that's your son.
Yeah, that's your
Like,
son.
That's your son. That's your son. Anakin, like, just shrugging the shoulders, like, hey,
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 You know,
you should have trained me.
Anakin's like everybody's black daddy. With a beer in his hand. That's my boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Watch out now. Yeah, he got his mama's eyes, but he got my theory.
Force crush now. That's my boy.
boy.
Look at that. He's making a force pride.
What type of pissed off theory do you have to force crush him? Anything with?
After, look, in that scene, and I've played the scene multiple times because I love that scene. After you have already cut through this many hardened, shooting at you, fighting droids, yeah, it's only right one of them get force crushed. Fuck them. It's only right that the last your energy is expelling. You got your adrenaline going and stuff like that. Just like, yeah, you might have been feeling in that moment, like, oh, I'm the last one, get the fuck out of my way. yeah. You might need that force crushing. You need that force crushing. Sorry, you need it.
Luke Skywalker. When a Jedi needs a Jedi.
Jedi.
Like, how many did you call? Just one. Like, there's
all we need.
No, that's all we need.
Just
What they say in that movie, what they say in the Brave Star movie? Well, I don't know why the Intergalactic Marshal Force sent one. They said that's all you need with this one.
Hell, you forget about Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn like, yo, who the hell is this? Anakin like that's my son. Qui-Gon like, that's your son? The fuck going on here? Qui-Gon Jinn watching it.
There you go.
Imagine what Lindu saying. He's like, my boss.
Look,
I'm not gonna lie.
If you don't understand, if you don't understand how awesome this is to see Luke kind of strength in the Force
with the
after going through New Hope to Return of the Jedi. Yeah, that era might be cool to watch Luke kind of figure it out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like you say like Batman Year One or Superman Year One because you see him stumble and not be the perfect one. Well, I already know how Luke is as Grandmaster Skywalker because I've read those books, right? So I get how he is there. But this middle part, before, after Empire, or after Return of the Jedi, before he gets up to the Grandmaster stuff, this will be fun to see. Because he'd have to flirt with the dark side a lot. He'd have to. He'd have to trip onto some dark side shit without even knowing it.
Artisan, you just said something that we should have been getting as far as Star Wars. We should have been getting shit like this. We should have been getting a in between Return of the Jedi and Empire storyline. What was Luke doing? We should have been getting shit like that.
Yeah.
Not your acolyte stuff.
You should have got right. Just in the sense that at the time they took the stuff over, they wanted to get away from the Skywalkers. And that's not just a Kathleen Kennedy thing. That is a Disney thing and new ideas type of thing. Trust me, if they stay on Skywalkers, Dave Filoni has no room to stick his bullshit characters in there. Doesn't, because the series doesn't run around them, right? But if you want to make new material once you've taken over the franchise, you want your characters in there. They didn't have any. Dave brought them. So I get it. I get why they would do it. It just was done shitty because they didn't think at the time of ever, I guess, recasting Luke Skywalker. Like it always had to be Mark Hamill. Like, is it going to be Mark Hamill after he drops dead?
Mm-mm.
Still going to be computer generating his face, or are you just going to recast a younger actor to play Luke Skywalker and fill in this middle section between Return of the Jedi and Mandalorian season 1 and what Luke is doing during that time? Or what Luke is doing in between that time of Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens. Fill in that time. At least the little spots. Fucking Andor just showed you can do 5-year spans of that shit and only have to do 3 episodes of it if you write it worth a fuck. Those were all movies. Those were all movie length. So it could have been done, but they weren't thinking like that coming into owning Star Wars. They didn't have that mindset. And the reason why I can say that confidently is because I've seen what they've produced in that time. They didn't have that mindset.
Mm-mm.
The stuff that worked is stuff they didn't even think about working. Rogue One, Mandalorian, season 1, season 2. The shit they didn't even think about was the stuff that actually worked, and the stuff they actually poured their sweat equity and their knowledge into was all the rest of the shit you got that doesn't work for the franchise, have ruined the brand to where people barely want to watch the shit. Hence why Andor doesn't get the play it should, because people don't really watch it.
And in doing so, that could have given you time to set up within those in between spots. They could have gave you new characters that you could have pulled from and then made your sequel trilogy into.
Agreed. It could have fed into it. It could have fed nicely. If you would have followed the extended universe books a bit, you would be in a different place right now with these stories. Everybody would be on board, knowing what's happening. You could have had Han and Leia's kids introduced. You could have had the twins introduced. You might have already gotten through with some time jumps. You could have gotten through the kids going through war, the Second Galactic War, and getting into a time of peace, relative peace, before one of the twins end up going dark.
You know what's funny, man? I was watching recently the reactions of that scene you showed. And do you know how many people cried when they saw that shit?
When
they saw Luke do the rescue.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, you're telling me that big of a reaction, you couldn't follow up and say, hey, we got something, folks.
You couldn't capitalize on that? No, because they didn't have any interest in Luke Skywalker, because Luke Skywalker is too tied to George Lucas, and they didn't like George Lucas. That's ego run amok. That's ego. Because ego will not let you see, man, there's money in this shit. They really love this part. Man, what else we got like that? Can we do that?
When you have the human emotions come out of people, like they reverted back to being kids again. Wow.
Charles, it happened again recently at the theme parks when they had the dude dressed, the characters came out as Luke Skywalker. They said it was like hundreds of people in the park lining up. They was following this dude even before he got set up for them to do the photo ops and take pictures and do all the other stuff. Everybody was just following. Little kids was just all up on them. And I was like, see, but y'all gave us this crap. And I said, look what happens. You tried to deviate from the path and the old stuff still gets it. Luke still gets that love.
Because the main sale for Star Wars is Jedis and lightsabers. Is the Skywalker family. It's called Lucasfilms and Skywalker Sound and Skywalker Ranch for a reason. That is the main sale on that shit. Everybody knows that. But if you don't have that there, you have to give them something of some quality. But you can't throw that away at all either. You can't have Star Wars completely with no Skywalker. But you cannot overly focus just on Skywalkers and Force users. You can't, because it's a big galaxy. is the project that you're doing geared like that? Eventually, they got to come back, right? You can watch a movie or two with James Bond not showing up to the end, but you're gonna have to have James Bond sooner or later. Otherwise, we don't have an MI6 movie. MI6 movie, and the other double O's are kind of shit because they always end up killed. So that's why 7 stands out. Just saying.
Watch out for my new James Bond movie, Double O Negro.
Double O Negro. Incognito. The saga of how
who you gonna get to sing the opening song, Charles?
Of how this James Bond could never sneak into any.
I mean, Anita Baker's back. Shit.
I want to see something I just looked at and just realized it looks like shit. Watch this. What do you got? What do you see, Beastly? Because you study martial arts. What do you see?
Oh, I already saw it. They fucked up on the she was supposed to duck when he was supposed to swing it around to make that shit look cool, and they fucked up on the sword fight. I spotted that. I was like, wait a minute, that sword fight don't look right. And then somebody did a whole video breaking that down.
Well, it looks slow as shit too.
Yeah. See, he ducked too early. You see where she was supposed to swing?
Yep. It would have been cooler if she swung over his head.
Yeah.
Because it would have
showed. I think that was the scene.
It's a dance, and they're just dancing. They're not really fighting. And the guys in the red on the left are just shit dancers.
And realistically, it should have been. I'm sorry. Realistically, there should have been more movement rather than you're not going to stay in the same place in a fucking sword fight. You're going to be moving around, and they should have been moving around each other and dictating the flow of the fight.
I think that's for the camera angle that they did to show that they just fighting on a set. It's very little background. It's just the chair there and very little set dressing. So basically, this is just, you could have been doing this on the volume. It's nothing. I used to think the scene was actually good. It's like, okay, the two of them are fighting, but looking at it this way, it's shit. Yeah. You make Rosario Dawson look like a fucking ballerina. Because this is just posing. It's posing. And waiting. And back to your other mark. And then pose. Yeah.
You don't even see any of the forms. You don't see form 4 where it's primarily defense, where they just twirl the lightsaber to kind of block any oncoming attacks. They just swing swords.
You're right, Blood Boiling. They look clumsy as fuck. They do look clumsy and stiff with it. And trust you saying about the forums, Beast, she used no forms. This was the only lightsaber combat I saw that the fucking lead character is using the lightsaber as a baseball bat more than anything. And it's not a baseball bat. It's not. And one of his movements, he would have cut her fucking leg off. That shit. When he twirled it behind his back, he would have cut her fucking leg off. Pink.
Yep. They would have stabbed each other a couple of times, and realistically.
He cut her back leg off when he tore that shit behind him because he doesn't have an idea of space, and they took that out in the special effect. They shortened the blade, and then it goes back to long. Even with that stabbing it in the ground shit. Which shouldn't have did anything. Anyway, I'm tired of looking at that shit now. That looks embarrassing. Ah! But I do like the gift, so I will save it. Color wise and composition, it looks interesting, but other than that,
should have got the same choreographers they had for episode 3.
They should have, but they didn't. I don't know why they didn't get that dude. But that's their fault for not doing that shit. That's their fault. They did it to themselves.
And they wonder why their shit is their shit in terms of new lightsaber battles are being compared to the prequel shit.
Trash. It's not good.
Dumpster.
Everybody already knows the best lightsaber combat has happened in the prequels. It has not happened in the sequel series. There is not a good lightsaber fight to be had in that shit.
I mean,
until you get to Mandalorian, and he fighting fucking droids.
Yep.
Most importantly, movement.
Yeah, Rogue One, he killing rebels who didn't have a fucking chance in hell
at all.
At all, boy. He might as well have been cutting through wet toilet paper. And then Luke fighting these droids. Other than that, no fight scene in the sequel series stands up to anything prior to it.
And you gave him a damn lightsaber with a cross guard.
Which looks cool.
Looks cool. Can't handle it for shit, though.
His style is different with that one to where it's more... It is more that European style of fighting, with broadsword fighting.
Yeah,
is what it is. Which I see that if you have a sword with a cross guard, it means you're going to end up doing a lot of that kind of shit because swords are always designed for how you fight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sword that's used for stealth and sneaking around and shit won't have a big cross guard.
No, it'll
be shorter so you can draw it quicker. And it will have its edge on it so you can do it. If you're riding a horse, your sword is probably going to be curved because you're going to be swinging at somebody from a fucking horse. You want to get the full weight of the cut all the way across. There's reasons for swords to be designed the way they are, and it's basically on how you fight with it. So he could have a lightsaber with cross guards. It looks cool. It's unique without giving him a double blade, right?
Yeah.
But you have to use it in that sense, which means you should be scraping along people and ending up with their blade at your cross guard so you can do something nasty with the cross guard to them.
You handling that shit like a freak.
Or getting in close, blocking it, holding their blade or trapping their blade, and then doing a force crush on their chest or some shit like that. Or choking you while you in close, motherfucker, so you wasn't ready for it. Like,
tangling the blade just so you can get in and do something nasty.
The only time you actually used the cross sword was on dude when you was trying to torture information out of him while you were fighting. That's the only time you actually used it.
Where there's a cut scene from the show that shows that he uses the cross guard at one point to burn somebody's eye or some shit like that. I think that was a cut scene, or it was from Anakin and Dooku fight, where you use it to burn somebody, use it to fuck them up. Yeah, you should, because that's what it's for.
Should.
Yeah, it can hold a blade, it can deflect the blade, but it's a weapon too. You should be pommel striking the fuck out of people.
Mm-hmm.
Like Maul was a problem not just because he had two blades, because his fighting style used both blades. And you were constantly on the defensive blocking that shit. Because the minute you thought you missed, here comes that other motherfucker around there to get at you. I'm like, oh shit. You got to get out the way.
And while flipping and kicking your ass too.
While flipping and kicking and using the force and all kind of shit on you, like, oh my god, this motherfucker is a problem. No, let's not get that scene where Rey was beating Kylo. Like, get the fuck out of here. That should have never happened.
That scene still pisses my sensei.
Yeah, she should have lost.
I'm gonna tell you what it looks like, right?
And understood that Kylo wasn't fucking around with you. Catch your next movie with a robotic arm, bitch. Because that's what happens to people that play with lightsabers.
I'm just looking at that because even when you twirl a nightstick, it looks better than that shit. And trust me, there's certain moves when you have a cross guard. The cross guard is used as basically your parrying shield. It's like another shield, and it interlocks. Well, or it breaks the blade of some sort. So technically, it's supposed to break the light of the lightsaber, or whatever beam it's supposed to be on. But when you show that scene to that fighting scene, it's like really bad theater. You see
Connection
where
mic. Got a
you hear me?
connection mic. Won't let. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm talking to Ray Hama. You got a connection mic, or it won't let me add you. There we go.
You see that scene right there? You see the struggle. You see the block. You see the parry. You see the counter. You see the
You see him
movement.
holding his form too, though.
Yeah, you see them holding the form.
That's the fencing style. He's keeping that front leg out to hold his position, and he's advancing, but he's advancing by pushing forward from the back foot, gaining ground, driving him back, driving him back.
Controlling the flow and dictating the pace of the fight.
And Vader is just blocking right now. He's
Like
blocking.
kind of like artisan. I have my size right here. And one of the things you do with the side, with that little crossbar guard, is you want to tangle up katana blades. That's how you utilize it.
That's what it's
You
for.
come in, tangle up the katana or catch them right before the draw.
Mm-hmm.
That way you tangle it up and break the blade.
Yeah, that's what they're designed for. They're designed to take a blade. If you think every weapon has a counter, if a motherfucker pulls out a katana and you don't have one, what do you use? Well, you're not using no tonfas and no shit like that are made out of wood. You will use your size. You can combat a katana a bit with those. You can at least block. At the very least, block. And like you said, try to tangle that shit up so he can't draw that bitch back because he takes too long to draw it back. Like, get his ass up. Get his ass up.
Hit you with the butt of the katana.
Pommel strike.
Then come with the pommel strike, and then which like a punch, and then I flip it around and tangle up the blade with the other one because I got the double, so I'm using dual katana.
So here, Beastly, let's do. Oh no! Wait a minute. So explain it again, Beastly.
Yep, you want to tangle it up. I forget the actual name of that part because it actually has a name, but that's where you either if you catch somebody with the katana who's about to draw, you catch them right before they draw, and it keeps them from it traps their blade, the katana blade within the sheet, so it keeps them from drawing it. Or you want to step in if they're wide enough, you can hit them with that part like a punch. So you want to hold it at the base, and then or if you can catch the blade or catch their wrist and tangle up the wrist, if they're wide enough, you can tangle up the hand. So you're using that, it's more defensive. People don't understand that with the side. They're very defensive. In fact, they're actually police weapons. Yeah. That's what the police used in feudal Japan, and more specifically to stop samurai. They would use side.
It is a defensive weapon that can be used as
because people think you stab. Yeah. People think you stab with them. I said no. The way you stab, you don't really stab with them. You flip the katana in your hand, and it makes a slashing motion. Like the way you hold it. You hold it with the butt of the blade up and your forefingers on top, and then you flip it. And as you flip it, the spinning of the blade is supposed to cause the cutting or slashing motion because it's supposed to be sharp, but usually they're dull, so you can hit with it. So you do more striking and hitting with people with it rather than poking and stabbing.
There's a scene that I like that this dude was using side blades. Let's see if I can find that because it was Jackie Chan and this other dude, and it was. I think it was this movie. That's not it. Damn it, I'm forgetting the name of that guy. I think he was fighting Young View. No, that was him fighting Benny the Jet. God damn it. I can't think of the name of the martial artist right now. I wanted to say it's not Sho Kusagi. And I thought it was in Meals on Wheels. Damn it, I've seen it before. Do you know what it is, Beasley? In the Jackie Chan movie Meals on Wheels, it has Yung Bu, Jackie Chan, and Sammo Hung. And then they end up fighting at different points. Benny the Jet Orquitas, and I'm forgetting the Japanese guy. It's not Sho Kusagi. It's the other one, right? And the other one fights. He has side blades, and he's in a fight. And in that fight, you see, or maybe it was against Richard Norton. Maybe that was it. Maybe he was fighting Richard Norton. But he uses a sai in every derivation during one exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Tries to slash, he blocks, he protects himself, he tries to attack, block. It's beautiful, right? But you're seeing how fast he's doing it and how he's using it. Let's see. But the person is coming at him, I think, with the sword or some other kind of sticks or something like that. Maybe it's not Richard Norton. Damn it, I can't remember the name of that fight. I can't remember the name of that martial artist. Damn it. I hate not remembering shit. Let's see if I do it this way. Not a cartoon. Not a cartoon. Yeah, giving me
that dude in Mandalore. He had a katana. He had a katana saber.
Yeah, they're giving me a sigh from fucking Naruto.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is not the side blades I'm looking for. Fucking hell. Only the most recent thing. That's how you got your geeks nowadays. If it's not on Google, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you had to go back in the crates. So I hate arguing with people about this shit. Now it's not even Google. It's going to be ChatGPT.
Yeah.
On a side note,
Okay.
on a side note, on a side note, my son and my godson try to argue with me, saying Spider-Man's a better fighter than Daredevil. No, he isn't.
Who's a better fighter than Daredevil?
Spider-Man.
Okay.
No.
I said no. I said
he's
stronger. Comic. He's stronger and faster.
You know Daredevil taught Spider-Man to fight, right?
No, he didn't.
No, it was
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Shang-Chi developed Spider-Man's fighting style.
And this is their reasoning. Well, Wolverine beat Daredevil. I said Wolverine's a killing machine. And look what Spider-Man does to Daredevil. I said Spider-Man really does that to Wolverine because Wolverine's not trying to kill him.
Spider-Man can't beat Wolverine. He might be stronger than Wolverine. He can't beat Wolverine.
No.
And the X-Men themselves could not beat Wolverine if he was cut the fuck loose on him.
If he cuts loose, there's not too many. Why do you think they said no?
The only thing that's going to save Spider-Man's ass, because I keep having to remind people of this, Spider-Man is not super durable.
No.
He has super strength. He's not super durable.
No, he's not.
He's
the only thing that's saving his ass is his spider sense.
Yeah.
But I would think at some rate, Wolverine's senses, smell, sight, sound, and shit like that is gonna catch up to Spider-Man, because Spider-Man gonna get tired. Wolverine is not. And Wolverine is coming for the kill. Spider-Man coming for the jokes and to get out the way. So he's gonna be dodging a lot. You're gonna have to. His regular villains whoop his ass.
Yeah.
What are you
I
talking?
said you gotta remember. I said you gotta remember. Look at Wolverine when, and I keep forgetting these kids don't read; they just Google every goddamn thing.
Yeah, cartoons.
They're like, well, look what Doomsday did to Superman. You know, Doomsday died too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he did have to beat the fuck out of him.
Across country, by the way.
Yeah, they had to beat the shit out of each other. I said,
Now,
yeah,
in regards to
you do know.
Daredevil,
one at a time.
okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Now,
Ray.
I was gonna say in regards to Daredevil, in that fight comparison, I will say Daredevil faces off against Miles Morales with his powers, plural.
And what?
I think he'll. I don't think Daredevil will win.
No, Miles gonna get his ass beat.
You
'Cause
do know
Miles
that
is not trained to fight at all.
you do know that Daredevil's radar sense is more powerful than Spider-Man's spider sense, right?
Yeah.
And then on top of that, he's basically a goddamn ninja,
Yes.
Basically.
and he
If
does
not-
it blind.
Yeah, if not an assassin. He
Yeah.
just ain't-
Daredevil's the trained martial artist and a boxer, so Miles has no fighting capabilities.
None.
I
He's
said,
gonna
you
get-
know who?
You're gonna get dog walking the first 15 minutes.
I said, you
Just
know.
boxing.
I said,
Just
let me.
It's just throwing him.
This box. I said, you know who dog walks a lot of the Marvel universe by himself?
For Cap.
And
Cap.
Captain America dog walks.
Or Taskmaster.
Or Taskmaster.
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 But
Cap-
Cap,
hand.
I told him, I said, why don't you go to Civil War? You know about the movie? I said, no, you idiots. It's
No.
called a story arc. Look what Captain America did to Spider-Man by himself in an alley.
By
He
his
threw
dad.
the shield and used his spider senses against him. Hit him with a nerve cluster, and his whole arm dead.
Done. Done, son.
Done.
Tony.
Yeah,
Tony.
Look, Taskmaster is the equivalent of these hands are E for everybody. Because he can tell you which kind of fighting style you want to get your ass beat with.
Yeah.
Even heroes go to him to get trained.
Yeah.
He's a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, hold on, nigga. He said, ha ha ha. He said even heroes go to him.
Even
Yeah,
heroes
because
go to
Yeah.
Taskmaster to get
He
trained.
can copy your fighting style.
yeah, he's trained some superheroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like U.S. Agent.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
think. You
This
gotta
Daredevil.
think about
I
it.
must do my research on this Taskmaster.
You must.
You got to think about this. Even in the movie, when Spider-Man was talking about, yeah, but I'm with Tony Captain America. What did Tony tell him?
He was like, Cat wanted to lay
If
you
Cap
out.
wanted to put you
would've.
down, you be down.
You-
He would have.
Cat, no, he said
He
it
was
just
being
like
easy
that.
on you.
He said,
But that's
no,
bullshit. Captain America beat Spider-Man. Bullshit, man.
Yes.
I heard you.
Not
Yes.
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 Yes, it's
Right,
not hard.
Here's the crazy part.
Bullshit.
Okay, Ray, why is it bullshit?
Captain America is a trained veteran.
Hold
Oh,
on.
okay,
Hold on, Juan. He asked me a question.
but if he uses his spider senses right wisely, and because with that he could be able to be so elusive, while fighting Captain America, and then using his spider webs and shit. Hey, and then if he has the black suit, okay, all the more.
Let me put it to you.
You're putting too much on the suit and too much on his ability to just dodge. You realize Spider-Man is superhuman. Captain America is peak human, damn near superhuman. Captain America has more fighting experience than Peter has ever had in his life. Peter's regular villains, not on Captain America's level, can beat his ass any day of the week.
Yes. You know how old Captain America is?
Seasoned. Only person that would be dealing with Captain America in a fight straight up is Wolverine.
And they're just as
Yeah.
old.
And even that goes back. Even that's a coin toss.
Yeah.
That's going to us.
Because one of them is fully trained in every martial art. The other one is adept to every martial art.
Right.
They're both fully trained in every martial art.
Yeah.
You gotta,
There's
you gotta
the difference between proficiency and master. Wolverine has master. Captain America is proficient.
And the spider sense does not detect what punch he's about to receive.
It just detects a punch is coming.
Something's about to happen.
It's
Something about
like-
to happen. I don't know what it is.
It's like this. There's only like so many people whose fighting ability. If you had the old '90s Marvel, cards, Cap's a 7 in fighting ability. Wolverine's a 7. Guess who else is 7? Sabretooth. He can fight his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There are certain cards, even if, and God knows it, and you better not put the Ultimate Captain America in that game where he's really superhuman.
Oh no!
With all those fighting abilities, he's dog walking people.
Ultimate Cap
takes-
took on Giant Man and the Hulk, nigga.
Oh, nah.
It was winning.
Or hell, you don't even want to see Shadowland Daredevil.
Shadowlands Daredevil. He had a demon in him.
Yeah.
That's a little boost from the demon from the hand. So that's completely different.
I'm gonna give you some good reads. Read the first 5-6 books of the Ultimates.
Mm-hmm.
And look at Ultimate Captain America dog walk people.
Yeah, the first 6 issues. Read the first 6 issues. The original Ultimates. That Captain America wasn't no joke. That Captain America became president. They called him to make him president.
There will be no Daredevil disrespect.
No, not. And mind you, Spider-Man is my favorite Superman. I mean, not Superman. Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. I like Spider-Man for all his foibles and flaws and stuff like that. But there are certain people he's not fucking with. I know. And superpowers and spider sense ain't making the determining factor in that. He might be able to get out of the way, but getting out of the way is not the same as getting in and trying to kill somebody. Wolverine is a killer. Sabretooth is a killer. When you see Wolverine and Spider-Man and Sabretooth in a book together, you know who's usually the one going after Sabretooth? Wolverine. Why? Spider-Man going to get killed.
Yep.
He's going to get killed. Because sooner or later, somebody is tired of this bouncing around shit, and they're going to try to break that little motherfucker up. Because they're not trying to get out the way. They're not
Why do you think Venom was digging in his ass all these years?
Why do you think Venom is a problem for him? Because he has that ability and he throws off his spider sense where it doesn't work. So that's why the bigger, stronger Eddie Brock symbiote is a problem for Spider-Man because he got to get in and fight. It's none of that dodging. None of that dodging shit. And he usually defeats him by using his fucking brains. Yeah. Because he ain't pound for pound. He ain't fucking with Venom like that.
Not to mention, he knows everything. The symbiote knows everything about
it. Knows everything. I know all your tricks.
Everything.
Peter.
I know the pressure point.
Yeah, nigga. No, I know what you're weak against. You want to hear something? What we gonna do to Aunt May and Mary Jane after we finish sucking your skull dry?
But that's when you piss Peter off, though.
Yeah.
When you start talking about Aunt May and Mary, that's when Peter like, all right, nigga, all right, hold up.
Because it's protecting the people he loved. But this is the thing with Spider-Man, which is the biggest Achilles heel to Spider-Man, is that he holds himself back so much he don't even know his full strength.
No,
he don't. He's never been pushed to his full strength. And he doesn't know it. And he never will unless you're trying to kill somebody he care about.
Wasn't the first time he actually let go was Back in Black?
The first time he let go was Otto Octavius.
Yeah, and that was more so when he had the Venom suit, which was kind of unlocking that shit for him. But even still, look, man, no, he don't know his full strength. No. I'm not saying it's way astronomical. I'm not saying that, but it's further than he's been using.
Mm-hmm.
It's further than he's been using. So no, I don't see him beating the Captain America
at all.
No.
I don't see him beating. Look, him and Daredevil is a good fight because they're both about. Daredevil is not as agile as Spider-Man, but between the spider sense and Daredevil's scope radar sense, it can be kind of a push. But Daredevil could kill him if he was trying to kill him.
Yes, he would.
He could kill him if he was trying to kill him. If Shang-Chi, who is not super powered at all, can fight with Spider-Man and whoop his ass. It can happen, motherfucker. It just has to be a more talented fighter. That's it.
Now y'all just gave Death Battle a damn idea.
Well, Death Battle stole several of mine already, so I posted the Wonder Woman Shiva fight years before Death Battle brought an opponent. So
That'd be a good fight because I'm not. I initially said She-Ra would die, because Wonder Woman would go in for the kill, but it's She-Ra, it's Mistress of the Universe, so she might have a little bit more oomph in the tank than just the demigod.
They actually did that fight. You should watch it. They actually did that fight. See if you agree with it. I'm not gonna tell you who won.
I might watch it just because I'm curious. Who did they say would win?
Speaking of which, have you heard of Ace Vane art?
Ace Vane is funny as shit.
Ace Vane, he does voice.
Oh yeah. He does all the little Instagram videos and shit like that. Yeah,
the voiceovers for heroes.
Yeah, voiceover. That shit is always funny to me.
That shit's hilarious.
Always funny to me. I can't remember what the last one was that I saw, but I was laughing out loud at that shit.
The last one he did with Superman. The latest one he did with Justice League with Superman, and it was I forget what lady it was. I forget what it was, but he punched this lady so hard, and that voiceover was hilarious, bro.
Yeah, he do funny ass voiceovers. I said that is the best thing. You need to like the hood reactions with characters.
Like the funniest ones was when they had like the Joker, the Penguin, and the Riddler, and they were cracking on each other, and the Riddler told the Joker, "I'm gonna slap the Sephora off your ass."
I'm gonna slap the Sephora off you.
And then they had the Johnny Quest ones, which are always hilarious. And they like Brace Bannon and Dr. Quest, like, I'm looking for a hoe. And it was these two Chinese guys, so their last name was Ho. He was like, and then Brace Bannon's like, yeah, hey, stop playing with me, bro. I was like, dude, he deserves all the success he gets.
Yeah, he does, because he put in the work on that. That shit is always funny. To me, it's always funny. I'm trying to look at see what that last one was that I watched. You can't look that shit up on Instagram correctly.
I think the last one he did epic fights.
Well, I was like, where is that music coming from? Fucking Instagram.
No.
Shut off. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm reading Secret Wars right now. So now I've been freaking studying for a freaking IT test. So now I actually get some room to freaking breathe. To actually read some shit. So I damn, I never read Secret Wars, so I'm reading it now.
It's a good read. I mean, if you get into reading comic books and can get into the context of the story at the time, why it was important at the time, what was going on. Otherwise, okay, I don't know how this fits. Whatever.
Nah, I'll catch on.
You should see, Superior Spider-Man, a one-shot story where Spider-Man becomes a full-fledged SHIELD agent and assassin. Yeah. Superior Spider-Man is Peter Parker's body with Otto Octavius' mind in it.
Yeah.
Which was a good run, dude. I was loving that shit.
Yeah, that was a good run.
Otto was
fucking Otto, man.
Otto was a beast, man.
Otto was a beast. He didn't even the crazy part is he didn't even hide it when he was Peter. Even when he wasn't in the suit. He was like, nah, I'm still nah.
Otto crushed it as both Peter and as Spider-Man by making Peter go get his PhD and starting Parker Industries.
Yep.
Yeah, but the main part that was fucked up was that Otto, for most of it, later on, he started walking around in his Otto Octavius gear, the lab coat, the goggles. I said, you got the whole super villain garb on.
You ain't even trying to hide it. You not trying to hide it.
Like, nah, I'm
just gonna they don't.
You know who you villain vibes. Parker.
Like you know who you supposed to be, right?
And put that last quote up there. Put that last quote that you had up there.
Repress that.
No, not the other one. I said there's a reason why he doesn't play. He's not a superhero. He's a super soldier.
He's a super soldier. That's the thing to remember. Like, why did Captain America carry a gun? Because he was a soldier. He wasn't a hero. He was a soldier. He'll free you one way or the other.
That's why you saw the first Avenger. He had that shield and that 1911 busting caps.
4.5, I like my cap with a 4.5 on the hip. They ain't out there playing with the Nazis.
Like, listen, this shield ain't gonna get to you, but this bullet will.
Yeah.
Cap said it best. Yo.
The shield ricochet, the bullets don't.
Yep.
Let's see which one travels faster, the shield or this bullet.
Oh my god, I love that one scene in Winter Soldier where he just front kicked that dude across the boat.
On the boat, he just came out of nowhere and just boop.
Look, he broke that dude back. I don't give a fuck what you say. He kicked that dude into a steel ship and he rolled backwards off the bow into the water. That motherfucker broke his back and drowned.
Yeah, you saw how fast he hit that. You saw how fast
killed that dude.
You saw how fast he hit that damn bow.
That dude dead. The dude is dead.
He's dead. He was dead before the impact of the ship.
Hopefully.
They even did a testing. They said as strong as he is, he's better to get hit by a shield than his boot.
Yeah, he broke that dude's back and he drowned. Hopefully.
I remember when he hit the guy with the knife in the hand and just left him there.
Yep.
Because he took the knife and plunged it through the dude's hand and that 2 inches of steel.
Yep.
And had him pinned there like, ow,
and
nigga.
They kicked him in the face.
Yeah,
they kicked him in the face.
Hold on, what at a time? Go ahead, Lion.
Like the last dude, the last dude before Bones shot up, when the dude would roll up to him and he just punched the shield and the shield collided with his head. I'm like, yo, that dude's neck should have been broken. When he just punched the shield.
Yeah. Did it make a sound though?
Yeah.
What's worse, the one in Civil War when he kicks the Jeep?
Oh yeah. Dude just got hit by a car.
Oh yeah.
Standing still. He got hit by a vehicle. Yeah, I know. But Cap did a bunch of stuff that people just gloss over, like, he was actually really severely hurting people.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I just want you to make sure you understood what was happening.
For real.
Yeah, look cool. Yeah, I love that Winter Soldier scene when he taking the ship. But I understand a lot of them dudes died.
Yeah.
That is a soldier on a black mission. Okay.
Nobody made it into custody.
No.
Nope.
Any prisoners? No. No prisoners. Just act like Frank Castle was here. There are no prisoners.
Dude get tackled full force by a running super soldier through a steel door on a boat.
Concussion.
The fact that he was awake after that tackle when he punched him. He was still awake after that? He was not supposed to be awake.
No. Yeah. Crazy. But anyway, that's 7 hours and 36 minutes, and some of y'all ain't donated. So, final thoughts so we can close this out. I can go do some earthly good in the restroom.
Smoke weed every day and drink. Bye, everybody.
Darkness is falling.
All right. Yeah, peace out, man. Thanks for having me on.
Peace out, Conquest Faulkner. Ray, where are you running to? When is your Andor review coming up, homie?
Oh, shoot, it's coming up real soon. It's tugging at me.
That you didn't know the political figures and stuff like that. It's like, man, we're gonna have to get you some re-education.
Yeah, because even Brother Edward mentioned too, like how he was like the first 3-4 episodes of Andor was kind of rough, because it was like long, slow pace, because of the whole political talks and stuff like that, what was going on, and I finally got it when the whole plot and scheme and everything. So as Lutheran basically uncovered what the true Emperor's intent was, with Gorman. He was basically using the minerals from there just so he can form a powerful Death Star. Basically,
yeah, it was for the you needed the mineral to make the reflective dishes or whatever it was, the reflective coils for the crystals for the Death Star laser. That's what it was, and that was the plan for Gorman. But they were doing that. They were doing that all over the place because you had already saw that what Andor was working on when he was in prison was for the reflector dish of the Death Star. It was pieces for the Death Star. So that was all going into the larger war machine, which was building this battle station. this gigantic fucking battle station that looked like a moon and making a lightsaber emitter out of his laser.
Damn. And Andor, he didn't. Cassian, he didn't. He really didn't want to join the Republic. Yeah, I mean the rebellion. At first,
not really, because it's. I think in the show it's harder to understand if people haven't been watching the first season to understand what Luthen was doing, what Andor was, and what's the difference between what Andor was and the rebellion, the proper rebellion. Andor helped Luthen bring together those different groups of rebels that were all over the galaxy, put them into a position to actually work together into a rebel alliance. And when the rebel alliance was being formed, they start infusing military regimentation into that shit. That's why they couldn't leave all the time when they wanted to. But what the stuff that Andor was doing was more spy work and saboteur work to disrupt the alliance and let people fall by the wayside if need be, if it served the goal of destabilizing the empire as a whole. Luthen was behind the scenes doing all that kind of shit. He was the one who was bringing Mon Mothma and the Saw Gerreras and stuff like that together as an alliance because he understood that, but they didn't like his methods. Which means if it took stealing some shit, he gonna steal some shit. If it took blowing up some stuff, we gonna blow up some stuff. If it took killing some folks, we gonna kill some folks. The Rebel Alliance, as they were formed going into New Hope, which was more with a Jedi involved, they didn't want to be tied to all that dirty shit. They want to handle it, legally through the Senate, something, PC and acceptable. To prove that they were different than the Empire, who would still do all of that shit, imprison their own soldiers and shit.
Well, it pissed me off too, man, because I'm like, you motherfuckers don't realize that, that he's basically trying to bring us all together to work, as one. But you motherfuckers want to give me problems with my methods, whatever, and it's true what he said. It's like you motherfuckers don't know what a rebellion means.
Well, that's why I was fine with Andor and Willem and Andor, I should say, because Willem gave it to him first, giving them higher ups in the rebellion smoke about you don't know what the fuck Luthen been doing, and you wouldn't have any of this without Luthen. So shut the fuck up talking about him.
Yeah, that was a good scene
because that was real. That was real shit. You hear because of him.
Yeah.
Because of him pulling these strings in these separate groups that don't even fucking agree with each other, who would be sitting out in the jungle, rock, paper, scissoring to figure out who's going to kill the other one together to be this force that you can have senators and shit like that coming along and running.
And you saying that Andor and Luthen didn't even have the best relationship.
They had a good relationship to a point.
To a point.
To a point. Andor wasn't cool with the way Luthen would sacrifice a whole fucking planet.
Yeah, his methods were. Yeah,
that was where his method got fucked up. Andor was on board up until that point.
Yeah,
individual people you taking out, yeah, fine.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna let this whole planet burn. I don't know about that, bro. That's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot. I don't know about that. Like they ain't ready for this fight. Too fucking bad.
Yeah,
them dying will make other people stand up. But that's a whole planet. Hey, it'll burn brightly.
It'll burn bright. That's what it says. It'll burn bright.
What? You sound like the Empire.
Yeah.
He sound like the Empire. They was willing to burn up that whole planet to get the rest of the Empire on board with them taking it over.
Yeah.
So he sound like them. But that was Luthen's thing. I'm using the tools of my enemy. This is what my enemy would do. Fine. Andor wasn't for that. Like, no, we gotta save more people. Man of Steel. Like, I don't know. Yeah. That's a lot of people, bro.
Yes, I was like, I don't know.
And that's where people's departure with Luthen came in, because even Mon Mothma's departure with Luthen was because he was willing to kill her friend, her best friend. Oh yeah, Taya's a problem. He want more money. Yeah, that motherfucker gonna have to go.
Gotta go.
I don't know what you mean. Yes, the fuck you do. Yeah, you do.
He said, yes, you do.
Yeah, you do. And because she saw that and knew that's what happened, she knows she could be it too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That he would not. There was no line he would not cross in that shit. You want to be on the opposite side of this too? Well, you'll have to go to my mama. I thank you for your service.
Yep. Even
We
Keller.
got a nice little Arabian girl over here we want you to meet.
Even Keller and Luther, and she was there with him the whole time. They were arguing back and forth about his methods.
Hey, it is what it is.
Hey.
But I told y'all way back in season 1 with that shit with Clea, that little motherfucker is a killer.
Yeah.
That bitch too calm. She a killer.
I respected Keller for what she did. I respect it.
Yeah. So it's just what it is. That's what it was with that rebellion. They didn't like his methods, but Luthen was more on that espionage side of shit than the, strap tight military. We have to do this morally correct. He did not care about the morals of it.
Mm-hmm. But that's why he wanted Andor, because Andor was the only one who would actually do the job. Andor was more like
Andor would do the shit. Andor was on board.
Yeah, he was more like special forces, like Ethan Hunt, IMF type shit. With Andor,
he would go do the impossible mission, steal this money, snatch this saber, do this heist. He would do that shit.
He'll do it
for the greater good. But when it became too many bodies involved in doing that shit, it was like, I'm not cool with that. I'll steal anything, but I don't want to be having to kill all these damn people. The onesies and twosies, he was fine with.
Yeah.
The planet, hey man, I can't have it on my conscience.
Like, I don't know about that.
That's a little far, bro.
Just a little bit.
A little far. Somebody told Adolf that was a bit much, nigga.
Like, a bit much. Do we not have any rules over here?
Yeah, they're not a line we could just, chalk down to say we don't step over. No.
Hell, even the fight was surreal. I forgot. I'm like, he doesn't even know who the fuck he is, and they fighting, too.
That was the best part.
What do y'all think about man? Because that part, man. Because listening to y'all made me think, man. Brought it back to my memory. The Imperial prison ships.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, dude, what they went through, and that, how that whole prison was structured, it was just wild. Like, I'm like, you can't get no worse than that. But
you talking about the prison in Andor or the prison ships in Mandalorian?
In Andor.
Yeah, the prison was just on a planet. It wasn't a ship in Andor. But that prison situation.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, the Narkina 5. Yeah, that shit was.
That looked like that was inspired from the Raft and the Marvels.
I mean, but did y'all think dude escaped? Because he was like, when everybody jumped off, got off that damn prison, man. When they jumped off, dude, when they finally escaped, he was like, I can't swim.
I wanted Keno Lloyd to get away from there. I wouldn't want to think that he was still in that prison, but he might have still been in that prison. He might have, because sooner or later the Empire was going to show up because of all that shit they did to come lock down that damn prison. And obviously we see they still operating, because where did Dedra end up? Yeah. So he could still be there because he couldn't swim, which we were joking about earlier on. It's like, motherfucker, I'd have pushed his ass off of there. You coming? You're gonna figure it out. When you hit the water, you're gonna figure it the fuck out. Or I gotta drag you, but no, you gotta go too. You can't. I wouldn't want to leave somebody like that there. If he was still there when the Empire showed up, he would have got killed because he was a ringleader for a revolt.
Yeah,
he would have been killed.
And you did all this to get here. Get your ass in the water. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Do all this just to die in the end.
I can't swim. I don't give a fuck.
I'll figure it out. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said that scene. I think Andor should have grabbed him.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do if you're a lifeguard and you got somebody hysterical in the water? You punch the ass in the face and hope you knock them out, and then you can drag them. Because then they ain't fighting and thrashing against you. They gonna float.
Yep.
Unconscious or not, they gonna float, and you drag their ass to shore and wake them up afterwards.
Ninja, I can't swim, boy, and I'm jumping off, but best believe I'm landing on somebody. Shit, I'm latching on and grabbing on to somebody. I'm grabbing on the two motherfuckers at once. I'm gonna tell y'all to swim.
To me, it's a choice between two deaths. It's a choice between two deaths, right? You don't know how to swim. The fear is you jump in the water and you drown to death and die. Or you can stay your ass in this prison and definitely die. by being overworked or being killed when the Empire shows up because you've initiated this whole revolt inside this prison. It's death either way. I'd rather take the death that I have a chance of surviving than under my own power than the one I don't have any chance of surviving. Not under my power.
Yep.
Take your life into your hands. Fuck it. We're going to figure this water shit out after I hit it.
Still died free.
You still died free. You didn't die in the cage.
Yep. Like them other dudes that when they sacrifice that, like when they sacrifice that whole lineup on that other level.
Yep.
Think they had a choice?
Nope. Supposed to be meeting Ray Park next month. Should I get a shirt made that says "You must be this tall to fight Darth Maul," or is that asking for a forced joke? Oh shit, that'd be fucked up. That'd really be messed up. You would get him talking to you. Oh, he would talk to you. I'm sure he would.
He'll take a picture on principle.
Yeah, he'd take a picture with you too. Oh, I love that shirt.
Yeah,
well, you shorter than this.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Hey. That's right. That's fucking. I don't know. I don't think you can force choke, but if you could work that into a picture with that shirt on, with him there trying to force choke you, that'd be classic. Yeah, fucking classic.
Keep that picture.
Yeah, that strong faced Deidre bitch, boy. She pissed me off, boy. Son. I'll tell you that. Careful. She can walk in traffic. Like real talk, man. What she did to the Gormans? Oh fuck that. We are Gorman. Shit. Damn.
Did she do it or did the Empire do it?
Nah, she didn't do it.
She was just a finger.
Nah.
Yeah, she was pressured. Yeah.
But she rode along with the shit because she was all for the propaganda campaign and setting up them rebels to act bad when the time was right. But when she understood that the situation was we about to kill all these goddamn people, she was not necessarily with that, but she went along with it.
Yeah.
She was freaked out.
Hell, she had to beg Surreal to leave.
Tell them, no, we'll be together. We're going to leave. We're getting out of here. No, bitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, bitch.
So,
yeah, Cyril.
So
tragic. I still say Cyril wasn't really a villain in that whole shit.
Not
you
really.
Didn't like him, but he wasn't a villain.
He wasn't a villain, not really.
So that's why you feel some kind of way about him getting killed. He wasn't really a villain.
Imagine getting into a fight and this dude trying to beat your ass. Like, dude, I don't even know you.
Look, well, that's like walking through the hood, right? You just walking through, somebody just come up and start trying to beat your ass. Like, the fuck is going on? For the first couple minutes, you're gonna be like shocked, like, what the hell is happening? Why is this happening? When they land a couple good shots, you're gonna be like, all right, fuck this.
Right.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Wait a goddamn minute.
Yeah.
You're gonna ask these questions after I get finished beating your ass.
Well, I mean, hell, if he would have thought of safety first, shit, you know, I mean, when all that chaos was going on, maybe his ass would have still been alive, but he let his damn emotions get the better of him, dumbass.
Nah, but you gotta understand, Terrell was chasing Andor for a minute.
Yeah, years.
He was chasing him for years. He was looking for that man.
Years. If the time between the first season and the second season is a year,
yeah,
right? That means that whole year from episode 1, when he got on Andor's tail chasing him, he went through that year, and then he went through 3 years in the second season before he actually saw his ass again. That's fucking 4 years. He's been chasing that dude for 4 fucking years. Yeah. That's the response he was supposed to have.
Yeah.
There's my white whale. I'm getting his ass. I've been looking for you forever.
I ain't never seen 2 time jumps in a damn season. They had 2 time, like 2-3 time jumps. Like, whoa. We just fast forward. But
I noticed that.
It worked because they had to condense. It was supposed to have a lot more seasons of this show, and they made them end it after the second season. So that's how they figured out how to condense that shit down. They gave you the main points of every other season.
Yeah, it was done beautifully.
Yeah, it was done beautifully. It works. So you can't say anymore that the time jumps and shit doesn't work because they do it in House of the Dragon all the time and they don't do it that well.
Nah, yeah, I remember that time jump. That made no damn sense. But that's my point. Like, you see how we're talking glowingly about Andor. I'm like, I don't see none of y'all doing that. But this new episode of fucking Last of Us is coming out. Y'all gonna be all on that.
All over. They're gonna be feeding
Y'all-
at the trough for that motherfucker like
all in
fucking
my feed.
pigs.
It's gonna be all in my feed come tomorrow about Last of Us. I'm like, y'all know what the hell's gonna happen. Y'all played the game. Shut up. You played the game. What the fuck are you so surprised about? Shut up. I sat just a week ago. I sat and watched through YouTube. I watched all the cutscenes. They put all the cutscenes of Last of Us 2 in a movie from the video game. I sat and watched it. So I'm not surprised all this shit going on in the actual show.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised. The fuck y'all reviewing and talking about how trash it is? Like, nigga, we felt the same way when the game come out. Fuck, pick another topic.
There isn't one for them. This is the topic. That's the topic for them right now.
Like, I don't understand how it'd be a whole nother thing if there was never a video game for this show and you were just reacting. You already know this. You played the game. We already know how this is going. Y'all talk about how trash it is. I'm like, this is beyond stupidity, bro.
You're torturing yourself at this point.
Like, yeah, you're torturing yourself.
Look, I've been reading older comic book storylines. Why am I worried about this new shit? I don't want to worry about what they're doing because I know they're doing some more stupid stuff. Like finding out that they made Mary Jane the new Venom symbiote. Like, why? Are you still reading this crap? Just go read the old shit and be happy about that.
But here's the thing about the show: they following the game to the T. They are, for the most part.
Same writer.
So it's like,
Same
what the hell are
writers.
y'all surprised about? It's the same guy who gave you the video game. He's right there hand and foot with the show. I mean, what more could you ask for? But anyway, y'all want to talk about Andor? Sure, let's talk about The Last of Us, the show we already know that was like, come on. Like, come on.
There's more to talk about with Andor because it's over, and that was the best Star Wars you've had since Disney has owned it. Next to Rogue One, the show it leads into.
Y'all had a show. Y'all went and got Aaron McGregor's old ass to play Obi-Wan again, and ain't nobody talking about that.
Oh, they talked about it, but it wasn't Ewan McGregor's fault. It's how shit the damn script was.
Yeah.
And why they had to put that in there with a girl leaving with Andor's child? I'm like, man, ain't that some bullshit?
Well, it makes more sense of why she hopped up and left as opposed to her thinking the mystical, magical thing of you have a larger destiny than just being in my vagina. So I'm going to get out the way for that. It gives it more of a reason why somebody would do that. That she was pregnant. Okay, that makes more sense to me now.
I buy it.
I understood and respected the fact that before knowing that she had a baby, that she left to get out of Andor's way so he can fulfill his purpose, which I respected it because it's not something that you would see out of most realistic women. You wouldn't see that. They wouldn't get out of the way. You got to be focused on them. But she did it, so I respected that. When it was revealed that she had a child afterwards, and I said, okay, that makes perfect sense why she would leave. It makes perfect sense at that point. He has to do something. If he finds out about this baby, he already want to leave all of this shit behind just because of me, because he in love with me. He find out he got a baby, he ain't never gonna do none of this rebellion shit. And we still gonna be dealing with this rebellion. We still gonna be dealing with this empire. And I don't want to raise our child in the middle of that shit personally. So no, fulfill your purpose, and I'll go over here. I'm gonna go visit my family down south and have this baby.
Yeah, and had this baby.
And had this baby. You can get back to me when you finish up.
They damn sure know how to capture the damn emotion in the show, because when they did that scene, she left that video shit. I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, he got the letter. I was feeling bad for him. Like, I was like, damn.
Thanks for breaking that down, man. Because now that with clear perspective, now I see. So yeah, right on.
Yeah, I mean, think of it this way, right? Would you want to have watched her raising that baby in the middle of the rebel camp?
Nah.
No.
I thought she
Andor leaving
left.
to go on a dangerous mission, and Bix and baby Andor is back at the hut at Yavin 4. Fuck no, he ain't leaving.
But I thought she left. I thought she left to join the rebellion, to be a part of the rebellion.
She was part. This is the thing that people forget. Andor got onto Luthen because Bix was already working with Luthen.
Yeah.
She was feeding him them stolen parts and shit.
Yeah.
So she was already down for the rebellion already.
She supplied them.
She was on the one on Ferrix doing that code, communicating with Clea to get Luthen to come there and pick up them parts and shit. She was already down with the rebellion. She was already good with Empire.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Didn't she give him that? Didn't she give Luthen that cube in the first place?
Yeah, the Star Path was what she gave Andor. And Andor was the one making the sting. No, I want to meet your contact. Her contact, not his. Her contact. And her contact was Luthen.
And
that's how he got on to meeting Luthen.
And so when Luthen saw him, he was like, yeah,
you might work for this.
I'm gonna need you on the team.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you on the squad, man.
I'm gonna need you on the squad.
I got a
and
spot.
that boy, and what's that boy name that pissed me off too? The guy Brasso killed because
Well, here's the thing. Willem was Bix's friend's son. Where Bix had the communicator where she would communicate with Luthen and Clea was in that dude's junkyard.
Yeah.
Willem's dad's junkyard. So when the Empire came there looking for Andor and looking for that signal, they grabbed Willem's dad and killed his dad.
Yeah.
They didn't know they were looking for Bix. Bix got away. They killed the father. They tortured the father thinking he was that rebel contact, and it wasn't. It was Bix.
I thought they were related at first because they look alike.
No, they wasn't related. But she knew who the boy was, right? She knew him the whole time. They were all on Ferrix together.
Yeah, they grew up together.
So she felt guilty for the death of his father, and now this boy is orphaned without his family.
Yeah.
So they became family after they left together.
Yeah.
Willem asked simply for some pussy. Sort of. I don't blame him for Brasso directly, but Brasso did something to save some other people and got himself killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was too high on that motorcycle, man. You should have leaned off to the side or something.
Yeah, man. I'm like, dude.
Don't just sit right on top. Right above the cornfield. That's easy mark.
You're supposed to zag. You're supposed to zigzag, bro.
Zag.
Zag something.
But why Willem? But why William is that far away just to say goodbye to this chick, and to make him to come out that damn far, man? I'm like, boy, you should have been and said your goodbyes.
I told this to my facility director when he was talking about his teenage son driving so far to go see some woman. I said, how old? And he's a teenager? Yeah, he'll drive an hour and a half for a girl. Not telling him straight up, no, he'll go that far to get some pussy.
Yes,
he would. At 18?
Don't you ever
underestimate the power of a willing gooch. No.
The sexual drive? Nah, don't ever underestimate.
Never. There is no limit to the sexual drive.
Don't you ever underestimate sexual drive. And
there is passport bros is a thing for a reason. People is flying across the world.
And flights ain't cheap either.
To get some untainted punani. Okay.
And flights ain't cheap either.
And flights are not cheap. So don't know. Your son driving an hour is easy. It's easy.
Yeah, they was packing up like that was the day, damn it, for them to split because it was pressing like when it came to the inspections and shit. So I'm like, yeah, you should have been and said your goodbyes, dude, and let that day be the day of y'all getting prepared and boom and dip. Like,
yeah, he was fucking it up, but I don't blame him for Brasso getting killed because it was one of the reasons why Brasso was out there, but Brasso's actions at that point of trying to save that farmer from getting hurt, making it seem like he turned him in, was what got Brasso killed, and not zigging when he should have zagged. Getting low in the cornfield, not riding above the edge of it so everybody can see your ass.
Yeah, that's right.
If you want to be fucked up about it, you could say Andor mistakenly killed his ass because he didn't know how to fire the guns on that ship, and he was firing wild.
Letting them fly.
Wild. He could have been friendly fire just like Cinta's ass was friendly fire. You don't know. You just know Brasso dead.
Yeah, driving straight away from a blaster.
Yeah. So.
Straight ahead. You better zig, motherfucker.
Man, I seen him, man. That crushed him too, man. Well, all of them, man. And I was like, damn, my emotions was right there with him. You know what I mean? I'm like, I was just like, I just wanted to choke somebody.
Because all he was trying to do was get back to his friends, and by the time he get back, his friend dead. His friend dead. He was trying to save his friend, and all of a sudden, his friend dead. Like, oh, fuck.
Hell, between the Gorman attack, because when what's his name, DQ, when Andor didn't want to leave William behind, and the Gorman attack, you heard it on the radio, and she was all on the radio talking, people are dying. You was like, damn. This shit. It's like y'all know how to capture the emotion of a damn show.
Yeah, but that was all the horror that he didn't want to see for Gorman, that he split from Luthen because of. That was the shit he didn't want to see, and he saw it.
Yeah,
he was there in the middle of it.
Yeah, and he saw it.
Holy shit, dude!
Ain't nothing wrong with being right about something bad.
Yeah, I'm right about the wrong shit.
Right about the
I told your ass, Luthen. I fucking told you.
Happen.
I told you. You sitting there just like burn brighter.
Right, it just burn brighter. What? Nigga, what?
What the fuck? This was
he said that was, and shout out to that actor because he's actually good at that cold calculating shit because he was in Chernobyl. He was kind of playing the same cold ass.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that Skarsgård is a great actor, dude.
He's a great actor. He plays that cold like, hey, oh well. He is the perfect oh well actor. He is
burn brightly.
With a straight face.
What?
Like,
oh shit.
Damn.
Anyway, final thoughts. I'm 8 hours in. Let's close this out.
Yeah, man.
Well, so what you got? I don't care who go first. I mean,
I appreciate it, man. Like I said, thanks for having me on, and for the encore clarity, of Andor. So yeah, that helped smooth out my review.
Yeah, no worries. If you check it out on Patreon, I did all my Andor reviews. Season 1 and season 2 are up on Patreon. I haven't, because the show is off now, I may have time to cut them all together into either blocks or one supercut, which will probably be an hour. I don't know if you all want to listen to me talk for an hour, but you just listen to me talk for 8 hours, so I shouldn't worry about that shit. But that's where it's at. It's all on Patreon. The watch and the review is on Patreon, so you can see me, watching the shit as it's happening live and be like, having my oh shit moments and I seen this somewhere else, or this is really good, and then my initial reaction review to it right after watching the episode. So that's all on Patreon, and the link is in the description for you people who don't know. But yeah. But that don't mean I don't want to hear your view on it, Ray.
Shit, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you'll hear that, and also too Mandalorian. Oh man, hey, I love those two, bro. I love those two. I mean, I love Mando and Baby Yoda, man. Man, that's what I do. And Baby Yoda, his ass. I'm like, stop eating that damn woman's eggs. Put those damn eggs down. Put those damn eggs. What the fuck you doing?
Kid looking like what?
What? Hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry. That shit look yummy. Like you eating her kids.
Holding that egg like a damn sandwich. Like, listen, I'm about to snack.
I'm about to snack on that. That shit look yummy sitting in that water. I need one of those. I need one of those. Daddy, can I have it? Can I have it? Can I have it? Daddy, can I have it? Can I have it?
He ain't even asked.
So yeah, on that tip, that's where the episode I left off on, where he returned her to her husband.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the little fish, well, she wasn't a fish; she was like a frog.
Yeah, Geico or some shit. Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, I like Mando. Season 1 and 2, season 3 left a lot to be desired for me, and I'm more comfortable forgetting it, even though I still know it happened. I am more comfortable forgetting it ever happened, because they just really went out of their way to try to destroy that fucking show, and I hate that happened for Jon Favreau. They put the Force Crush on it.
Oh damn!
They put the Grogu Force Crush on that show. Like, it's my show now.
Oh, dude.
Why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, they fucked that show up. And to me, another reason why I give Dave Filoni smoke, he was at the helm helping fuck John Favreau show up. That was him and Kathleen Kennedy doing that shit. Even though most people say no, John was in favor of having the big bitch and Jack Black in that shit.
Oh.
Yeah, whatever the fuck. All the rest of that Bo-Katan, switching it to she's a Mandalorian too, and the show is called The Mandalorian, so it don't have to be, Din Djarin. That shit, that's Dave Filoni shit. That's all that is. Putting one of his characters back at the forefront, another chick up front. It has been stated, he has stated that is his plan.
Now that shit would kind of piss me off. Now I'm really seeing what you were saying, like now, man, about a Mandalorian. Man, what was it, 2 years ago? Shit.
You ain't had one since then. And the only thing you've heard about Mandalorian is there's supposed to be a movie to close out their series too. So the two best things you had going is the ones you're trying to shut down quickly. But these other pieces of shit, you trying to extend out for another season. Ahsoka getting another season. People still keep trying to revive Acolyte for a season 2. Fuck you on both of those counts. If Ahsoka comes out, I'll watch it, but I don't want to see a season 2. As much as I love Rosario Dawson, I don't want to see a season 2 of Ahsoka. I don't. I'm not interested. It's not doing anything for me.
Completely ass backwards.
It is ass backwards or bass backwards.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. I was just thinking too. We were talking about all these movies and Winter Soldier. I'm like, you know what I miss? I miss the feeling back then when we were excited and they delivered.
Yeah, and not dreading.
Yeah,
like something else.
You
coming.
sat there, you were excited when it was coming. You knew it was coming, and then when it got done, you had a smile of satisfaction. Like that's cool.
Well. We're jaded with history. All this good stuff is in the past now.
Yeah.
And now the most recent past is all this stuff that sucks.
Yep.
So it's more of an expectation that the next thing is going to suck than it is that it's going to be really good. That's why I try to bring up the high points of the stuff that really turned out being really good. Like Andor in a Star Wars franchise should be appreciated because it's really good in a Star Wars franchise. Oh my fucking god!
Especially in recent.
It's not really Star Wars.
Yes, it is.
It didn't have enough lightsabers for me. What the fuck? The last pieces of shit did, and they were garbage. Yeah. They had plenty of lightsabers. Acolyte had the most, and it was.
I haven't watched not one episode of that show.
You ain't missing a damn thing.
I'm not gonna watch it.
The power of many.
I told you that's the best thing I can take from that whole series. From the whole series. That's the best thing I can take from it because it's funny. It's so cringe, it's hilarious. Completely memeable. Hold on, wait a minute. In case you missed it. In case you missed it, because I don't get tired of watching this part because it's so ridiculously funny to me.
Please.
There we go.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Now, despite my intercutting, Russian aerobics, exercises, scissoring in there, that was the show. That was in the show. So fucking cringe, it's ridiculous. Like, oh my god, what is this shit?
Bad.
You can't help but laugh at it.
Speaking of two things good though, I want to leave you with a movie and a show. The show is called Paradise. It's on Hulu. It's with Sterling K. Brown.
I've heard about it.
Damn good show.
Yeah, that's what I heard. My mother has told me about that show, and I think I added it to my Hulu watch list because multiple streaming services means multiple fucking watch lists.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's why I got Disney. That's why I got Disney Plus. You got Hulu and all that, so it all goes on the same watch list.
I don't bundle those together. I've had Hulu longer than I've had Disney Plus because Hulu has been around a lot longer than Disney Plus. And for me, being a sometimes broke nigga, I don't want them trying to shut off one thing that I don't want to keep.
Right.
Maybe I don't want to keep it this month. And maybe I do want to keep this other one. If I bundle them all together, then I don't get the choice. No, fuck you. Sometimes I want you, sometimes I don't. It's just the way it is, like life.
Right. And the movie, Warfare.
I've heard people. My mother asked me about that yesterday. I know nothing about the movie Warfare at all. Okay, so here's my Hulu list. Since if y'all want to know how I get through, why I don't get through as many things as I want to, you see how much shit is on here. I even got
he got Frasier on there.
Frasier is good. Frasier's funny.
He got Cheers. He got
Moonlighting.
He got
Cheers.
He got
Roswell. Y'all don't know.
Roswell.
Damn, Roswell. That's a blast from the past.
Throwback.
One Punch Man. Shield Hero. Come on, man. I still ain't watched Chainsaw Man.
I watched Shogun.
I still haven't watched Shogun.
They got a
Roswell. I haven't.
They got a Roswell, New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't watch Roswell, New Mexico, but Roswell is good. Woke. JT turned me on to that show. That show was funny as fuck. I think it only ran for 2 seasons. That show was funny as fuck, boy. Smart funny.
And my boy watching Bleach too. Good shit.
Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. The Shield. Come on, man.
Oh yeah.
Before Taylor Sheridan.
The Shield.
Hitmonkey was good. Only Murderers in the Building.
Yeah.
24.
Oh yeah.
Saint Elsewhere. I used to watch that when I was young.
Yeah, Smallville. I knew you had Smallville on this list.
I need to put that Smallville on my list too, because once I saw that was on there, I was over. I was like, I've been waiting a long ass time to watch Smallville on streaming services since the series ended.
I watched Smallville from season 1 all the way through. I was on that show from second season on. That was a family watch. I'm serious. My whole family sat down and watched Smallville every week. So Smallville's in the bag for me.
Yeah, my grandmother exposed me to Smallville. Shit, I watched that from season 1 and up.
I was watching that when
Legion. Got the Legion on here. The F Word with Gordon Ramsay, which I love that show. Angel, Firefly, Hellstrom. I didn't watch yet. Fuck this MODOK. That was just a curious thing. Cloak and Dagger was a good show. Beast. That was a decent show. That was on the Hulu only at first.
Mine was very good.
Yeah, I watched it on ABC Family when it was on TV.
Mm-hmm. Sons of Anarchy, Teen Titans Go. This Is Us is a really good show too. That's a really good show with Sterling K. Brown on it. LFG is actually a good show. It just finished up its first season about wrestling. Ergo Proxy. The Practice was a show I watched a hell of a lot of because I like law shows. If I still want to poke in there, this bitch that wrote She-Hulk should have watched The Practice instead of Ally McBeal. Just saying. So they could have got some actual law stuff involved in the show. Voyager, Hill Street Blues. I used to watch that when I was younger. Deep Space Nine, TNG, Voyager. Not just because I was watching Voyager before 7 and 9 was on that bitch. Taboo.
7 and 9, baby. Come on, man.
The last
Taboo show. One of my favorite shows, Taboo. They only did 1 season of this with Tom Hardy because he went off to go do Venom movies. They should have continued. They should go back and continue this, but he's doing Mobland now, so fuck Taboo, I guess. Preacher, Why the Last Man? They canceled that shit too soon.
You know why they canceled that?
Oh yeah, I know why they canceled it. They don't like that kind of truth. That shit was hitting too close to the bone.
The world fell apart as soon as women started running it.
The world fell apart. They was killing each other. That goes against the girl code, don't it? That goes against the hive mind. Oh my God, we can't keep watching that. You might get ideas. Runaways was supposed to be good. My wrestling fix. But yeah, you see, there's a lot of shit. This is just one streaming channel watch list. I would need like 4-day vacations every 2.5 months to get through all this shit. And then to remember it all like I do and give you reviews of it.
That King Arthur movie actually wasn't bad.
I didn't think it was bad either with Charlie Hunnam. I still
Nah.
wanted to watch that. I haven't watched that one yet, but I get into King Arthur movies. I always watch a King Arthur movie.
That actually
Oh, the
wasn't.
King. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know what the problem was. It was actually a pretty decent King Arthur story.
No,
Yeah.
probably because it was too updated. They was thinking of it as Knight's Tale and not King Arthur. Like
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
That's
Whiplash.
I wonder who's going to be producing this new Predator movie coming out. Damn it!
Oh shit. Who's producing that one?
Well, it's a Disney
Batman?
property, so
Thought I'd do this. Yeah.
Talking about Badlands or the cartoon movie?
Yeah.
The Badlands.
Yeah, because they got 2 Predator projects coming out.
I don't see Paradise on here right now, so I'm gonna have to look up Paradise. I thought it was already on here.
Oh yeah, good show, man. Good show.
Why is it good? What's good about it?
Well, one,
Not a spoiler.
no spoilers.
Just like a 2-minute airplane pitch.
In every episode, well, pretty much out the one that thing that keyed in on. At every end of the episode, they gave you another piece to the story. Why something was happening. When something was happening, you were asking the question the entire episode, you would get your answer at the end of the episode, and it would be a huge piece filling in the gap.
Secret Service team gets assigned to safeguard a former president. One season, 8 episodes. Okay, so it's not that long, and they are I'm assuming hour-long episodes because this is drama and not action. And I do like Sterling K. Brown.
Yeah, he's a good actor. But you will be watching. This is one of those shows. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't get lost, but I like asking the questions.
Nah, but you'll get your answers though. This show.
Oh, they got Cyclops in this shit too, huh?
Yeah. He's playing.
James
He's the guy
Marsden.
that's playing. He's the guy playing the president. He did a damn good job too.
Okay. It says it right there underneath there. Woo, blind folks.
Yeah.
Sterling K. Brown, James Marsden, and Julianne Nicholson. Okay.
Yeah, watching it. When
added
you finish, you get back to it.
I'll figure out how the watch party thing work. I might do the watch party a lot more.
No,
but I think you have to have Hulu as well to do watch parties, so you can watch it on your TV at the same time.
That's cool. If you do a watch party, let me know.
That's why I say you had to subscribe to the channel, folks, so you can get those alerts. I don't throw out alerts all the time, so you know if an alert pops up on your shit, it's probably something you should look at. So when I throw something in my community, that's what it's for. It might not be a huge window of time that you have to, a day in advance or no shit like that. But if I throw it up on there and it sends out the alert for, definitely come through. Because if I don't see somebody after a certain amount of time, I just go on without you.
Fair.
That's how the fuck I am, man. They didn't show up. We're going anyway.
Naturally. But
Catch us when we come back.
But yeah, enjoy that though. But I'm gonna get up out of here. Always a pleasure. Thank you for having me up, brother.
Oh, no worries. Always a pleasure as well. Thanks for coming up, putting your voice on the holiday weekend.
No doubt. You enjoy it. Be safe, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, later.
Blood boiling. I've never watched Bleach yet. Never. When I got into Naruto, it was a choice between Naruto and Bleach. And somebody told me was already watching Bleach heavy. My boy Noel from the comic shop was into Bleach heavy. He loved Uchigo, right? So I didn't watch Bleach. I went to Naruto instead. Fertile ground, new ideas, new thoughts for me. End up loving Naruto. I still never worked my way back to Bleach. That's part of the problem with anime. Sometimes they can go on too goddamn long. So it makes it really daunting to get back into or to get into from a later point. It's like one of the reasons I haven't gotten to One Piece yet, because it's going to take so much an investment of my time to catch up on One Piece. It would have to be over for me to want to be able to do that, because now I know I'm not going to still be behind. I'm always behind the 8 ball. It's like that when I look at Bleach. Shit has gone on for too goddamn long. It needs a end point at some point. Even Naruto stopped and started giving you Boruto. Okay. Now I know I can just finish the father's story out before I get into giving a fuck about this kid. And part of the stuff I keep hearing about the kid, I don't really care for.
Yeah,
So,
I ain't even gonna lie to
stop at Naruto and be good. You can finish that third ninja war out and call it good. And maybe if I choose to, sporadically jump into Boruto. My son, he ran right through all of that shit, ran right into the next one. But some of the stuff I'm seeing from little shorts and stuff about what's going on in Boruto, it's like this shit has gone way too far. They over in the Dragon Ball territory where we got to fight damn near gods now. Like
pretty much. That's where they at.
this is when somebody's going on too long. Start something new, different fashion, different form.
It was cool with him becoming Hokage. I mean, you should have just gave us some shit with him being fucking Hokage, and then bring and do the Dragon Ball treatment. Bring the son along eventually.
Maybe. Why the Last Man was great, Hitflix. If you've never read the comic, it's a good show for you to watch to get an understanding of what's going on in the comic, which will make you want to read the comic. The show by itself, though, was interesting as hell. And the reason it wasn't, it got pulled off really, is it wasn't doing numbers, even though it had a great cast. But the main impetus of this is that all the men on the planet are wiped out, which for a fan base of TV watchers, it's the majority of them are men. So when you killed all the men, all the white dudes was out of it, they probably didn't want to watch that shit unless they read the comic, which was why they would stick around. But then you have all women there, and the women act badly with each other. It's just them. The government's in turmoil. It's going to be overthrown. They're going to have an insurrection, and it's all just women. That flies in the face of feminist rule.
Yep.
Especially in America, especially in the feminized West. So they didn't like that. It didn't paint mama in a good light. So they didn't like that shit at all. I don't know how it got that far to get made, but it did, and they shut that shit down really quickly because a female president was about to be at the head of a whole insurrection. So yeah, it's tough, but watch it. It's good. It's a good watch for as long as it's on the screen. It's a good watch. You can see a lot of stuff, and if you feel like you're still missing some of the story, go back and find the comics because the comics still exist, even though the run is done. The comics still exist. Go back and find them. Why the Last Man comics? You will end up loving it like the white boys loved it for years before they ever talked about making it into a show. Awesome. Yeah, so all the men died, but there's one dude that still survives. Why does he survive? It's him and this fucking monkey. And he is the last man on Earth, on a planet full of women. And it's not a sexual fantasy. Interesting premise.
Worst nightmare.
Yeah, interesting premise for a story because they got you wanting to watch all this Last of Us where Ellie is the last immune person on the planet, right? Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like I get a laugh. Oh, you definitely get a laugh out of it because the last man on the planet isn't the smartest, buffest, strongest, most capable dude at all. He is not, dude. It's fucking like the worst. If you into anime, it'd be like Shinji surviving. What? Yeah, he's not the best. He's not the best representative of the male population. Slacker, all the rest of this shit. Like, oh God, this is our representation after the fact. I have a book suggestion: Dungeon Crawler, Carl by Matt Dinaming. It's like the writers of D&D, Hunger Games, Suicide Squad, and Deadpool wrote a story together. Sounds like it's just a D&D story. Okay. One Piece is never ending. No, One Piece never gets to the second piece, apparently.
Nope. That's why I quit watching when I was a kid.
It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle with one piece, and it just keeps expanding. I'm like, yeah, cool. I'll put it on my list and check out the comic. Yeah, check out the comic if you want to. Watching the show would be a smaller time investment because it doesn't go on that long. I think they cut that show off in like the middle of the season. So it's not that many episodes as it was supposed to be. And then get into the comic. You can find the trades on Amazon and shit like that. And read that. The comic will be better than the show. So if you like the show, the comic will be a lot better. If you didn't like the show, the comic will be a hell of a lot better. So always go back to the source material. All right, what you got, Beasley? Final thoughts?
Not much, same as always. Just make good stuff. I mean, the unfortunate thing about a lot of this new stuff is they make it where the fatigue comes in is when you make it a chore to watch this stuff because you know you're going in with, man, is it gonna be good, as opposed to, damn, I cannot wait for the next episode or the next film or the next project. So, it's the same as always. Just make good stuff and the people will come. Don't insult the fans when they don't like it. Just listen to them. I mean,
They don't
a
like
great
it.
example. Yeah, a great example of just listening to the fans and apply and following is the Sonic movies. You're able to crank out 3 Sonic movies and now working on a 4th one because you listened to the fan base, went back and redid Sonic, and people loved it and they came to support your movies.
Hell, I like the Sonic movies. I didn't watch that shit until recently. Like last year sometime, I finally watched the Sonic movie. Love the hell out of that shit. I said, that was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed it. I was looking forward to seeing number 3. I haven't seen it yet, but I was looking forward to seeing number 3. I was really thinking I was going to see that in the theaters just to enjoy it. Didn't care about Keanu Reeves coming in, even though I like Keanu Reeves. It's like, no, I want to see the next Sonic movie because that was fun. But they took that feedback from the fan base about how shitty it looked, and they fixed it. They went back to formula and fixed it and then put it out. And everybody loved it, and they made a shitload of money on top of it for actually listening to their fan base and not thinking, oh, they're a bunch of kids or people who don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand what it takes to make these movies. They understand what it takes to make their check and to spend it on a movie. And that looked like shit. To be fans of this stuff who have supported it to the point where you'd want to make a movie off of it because you know you can make some money off of it. Do them that solid. Make something decent for them. Then you don't have to have them problems with your fan base walking away because you was spitting their face for 10 years and then wonder why they stepping back from you. Because apparently you ain't ran out of spit yet.
Nope.
Apparently not. Apparently I need to give you a little bit more leeway. And what you are doing with me. Shout out to Lion for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Lion. You paid his cover charge. I will give you my likeness raise, the 3B salute. Appreciate you. Why the Last Man would be the biggest harem ever, but he's stuck on one chick that broke up with him before the apocalypse. It could be the biggest harem ever if he was a different guy. If he was a different guy. Is Johnny Storm? Yes. He'd have a harem. That motherfucker? No. He had to be stuck on one chick. He had to be stuck on one chick. The one that broke up with him before the apocalypse. Yeah, he'd have to. No. Anyway. Thank you, Beast, for coming through. Mm-hmm. I might see you on Rivals later because I do want to get back in there because I did have one more. I needed to do 10 assists.
Yeah, like I said, you lucky you got Lord Punisher just in time because he's getting this, and like I said in the chat, he's getting a huge buff and coming in for 2.5 because they taking away the Rocket team up, and he now has a team up with Black Widow where he's the anchor. He's getting a 5% damage increase, and he's getting more ammo in his gun, so he's going from 30 to 40 rounds, and he can move faster in his ult. So you're going to be able to kind of basically run, and he's getting a bonus in like 300 health.
You don't need all that shit. You don't need all that shit. Just make another fucking character to put all that shit on there. Is that why I had somebody standing on top of me when I was doing a Punisher and they were standing behind me as Black Widow? I'm like, motherfucker, get away from me. Stop centering all they fire just on me. We should never. I had to yell at this motherfucker and tell him, Black Widow, we should never be in the same spot at the same time. You should always be triangulating your fire, motherfucker, from different angles. Don't let them focus in one spot and kill both of us, you fucking moron.
Well,
you got a sniper rifle. I got a turret. If I'm in turret mode, your sniping ass need to be off to the side somewhere, picking off those people who focused on me because they're not looking at you. And vice versa. Dumbass. So that was probably why I was bitching. That motherfucker got off the sticks after that. So disconnected. Good. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, and so what's also with the team up is what everybody's pissed about is they keep buffing Hawkeye. And so now this fool is getting a new team up with Luna where he's getting an ice arrow. And peep this, because some of the streamers that are partner have early access, they got to play with them. The ice arrow can shoot through fucking walls. And it doesn't have damage drop off. So he can hit you damn near in spawn and one-shot your ass.
How does an ice arrow? It must be shooting through other people's walls that they create, like a Groot or
regular walls. They have it and they set it up to when you hit the team up with Luna in the practice range. They put a wall. You know where those two bots are, where that has the range 30 meters, 20 meters. There's a wall that they have set up when you activate the team up in the practice range, and you can shoot through the wall.
That has to be a glitch that needs to be fixed before that drops. That has to be a glitch. There is no reason why either one of those two should go through a wall. An arrow by itself shouldn't go through a wall. And Luna Snow's ice by itself should not go through a wall. Teaming up the two of them together, which I could be fine with an ice arrow, fine. I play Skyrim. It's not that big of a deal. But it shouldn't be going through no goddamn wall. Shouldn't. I would be more into letting it spread a little bit after it hits something than letting it go through a wall. No, that's look, I guess you're ready for the complaints to come. I guess you got your email box emptied so you can get all these complaints about that shit.
The streamers that played that, especially the high level ones, they said, this is gonna be a problem. And I said, if you want Hawkeye to get banned in the rank system, you better not do this. I said, you need to nerf this. They said, you need to take that away.
Banned. There will be no way he's playing on anybody's competitive team. No. Especially not if I got a really competitive team and you got this motherfucker one shot and people through a wall. Fuck you. No, we ain't playing with that. That's an immediate ban.
It can.
You broke.
And if you're clustered together, it freezes y'all. So it can freeze multiple people.
So it has an AOE effect. Yeah, an area effect. No. That's a good way to have that character hated. Look, you don't need a lot of upgrades on these characters. Punisher is fine. He could choose to move faster. Fine. He don't need more bullets to shoot. He has enough. You just need to be accurate, dumb fuck. If you increase his bullets by 10%, so from 30 to 40, what's the point of him using the turret? What's the point of him using the turret? That's the point of using the turret. If you want to increase something and make my shotgun have a little bit more shots than 5 or 6.
It has 8 rounds now.
Yeah, make it have 10 or just go to 12. I'd appreciate that a lot more. You want to up his damage or his health? No, because you're not supposed to be running into battle with the Punisher. You're not. You're supposed to be the far off person. You're supposed to be covering suppression. You ain't supposed to be in the middle of the fight. But if you run into the middle of a fight with extra health, you're going to get a lot more of these goddamn cowboys with the Punisher.
Oh, yeah.
Getting picked off and increasing their death stats. No. You want to work on a character? For me, make Spider-Man a little bit more wieldly to control. Make Magneto move a little quicker. Because I don't know if you know it or not, but magnetism or magnetic levitation moves a lot quicker than that. Just saying.
Oh, yeah,
It just
they
moves
gave
a lot quicker.
they gave Magneto a buff too.
It moves a lot quicker than that shit. Okay, it's just what it is. You want to do something else? Power down, Shang-Chi, Swordmaster.
Oh, they did. They nerfed him.
Iron Fist Swordmaster. Yeah, I've been hating him for a while, but it's okay.
Yeah, he got a nerf. He ain't gonna be as survivable, so he gonna be more easy to kill. They basically nerfed all of the dive characters. I'm pissed that they're gonna nerf Psylocke. They're taking a second off of her invisibility, and they're reducing the damage of her shurikens. I was like, so you
Yeah,
basically
their shurikens are way overpowered. I had a Psylocke taking me out as the Punisher in turret mode with like one shot. And I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way. What is that shit? You mean me using a gun, I have to hit her consecutively a bunch of times, but this bitch hit me with 3 ninja stars is a one hit?
it's 5 ninja stars, dog.
5 of them. That's a point apiece. Fuck no.
And you can call them back, and they do damage when you call back.
No, fuck that. No. I'll give you getting a drop on somebody and getting a good hit on them, but you ain't one shot nobody with that shit. No fucking way. No, that doesn't even make any sense. If it was to her, yes, it would make sense because she out there in a bathing suit. But the Punisher is out there in armor, body armor, and in a turret. No, your shurikens are bouncing off. Fuck you. No, but I did get straight up one shot. Like she was behind me. Pew, pew. Oh, bitch. What is that? No.
And I will say this, and we got to look at Ultron. They was playing Ultron. I'm gonna say Ultron's game. He's a strategist, by the way. He is trash, just from the looks of it. His ult don't do a lot of damage. It's a heal. It's a fire where he summons a bunch of Ultrons to fire. They heal, but they do damage. They don't do a lot of damage, and his primary fire don't do a lot of damage. And even with his team up with Iron Man, where it can pierce enemies and heal your teammates, he don't do a lot of damage. And his healing is just he just has like little bots over his team, and they can heal them over time. Unless you break line of sight, then you lose the bots.
Well, maybe it's just me, but I'm wondering why the fuck is Ultron there anyway?
They explain that in the story. Basically, he's out fucking in space, and then timeline made him come back. And the only reason he attacked the gala is because all of the people are at the gala. But that's their story.
And still, why is Ultron there? What does he have to do with X-Men? What does he have to do with the rest of the rival shit? Because, Ultron's rival is, other than the Phalanx, is just all the Avengers. So I would see that as being an event villain as opposed to another playable character.
Yeah.
Like, he should have been like Dracula. You don't get to play him, but he's who the story is based around going to defeat. He didn't need to be a playable character. It's not that damn interesting. Ultron, outside of having artificial intelligence and an adamantium body, is not that damn interesting. Because minus the adamantium body, fuck this robot. Get him taken out. Fuck him.
Yeah, his body, they said in the story, his body is made of a new metal called Mysterium that he found out in space that doesn't basically follow the rules of Earth. So, like, when in the story he kills Magneto, and Magneto comes back because it's Krakoa, them stupid resurrection pods. You get a new skin for Magneto. Basically, he infects Magneto with the techno-organic virus, and Magneto is trying to use his magnesium to control him, but it doesn't work on him.
Mysterium is a metal they just invented in Marvel Comics recently when they're going through this whole Doctor Strange thing. And the reason why they call it Mysterium, because they don't know what the fuck they want it to do yet either. But it's supposed to be resistant to magic and shit. and more durable than I think adamantium. That's it. So any character who has an ability against metal, that's what this Mysterium is in there as. It's a counter to all of them. So Doctor Strange can't do nothing with it. Magneto can't fuck with it too much, even though it's a metal. And it's tougher than adamantium, so Wolverine can't cut it. Awesome. Now what? MacGuffin. Super MacGuffin. Whatever the fuck. And I think that's needed because any other metal, Magneto can fuck you up. And the whole techno-organic virus shit, Ultron didn't get that until he ran into the Phalanx out in space.
Yeah, that's what he explains.
Virus. So, okay. They basically tried to make Ultron into a version of Annihilus without using the bugs and shit. They just had him hook up with the Phalanx to be able to make multiples of himself and all the rest of that shit. But it's basically the same concept. Still asking, why the fuck is he here? You should have had Annihilus since you brought in the Fantastic Four. Because Ultron has no truck with X-Men. But Annihilus would have a problem with the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
An Annihilation Wave coming in would be awesome because then I would be looking for a Richard Rider Nova in this shit, which would be awesome.
I do believe some of the data miners found Nova in the game files.
Mm-hmm. That would be awesome. But besides all of that, why don't we hook up that blade first? Let's get that done.
Yeah, I need that. A lot of people is saying, where the hell is Blade? A lot of people.
It shouldn't be a small cacophony. It should be a lot of people because you just played through all of that shit. You just spent all that time doing all the missions and buying all that shit to get to a Blade and no Blade character. Fuck you. You pay me. Mm-mm. You might not get shit else. Yeah, Emma Frost got big thighs. And thank you. But where's my Blade? I played this shit all last season to get to a Blade. The season's over. I don't get Blade. I get Emma Frost. Nigga, what is that? Huh? No. Come off it. Come off it. Come off it. Come off it. So if this motherfucker don't show up by October,
season 3.
If you don't show up by October, I won't be really debating not playing this game no more. Because that baiting and trying to hold the carrot shit, I'm not a kid, motherfucker. I don't have to play this shit all the time. I got other things I can play. I can get back to playing my Division 2 until they give me Division 3.
Mm-hmm.
I can go back to Skyrim. I don't have to come back to your aggravating ass fighting game with dumbass people. Tolerance is limited. Tolerance is limited and decreasing over time. Anyway, thank you, Beast.
No problem.
This is like gonna be my longest stream ever, nigga.
Oh yeah.
I take a holiday, and I'm not working tomorrow anyway, so I got a day off. So I got some television I can watch. I might go back and binge Star Wars from episode 1 all the way up to Mandalorian season 2 to get that full story taped in my head all together to see how awesome that shit would be, because that's the order it should be in.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be specific, the prequels, episodes 1, 2, and 3, Andor season 1 and 2, Rogue One, the original trilogy, 4, 5, and 6, and then Mandalorian season 1 and 2.
That's the watch order.
That's the watch list. That's the watch order for that shit. If you want a very good altogether Star Wars story. If you feel like torturing yourself, go ahead and watch the sequel series and see how they destroy that character. You'll understand a lot better. But I refuse, and AB approves this message, I refuse to go back to The Last Jedi. Absolutely fucking refuse. I saw it once in theaters. I have not seen it since then. I don't feel like going back. It was an insult to my senses.
And as far as the Clone Wars, for people that's asking, the 2D show, not that 3D shit.
The Tarkovsky ones.
Yes.
The short 2-minute ones. Those are awesome.
Ooh, those are the best Clone Wars.
That Filoni stretch out shit. Not really interested. Even though I've heard it's good. Clone Wars, I heard Clone Wars is good. Rebels is good. I don't give a fuck. What I see is a bag of somebody else's toys that they want to throw into this universe and they don't fit correctly. That's what I look at it as. Somebody else's toys injected into the universe and trying to give important roles to. No. Now I see what it is. I see now and I can't accept it. So anyway, Beastly, I'm going to drop you down and I'm going to close this bitch out.
All righty.
Peace.
Peace.
That was the Beastly Nerd from the Danger Room. I'll go check him out on his channel. Beastly, you can drop your link in there because you got one. And just so y'all know, everybody that came up here usually has a channel, and I do sub to their channels. And I do watch their shit because I support it. All right, so that's the show for today. Thank you guys for coming through. Hopefully you got something out of this. Hopefully you go and decide to watch Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. It is entertaining. And then we could talk about it next week to see what angst that people have with the movie. It's not the best movie. It's not the worst movie, but it is entertaining. And Ethan Hunt should have died at more than a couple spots in that movie. But it's suspension of disbelief. And that was broken at one point in the movie for me. But I rolled with it. Andor Season 2 is awesome. You should watch it. Especially if you're a Star Wars fan. And if you're not a Star Wars fan, you should watch it just so you can tell Star Wars fans on the fence about Andor how good it was. Because you'll find it really good as a story. Even if you didn't know shit about the Star Wars universe. And that's what it's supposed to do. As far as Marvel, or Last of Us, I should say, finale comes on tonight. I will check it out. It's 4:50 here, so it's just about an hour away from release on HBO Max. So I'll check that out and watch the finale, and then I'll come back next week and talk to y'all about it because that one can sit and wait a week. I don't think I need to rush to watch that and tell you all about it. Watch it. I'll wait. And then Marvel with its rumored casting calls. Cynthia Erivo is not Storm in anybody's universe. Definitely not in the real world. Get that out of your fucking mind. You want to cast somebody as Storm? Deshauna? I think I'm saying that right. Deshauna Wise? Oh, yes, that would be a wise decision. I would show up to the movie to see her dressed as Storm. Just saying. Them lips, that skin, those eyes, and just water just glistening all over her body. I'm down for that. I'm totally down for that. If Keanu Reeves moves from rumor status to he is playing a Ghost Rider, if he's not Dan Ketch, I'm disappointed. But if he's only going to be in one movie from a different universe, fine. Let him be Dan Ketch one time. Or let him be Johnny Blaze one time. Even though I think Nicolas Cage did fine. Just so we can get to Dan Ketch being a new, younger actor somewhere else. Just saying. That's what needs to be filled out in this universe. Marvel needs to get off of trying to kiss Hollywood ass and understand what they're doing is not what Hollywood would have done. So you don't have to do it like Hollywood. You need to do what works for you, which means casting lesser known or unknown actors to come in and play these characters and let the characters bring the audience as opposed to the star bring the audience. Do your job in writing a good story, and people will show up for that. Because trust me, I'm not watching Endgame based on all the stars that are attached to the movie. I'm watching Endgame because of the characters that are in the movie, and I want to see that culmination of that story for all of them. That is what sold Endgame. Not Scarlett, not Robert Downey Jr., not Chris Hemsworth. No. What sold Endgame is those characters coming together. That big splash page that anybody who's ever read comics was like, oh my God, this is amazing. All those characters coming together to fight the forces of Thanos. Not all those actors coming together to fight Josh Brolin. No, that's not what we saw. Build the characters. Stop focusing on the actor. With that, I'm going to go out of here, get out of here. This has been The Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday, rain or shine, home or at not, from 8 a.m. to when I choose to stop. And when I choose to stop this week is 9 hours later. I think that's actually the longest stream I have done. So, which means nobody will probably watch the shit on replay. But I've suggested before the easiest way to watch my shows, my Sunday shows during the week, is watch it an hour at a time. That's the easiest way to do it. Just watch it an hour at a time. Because I do such a long show on one day. Because I don't stream every day. I don't. So to tide you over, watch an hour a day. The stream from Sunday, an hour a day, and you'll get it. And you'll find little morsels in every one of those blocks that'll get you to thinking about something. So when you come back the next Sunday, you have some things on your mind that you can share in the chat. It's all good. So that I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for the panel that came up here. Charles, Beastly Nerd, Lion, Ray Hama, and Cashme. Thank you guys for coming up. Thank you for everybody who supported in the stream. It's running across the border. $ artisanmc on Cash App or on PayPal, artisanmc. All of those never sleep. They're always open. So if you watch it on replay and you still think, hey, that was a good show, support the stream. It's all appreciated. This is how YouTube gets done. So don't think I'm begging for shit. It's just how YouTube gets done. Everybody does it. Okay. So with that, I'm getting out of here. Enjoy your vacation. Have a good time. And I will see you next time. Peace.